Yeah.
A very good morning.
Just count whether we have a quorum.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I invite you to take your seats, please? A very good morning, a very good Sunday, if I may say so. Ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, let me please open our next session. And let me please start with the reminder, or even more, with the request, which I'm going to address to the respected committee members. As you may have noticed, yesterday at the very end of our afternoon session, we are running late on our agenda, and we will have a very limited time to allocate to each nomination. I would therefore urge the members of the committee to facilitate the work as much as possible in order to finish this item today, and even more, not at midnight. Therefore, unless committee members oppose the inscription of the site or have an amendment to the draft decision, I will proceed with the examination of the draft decision immediately after the presentation by the advisory bodies. I trust that you all agree with this procedure to survive this beautiful day and this very session. I seek your discipline, if I may use this very word. So thank you very much for that. And now just a reminder, there are two remaining items as yesterday afternoon session is concerned, and we shall now go back to United Arab Emirates, to Core Dubai. As I understood, the small drafting group which has been established on this matter has finished its work. It is why I would like to give the floor to the ambassador of Kuwait. Excellency, Kuwait has the floor.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président. En fait, le Koweït il a participé au groupe de travail afin d'élaborer le projet de la décision. Et voilà donc le Koweït avec les autres membres du groupe vont mettre le projet de la décision. Puis voilà. Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you. Thank you for all your efforts. And now the floor goes directly to Mr. Juma. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Chairman. Yes, we have a draft amendment from different distinguished delegates. I mean, as you proposed yesterday, the team. The first draft had 2 paragraphs. Now we have a draft of 4 paragraphs with the spirit of managing time. Mr. Chairman, I'm not going to read all the paragraph. I'll read just the paragraph which has amended. So paragraph 1 was as it is. The amended paragraph is paragraph 2, now which read, refers the nomination of Core Dubai, a traditional merchant harbour, United Arab Emirates, back to State Party in order to further clarify the attributes that justify the potential outstanding universal value of the nominated property, the ongoing revitalization plan for Shindaga, the Venetian property limited in Shingada. So this is a paragraph which has been modified, and there is a new addition, paragraph 3 and paragraph 4. If the distinguished member, they can see it from the screen. Thank you.
Thank you. So let's analyze this very draft document. I understand that para 1 was easy, not amended, which means that it's adopted. Para 2. Adopted as amended. Para 3. Adopted as amended. Para 4. Could you kindly roll it up, please? Adopted as amended. It is the whole document, which means that I can start today with my solemn declaration that decision 41.8b.14 is adopted as amended. We can move on to Iran and just a reminder and a request. We have a long list of the respected countries ready to take the floor. But my understanding of the situation is that the general understanding of this item was very clear. We are going for inscription. So if I could kindly ask if there is no objection from the side of the 10 respected countries, I would love to go directly to the rapporteur. As I understand, agreed that we are today much more consistent. Lebanon wishes to take the floor. Is that the point of order or?
No, Mr. President, it's not a point of order, but it's a point which is, for me, I think it's important because it's a question which goes beyond this file immediately. May I take 1.5 minutes?
Sure, but it means that presumably the other respected state parties will wish to take the floor. But as you like, the floor is yours.
Excuse me, but what happens is the following. I read very thoroughly the ICOMOS evaluation. Et, bon, je vais parler en français, ça ira plus vite. Bon. Et nous avons des problèmes avec cette évaluation. Bon. Quand on regarde la page 124, ICOMOS écrit clairement dans la partie qui s'appelle justification de l'inscription et analyse comparative, l'ICOMOS considère que même si certains aspects pouvaient être encore renforcés, l'analyse comparative justifie d'envisager l'inscription de ce bien sur la liste du patrimoine mondial. On passe à la page suivante, intégrité. L'ICOMOS considère que la sélection des éléments de la proposition d'inscription en série est appropriée, car elle représente les attributs de la valeur universelle exceptionnelle proposée, etc. Ensuite, quand on passe à... alors, on doit se dire, quand on lit ça, que, ben voilà, ils vont proposer soit l'inscription, soit d'un pire des cas à y faire, puisque s'il y a des problèmes de gestion. Bon, on passe à la partie gestion. L'ICOMOS considère que le système de gestion est globalement approprié et que les mesures de suivi du bien sont également appropriées. Bon, et après, on voit différer. Il y a quand même un problème. Il y a une contradiction réelle dans ce texte et dans cette analyse. Bon, je comprends. Ce n'est pas une formule mathématique, le patrimoine. Mais dans ces cas pareils, lorsque visiblement il doit y avoir à ICOMOS, il y avait des idées différentes, il y avait des avis différents, et donc ce texte reflète ces contradictions. Bon, mais à ce moment-là, peut-être que ICOMOS devrait être transparent et dire nous avons plusieurs avis, et voilà, et c'est au comité de décider. Ce n'est pas possible qu'un texte comme ça, avec des choses comme ça, et on se retrouve avec des conclusions qui sont en contradiction avec ce qui est écrit. Désolé.
Thank you. Whenever such a problem occurs, the floor goes to ICOMOS. ICOMOS, the floor is yours. Thank you. Merci.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. ICOMOS recommendation results from the fact that the number of the issues that have to deal with the conditions of authenticity and integrity would actually not met at the time. Therefore, we have those recommendations, which also imply that there would be need a mission to the site. That's what that ICOMOS end up with this recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you. Shall we go directly to the rapporteur now? Yes. Mr. Juma, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As you can see it from the screen, we have an amendment from distinguished delegate of Azerbaijan, Kuwait, Kazakhstan, and Turkey. They keep paragraph 1 as it is, intact. Paragraph 2 has been modified. The new paragraph read, inscribe the historical city of Yazd, Islamic Republic of Iran, on the World Heritage List on the basis of criteria 3, 4, and 5. And for the consistency, of course, they've added paragraph 3, which say, takes note the following provisional statement of standing universal values. And then we have long paragraph 3. The original paragraph 2 has been deleted, Mr. Chairman. You can see it there. Paragraph 3 also has been deleted. You can go down. And then paragraph 4 takes some element of the paragraph 2 which has existed before. So I can see it, the paragraph 4A, it's there intact. 4B has been deleted. Now 4B become 4C, it's intact, and 4D is intact, and 4E intact. Can you go down a little bit? So this is what has been proposed, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. ICOMOS wants to comment on the criteria. So a short comment from the side of ICOMOS. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. ICOMOS, in its evaluation, believe that the key elements to justify criteria 3 were not actually presented. So there's no evidence that supports the justification of criteria 3, and the reason, the issue with the coexistence of communities from multiple religions is not actually contribute to the justification of this criteria, even in the amendment. Thank you.
Do you all agree to remove criterion 3? They are nodding. It is just a remark from the side of Dr. Resler. So if so, it is quite a good beginning of this very day concerning the way how are we trying to proceed. So if so, Finland wishes to take the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Finland sees that only the criterion 5 would be appropriate for the property, but also this would need to be more clearly demonstrated through further studies and documentation. If we inscribe the property on the World Heritage, we would like to leave the recommendation concerning this in the decision. So what I'm saying is that we don't think that criterion 4 is appropriate either, and would like to hear ICOMOS comment on that. Criterion 5 is okay, but then we would like to later on add a recommendation concerning that. Thank you.
Thank you, Finland. The floor goes to ICOMOS. Are we defending this? Are we defending criterion number 4?
Thank you, Chair. No, ICOMOS considered that whilst Yazd is the best surviving example of the features that have been indicated of this urban planning and architecture, it cannot be understood as representing a significant stage in human history. So ICOMOS also does not support criteria 4.
Yes, so I hope that the situation is very clear. We do stay with criterion 5. And shall I start to Azerbaijan? The floor is yours, Excellency.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to refer back to the recommendation of the ICOMOS, namely to the explanation of the criterion 3, where we find that ICOMOS agrees that the Yazd demonstrates the use of construction systems and techniques to cope with the environmental conditions. Besides that, it asserts that the Yazd associated with the tradition of social organization by the WAC system, which benefits communal facilities such as water systems, hammams, and mosques. It is also associated with intangible traditions of commerce and crafts, multiculturalism, and peaceful cohabitation of the followers of different religions. So, given these facts, we believe that the criterion 3 should be retained. Thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador. So now, Kuwait wishes to take the floor. Excellency.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Je pense qu'il n'y a pas de traduction arabe. C'est fini, hein? Ce n'est pas de problème. La délégation de Koweït soutient les demandes et les propositions par la délégation de Azerbaïdjan. Merci.
Shukran. Thank you. Turkey, the floor is yours. Excellency.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. We want to add also our names for the recommendation of proposed by the Azerbaijan delegation. Thank you. The criterion 3 should be added to the outstanding universal value. Thank you.
So 3 and 5, as I understand. And we are ready
3 and 5.
to sacrifice criterion 4.
No.
Kazakhstan, the floor is yours.
We would like to support the proposal by Azerbaijan also.
Thank you. The floor goes to Dr. Ezla. If you could... to the rapporteur. Good. So, Mr. Rapporteur.
Thank you, Chairman. As I said, I think we have already done this. There was inscription, there was an amendment proposed by Azerbaijan, Kuwait, Kazakhstan, and Turkey on the paragraph 2, which said, inscribe the historical city of Yazd Islamic of Iran on the World Heritage List on the basis of criteria. Now here there's a proposal from Finland to delete criteria 2, criteria 3, and we keep criteria 3. So now we have only criteria 3 and criteria 4. And then there is 3 and 5, so
yes.
And then they've added paragraph 3, which is we take notes on provisional statement of standing universal value.
Thank you. I understand that there is a certain consensus to stay with criterion 3 and 5. If so, para 2 is adopted as amended. Para 3. Yes, we are deleting criterion 4. It's crossed out. And the rest of this para maintains. It is a long story. Adopted as amended. It was para 3, and now the last one, para 4. Finland wishes to take the floor. Para 4.
Thank you, Chair. This is what I was referred to earlier. We would like to put in a recommendation that says continue further studies and documentation in relation to the justification of criterion 5. I can read it once more slowly. Continue further studies and recommendations, documentation in relation to the justification of criterion 5. Thank you.
Thank you. Is that accepted? Yes. Finland again.
I'm extremely sorry for taking the floor again, but of course, since we added another criterion, we would say criterion 3 and 5 in this last.
3 and 5,
yes,
as you wish.
Thank you.
As you wish. So para 4 adopted as amended, which means that now I declare Decision 41-8b.18 adopted as amended. I'm shocked because it is inscribed. I shall say that I'm shocked not that it is inscribed, but I'm shocked that you are silent. Why are you silent? It is a beautiful beginning of this sunny Sunday in Krakow, and it means that I would like to congratulate Islamic Republic of Iran on behalf of the entire committee for the inscription of this property. And now, Iran, you have the floor for a brief 2-minute statement. Excellency, I understand that you have just landed in Krakow. Yes. You see? And it is a miracle at the beginning. The floor is yours, yes. Excellency.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairperson, distinguished committee members, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. The Iranian delegation would like to first avail itself of this opportunity to congratulate you all over the magnificent achievement of the 41 committee session in Krakow. I wish to particularly thank the World Heritage Committee members today for their detailed examination of the file and support for the inscription of the historic city of Yazd. We are also thankful to ICOMOS and World Heritage Center for their cooperation in this regard. I would also like to pay my gratitude to the members of my delegation, governorship of Yazd, and people of Yazd who were with us continuously throughout the process of preparation of this nomination file. Mr. Chairperson, as documented frequently, the historic city of Yazd attests to the ongoing efforts of the hard-working people of desert over the course of its long history. In order to overcome the harsh nature of desert, locals have resorted to ingenious innovations resulting in the introduction of magnificent architectural and urban planning masterpieces to the world. Among them, mentions can be made of qanat, badgirs, godalbakhches, sabats, gozards, abambars, and several other architectural features. The diligent residents of Yazd have extracted water from the heart of the central desert of the Iranian plateau and mixing it with the cheapest material available, namely soil, have artistically created the richest mud brick architecture possible, such as portals erected high into the sky, wind catcher, harnessing violent winds, turquoise-colored tiles shining in the Kagel, showing off against mountains and desert landscape, each manifesting the rich architectural identity of hosts, mosque, madrasa, hammam, and other historical urban structure. Although Yazd is one of the most important cradles of art, its residents are fully skilled in the art of life, living and struggling to live through interaction with the merciless desert environment. Yazd is an icon of social peace of human being. Residents have been receptive to various divine religions with a patience that is characteristic of desert dwellers. Peaceful coexisting of the followers of Judaism, Zoroastrianism, and Islam in the passage of time can serve as a good example of humankind to follow. We believe that your decision today will lead to revitalization of this great objective. Mr. Chairperson, I would not like to conclude my address without extending my heartfelt gratitude to the people as well as the government of Poland for their great hospitality and for convening these magnificent events. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Excellency, and congratulations once again. Dear colleagues, we can move on to item 41.8b.19, a draft decision, which is Japan, sacred island of Okinoshima and associated sites in the Munakata region. I now invite ICOMOS to present the nomination of sacred island of Okinoshima. But first, I give the floor to the Secretariat. Mr. Balsamo, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Just to remind the committee that we received a factual error notification concerning the evaluation of the nomination of Okinoshima, and it's to be found on page 89 of the English version of document INF8B4 and on page 105 of the same document in its French version. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. There is just a question if Lebanon wishes to take the floor before ICOMOS. After ICOMOS. Thank you. So, and Korea is the first on the list after ICOMOS. After ICOMOS. So now ICOMOS, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm now presenting the ICOMOS evaluation of the sacred island of Okinoshima and associated sites in the Munakata region, Japan. ICOMOS has acknowledged some of the errors that were indicated in the letters that ICOMOS received. The sacred island of Okinoshima is witness to early ritual practices associated with maritime safety, emerged in the 4th century and continued throughout the 9th century. It then came to be integrated into the Munakata Grand Shrine and continues to be regarded as sacred up until today, surrounded by taboos, restriction on access and behavior. The island is located 60 kilometers off the western coast of Kyushu Island, along one of the then used maritime routes between the Japanese archipelago, the Korean peninsula, and the Asian continent. The nominated series is composed by 8 component sites: Okinoshima Island with its 3 attendant reefs, Koyajima, Mikadobashira, Tenguya, Okitsumiya Yoasho, Nakatsumiya shrines on Oshima Island, and Etsumiya Shrine, as well as the Shimbaru no Yama mounted tomb group on the Kyushu Island. The serial property altogether is said to bear witness to a long cultural tradition of sacred island worship documented by archaeological evidence and historic written records, as well as to the evolution of indigenous beliefs until present day. Not much was explained on the historic cultural context of the emergence of these ritual practices, and therefore additional information was sought. The state party responded generously to ICOMOS' request. Recent investigations have shed light on the scope of ancient maritime safety and related rituals. Findings similar to those on Okinoshima have been discovered in other islands in the Seto Inland Sea, as well as on the Korean peninsula, opening up a window on a little explored period of the history and cultural interchange. The wealth of the archaeological findings found on Okinoshima revealed 4 types of rituals: rock top rituals, rock shadow, partial rock shadowed, and open-air rituals, which were practices between the 4th and the 9th century. A variety of objects informing about the scope and intensity of exchange were also found. Some evidence of these open-air rituals have been found also on Oshima Island and on the Kyushu Island, that is the latest stage of this type of rituals. Changes occurred through the 8th century. The Yamato court emerged amongst competing local polities in the Japanese archipelago, consolidating their role through alliances with local elites, including the Munakata clan, who was overseers of an important maritime route. Ritual practices and belief underwent a parallel restructuring in the same period. These changes are reflected in the first official chronicles of the Japanese state, the Koijiki and the Nihon Shoki, which mention Okitsumiya, Nakatsumiya, and Etsumiya, the shrines that form the Munakata Taisha, which was presided by the Munakata clan. In the 9th century, significant political changes in the Korean peninsula brought to a sudden reduction of the intense commercial and cultural exchange between the Japanese and the Korean polities, and to a change in the sea routes. This also has impacted on how rituals and worship was performed with regard to Okinoshima. The justification for inscription proposed by the state party holds that the series as a whole reflects a worshipping tradition of a sacred island evolved in a dynamic processes of overseas exchange, and that is also remained evidence of 500 years of worshipping tradition. ICOMOS found that this justification applies to the island alone, but not to the entire series. The additional information contributed to clarify the historical context in which the worship at Okinoshima emerged, and also that it preceded the establishment of the Grand Shrine, and as well as the continuity of focus on the Okinoshima Island. In particular, ICOMOS found that Shinbaru no Yamamount, the Tog group, reflects only the role played by the clan at the time when a centralized state emerged in Japan, thereby exhibiting national values. Similar conclusions were reached by ICOMOS panel for the shrines of Munakata Taisha, based on the assessment of the additional information provided by the state party in November and in February. The expanded comparative analysis did not clarify how Munakata Taisha or Munakata Grand Shrine would differ from other similar properties in Japan already inscribed on the World Heritage List. On the other hand, it showed that Okinoshima could deserve consideration for the World Heritage List under criteria 2 and 3, among other islands in the Japanese archipelago and Korean peninsula, where these type of rituals for safe maritime navigation were practiced. ICOMOS also has found that criterion 6 could not be considered justified. The arguments proposed applied better to criterion 3, and the supporting associative attributes have been found as recent interpretation that could not really support criterion 6. Impacting factors and conservation issues mainly concern the Shinbaru no Yama mountain top group, although the state party has addressed this conservation issue, and some development close to Etsumiya Shrine. However, natural factors and potential development of energy infrastructure, especially offshore, may impact negatively on the overall property. ICOMOS considered that the augmented comparative analysis and the additional information helped the evaluation process significantly. However, ICOMOS concluded that only Okinoshima and its related islet can justify criteria 2 and 3, but not criterion 6, and meet the condition of integrity and authenticity, while the other components would not. The protection and protective measures in place for the island are adequate. The conservation activities have been carried out at most of the components, although the TOM groups awaits a comprehensive conservation plan which is now being developed. The management system will be adequate when the role of each stakeholder within the Council for management will be clarified. ICOMOS, therefore, recommends that only Okinoshima with its 3 islets be inscribed on the World Heritage List on the basis of criteria 2 and 3. There are a number of accompanying recommendations to ensure the long-term protection and sound management of the property. And one of the issues that have been raised by ICOMOS concerning the boundary of the buffer zone have been clarified through meeting with the state party here at the session, because a map that was supposed to be submitted was not received by ICOMOS, but this was discussed in this meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. I shall open the floor right now, and let me just inform you that we've got already 13 states, 14, 15 cuvettes. We are mushrooming, if I may say so. Sorry for this bitter remark. I shall close the list right now, firstly, and I will read the order: Korea, Lebanon, Peru, Philippines, Indonesia, Jamaica, Zimbabwe, Vietnam, Turkey, Tanzania, Angola, Tunisia, Poland, Finland, Azerbaijan, Cuba, and Kuwait. Let me please close the list at this very moment, Portugal. And let me please ask you once again for short interventions. Longer, I understand, are needed if there are any objections. So the floor goes to Korea, the Republic of Korea. Excellency, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I warmly welcome the presence of His Excellency Miyata Ryohei, Commissioner for Cultural Affairs of Japan, at the committee's meeting today. At the same time, I feel very sorry to learn that Governor of Fukuoka Prefecture, Mr. Hiroshi Ogawa, had to return to Japan yesterday due to the natural disaster caused by severe flooding and heavy rain in the region. We do hope fast and full recovery of the region. Mr. Chair and distinguished delegates, after reading carefully through the ICOMOS report on the property, the sacred island of Okinoshima, the Republic of Korea would like to fully support the evaluation of ICOMOS, particularly for their conclusions regarding the composition of property components and the justification of the serial nomination. The Republic of Korea believes that the committee should respect the recommendations made by the advisory bodies such as ICOMOS. Bearing this in mind, Republic of Korea has withdrawn 2 previous nominations to accept the expertise and the views of the advisory body. We firmly believe that this will ultimately contribute to authority and credibility of our own committee. As ICOMOS has explained, the evidence of rituals can be found extensively on the island of Okinoshima and other 3 islets. 4 among the entire 8 components. We believe that the other 4 components also have a very strong potential OUV as contained in the ICOMOS report. However, we should consider ICOMOS evaluation that there is no clear link between all the 8 components, an essential requirement for a serial property defined in para 137 of the operational guidelines. In this regard, Republic of Korea would like to ask ICOMOS the detailed background of its recommendation of inscribing only 4 out of the 8 components. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Excellency. Lebanon, the floor is yours.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Le bien en série présenté par l'État partie reflète une tradition de vénération continue qui a évolué dans un processus d'échange dynamique avec l'étranger et s'est transmise jusqu'à nos jours par une tradition vivante de prières et d'offrandes pour assurer la sécurité de la navigation maritime. L'ICOMOS considère que seule l'île d'Okinoshima, avec ses îlots voisins, justifie d'une valeur universelle exceptionnelle. Pourtant, la valeur universelle exceptionnelle doit être jugée à travers le contexte historico-politique et culturel en relation avec les routes maritimes utilisées au fil des siècles et les échanges entre les pouvoirs japonais, chinois et coréens. Dans ce cadre, c'est bien l'ensemble de la série qui doit être considéré et non seulement 4 éléments comme le propose le rapport d'ICOMOS, puisque cette série illustre une longue tradition de vénération d'îles sacrées. Nous pensons, comme le justifie l'État partie, qu'il est important d'inscrire la série dans son ensemble afin de témoigner de la profondeur des échanges entre les différentes entités de la région et la complexité des pratiques rituelles dédiées à la protection de la navigation qui se manifestent dans un système articulé d'îles et de sites sacrés liés entre eux par une tradition culturelle de vénération. Je vous remercie, Monsieur le Président.
Merci. Thank you, Excellency. Peru, the floor is yours, Excellency.
Muchas gracias, señor presidente. Mi delegación considera que la isla sagrada de Okinoshima y lugares asociados a la región de Munakata presenta, como lo ha señalado ICOMO, el testimonio de prácticas rituales de seguridad marítima que se han desarrollado especialmente entre los siglos IV y IX, pero que sin embargo, a través de las tradiciones del culto, se prolonga hasta nuestros días. El comité está frente a 2 visiones expresadas por las delegaciones que me han antecedido e ICOMOS en relación a la disyuntiva de considerar solamente a la isla sagrada de Okinoshima como representativa del valor universal excepcional del bien o el conjunto de los 8 elementos presentados por el Japón. Yo quisiera relevar lo que ha señalado ya la delegación del Líbano, en el sentido que la expresión de esta tradición secular de culto presenta una unidad desde el punto de vista de las rutas y de los intercambios culturales que históricamente se han producido en los 8 componentes. Aquí hay una relación funcional, histórica y tradicional entre los diversos componentes de la propuesta seriada. Y quisiera recordar lo que ha señalado ICOMOS en su intervención hace unos minutos, y cito textualmente, que toda la serie, el conjunto, es testimonio de una expresión de una tradición secular de culto que se testimonia por evidencias arqueológicas. Y es justamente en base a esa percepción que la delegación del Perú considera que deberíamos inscribir el bien con sus 8 componentes. Gracias, señor presidente.
Gracias. Now, Philippines. Excellency, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The nomination of the sacred island of Okinoshima and associated sites in the Monocata region is a testament to and recognition of the rich maritime heritage of Asia, to which the Philippines as an archipelagic country is intimately linked. The property is an exceptional example of cultural traditions associated with the worship of a sacred island that has evolved over time. The Philippines recognizes the significance of the extant component parts to the totality of the religious heritage of Okinoshima Island, whose OUV is reinforced and cannot be separated from the associated sites in this serial nomination. We strongly believe that all 8 components must be inscribed under criteria 2 and 3 of the World Heritage List. We have thus joined other committee members in presenting amendments to the draft decision. However, notwithstanding our support for the inscription of the property, we note that women have not been and are still not allowed to enter the island. The inscription of the property without a clarification may send an unclear message on gender issues. Through you, Mr. Chair, we wish to request the state party to take the floor to address this matter. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Excellency. Of course, for sure, we will finally ask the state party, but also Dr. Resler is ready later on to deal with this very essential issue. Indonesia has the floor, Excellency.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Indonesia would like to commend the ICOMOS for its evaluation report of the sacred island of Okinoshima and associated island sites in the Munakata region. We share the ICOMOS acknowledgement of both ecological and spiritual values of the property as attributes to its potential OUV. The sacred island of Okinoshima is an exceptional example of the cultural tradition of worshipping a sacred island, as it has evolved and been passed down from ancient times to the present. Remarkably, archaeological sites that have been preserved on the island are virtually intact and provide a chronological record on how the rituals performed there changed over a period of some 500 years, from the later half of the 4th to the end of the 9th centuries. In these rituals, vast quantities of previous votive objects were deposited as offerings at 3 different sites on the island, attesting to change in rituals. While direct offerings on Okinoshima Island ceased in 9th century AD, members of the Munakata clan played an instrumental role of establishing and safeguarding the worship of the island in the form of worshipping the 3 female deities of Munakata at 3 distinct worship sites of Munakata Taisha, Okitsumiya on Okinoshima, Nakatsumiya on Oshima, and Hetsumiya, along with distant worship exemplified by the open views from Oshima and the main island of Kyushu toward Okinoshima. This worshipping tradition has been passed down to the present by the people of Munakata over the centuries. Indonesia are of the view that the whole series of Okinoshima are integral, indispensable parts with close and mutual cultural and functional links to each other, and they all together to contribute to the spiritual attribute of the OUV of the property. Taking this into consideration, we fully support that all the components of the sacred island of Okinoshima and associated sites in the Munakata region to be inscribed on the World Heritage List, and we propose a draft amendment to the draft decision 41.8b.19. I thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Excellency. I would like just to ask all the state parties to be clear if you are for 4 components or for 8 components. It is, I understand now, the major issue, and be as concise as it is possible, please. Jamaica, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. We extend our thanks to the State Party of Japan for submitting this significant serial nomination. We also thank ICOMOS for its evaluation and recommendation of the dossier, with the exception of the exclusion of 4 critical components. The level of interrelatedness in a serial submission of this nature must be presented and viewed as a whole to include the presence of intangible cultural heritage, which enriches the overall OUV of the series. Para 137 of the operational guidelines directs us in this matter. We believe that the State Party has sufficiently demonstrated that the serial nomination must be inscribed as a whole, and Jamaica supports the amended draft decision to reflect the inclusion of all 8 components as part of the inscribed nomination under criteria 2 and 3. Thank you.
Thank you. Zimbabwe, Excellency, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chairperson. Zimbabwe commends the ICOMOS for the evaluation of the property. Although we are sure you were not the one who visited the property, as no women are allowed. We thank the State Party of Japan for bringing to us this property. Zimbabwe supports the inscription of the 8 components of this property, as we find that this is a melange between tangible and intangible heritage. The worship is similar, and it is important that we inscribe this property as it is looked at by the locals in the area, who see this as a unit and not as different parts of their worship. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Excellency. Now Vietnam. Vietnam has the floor.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. La délégation du Vietnam est d'accord avec l'ICOMOS en ce qui concerne la valeur universelle exceptionnelle d'Okinoshima. Mais d'après nous, ça ne suffit pas, car il s'agit d'une nomination en série dont chaque composant contribue par sa fonction à cette valeur. L'île sacrée d'Okinoshima elle-même ne peut pas conserver toute sa valeur si elle est considérée spirituellement et pratiquement séparément des sites d'Oshima et de Kyushu, où les traces archéologiques prouvent que les gens ont vénéré de loin l'île sacrée et qu'une pratique est perpétue jusqu'à nos jours la crainte pour la sécurité maritime. Ainsi, notre délégation co-parraine l'amendement du projet de décision en vue d'inscrire l'île sacrée d'Okinoshima et sites associés de la région Munataka dans la liste du patrimoine mondial, c'est-à-dire les 8 éléments. Je vous remercie.
Thank you. Turkey. Excellence.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We would like to congratulate the State Party of Japan for the dossier, which is of high quality in terms of articulation and presentation of information. The nomination, composed of 8 components, is a testimony as a whole to the processes and stages of evolving of a religious ritual within a process of dynamic overseas exchange in East Asia from the 4th century till down to the present days. Inclusion of Okinoshima Island together with only the 3 islets does not seem to display a wholesome approach. The file, together with the supplementary documents, demonstrates each component's contribution to the evolution of Okinoshima rituals and the outstanding universal value sufficiently. Hence, fragmenting the serial and inscribing only the earlier remains will impair the historical ties between Okinoshima, Oshima, and Kyushu Islands. Therefore, we recommend the inscription of all 8 components on the basis of criteria 2, 3, and 6, as it was proposed by the state party. Thank you.
Thank you. I wonder if I could possibly take the liberty to ask the remaining distinguished state parties ready to take the floor if you are of the agreement concerning those 8 elements of the inscription. Yes. Is there any objection? Portugal wishes to take the floor.
Mr. President, I'm afraid I don't agree with you this time. This is not a rubber stamping exercise. Delegations have studied the files. They have a responsibility towards them. There is also an unavoidable political dimension to this exercise, and delegations are entitled and should be able to say what they have to say. What I think you can ask delegations is to refrain from reading out prepared statements, long statements, and repetitive statements, and go to the point and underline what is important really to each of them. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So let's continue in the spirit of the advice given by the distinguished ambassador of Portugal, the United Republic of Tanzania. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Chair, and I support what Ambassador of Portugal just said. Excellent Chair, we've gone through the necessary documents, and we have the view that nomination of this property is an outstanding example of a cultural tradition of worshipping in this important site of Okinoshima and the associated sites, while recognizing that this tradition has been supported over many centuries by the local community. This delegation is convinced that all the nominated components parts are strongly connected with each other by the spiritual aspect derived from animism and nature worship. Indeed, this property vividly demonstrates how people surrounded by the sea have coped with the natural forces, living by maritime exchanges and praying for maritime safety. It is, again, this backdrop that this delegation supports the amendment to the draft decision to inscribe all 8 components proposed by the state party. Thank you.
Thank you. Angola, the floor is yours.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. We'd just like to say that the state party has provided enough information to attest the continuity between the worship, between the ritual practice in Okinoshima and also the worship in Mukanata divinity. So we would like to support the inscription of the 8 elements. I thank you.
Thank you. Perfect. Tunisia, the floor is yours.
Merci. Merci, Monsieur le Président. La Tunisie va être brève là-dessus, bien que j'ai préparé un texte assez long, mais étant donné l'analyse présentée par l'État parti par rapport à la connexion entre l'île d'Okinoshima et les 3 îles voisines, nous sommes absolument convaincus qu'il n'est pas possible de comprendre le caractère sacré de cette île et de ce bien si les 4 îles ne sont pas inscrites à la fois. Ça serait amputer ce bien donc d'une partie importante qui ne permettrait pas de bien conserver ce bien et qui mettrait peut-être en cause sa valeur universelle. Par conséquent, la Tunisie soutient l'inscription des 8 éléments. Merci.
Merci. Now the floor goes to Poland. Excellency, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. Poland would like to stress that the inscription of the entire complex of nominated islands will have a positive effect of the integrity as well as enrichment of the attributes of the site. That is why we want to consequently support the amendments in the draft decision and accordingly inscription of all 8 nominated components. In addition, it seems to be reasonable to leave the original name of the nominated site. Thank you.
Thank you. Finland, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. The seafaring aspect of this site gives additional value and makes it also fall in the category routes for people and goods, which is one of the underrepresented categories identified by the 1994 gap analysis. The property has been presented as a serial nomination, and this has caused most of the problems we face. With the serial nomination, all components should contribute to the outstanding universal value in the same way, and this is not the case for all of the presented components. If the series had been presented as a single site, we would have avoided the majority of the criticism. Therefore, we agree with other committee members that the whole series can be inscribed. The additional information sent by the state party revealed that there are a number of islands where ritual sites related to maritime safety exist, both in the Japanese archipelago and along the Korean peninsula. We hope that future research concerning the subject will not oversee this, and that the State Party of Japan could take a leading role in exploring and deepening the understanding of movement of people and goods along these sea routes. This wish has also been reflected in the draft amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. Azerbaijan, Excellency, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Azerbaijan subscribes to the comments expressed by the members of the committee in supporting this nomination in its integrity. So we would like to support the inscription of this site with all nominated 8 properties. We believe that this property as a whole reflects a tradition of the continued worship of the sacred island of Okinoshima, as it has evolved in the process of dynamic overseas exchanges, passed down to the present day and linked with the living tradition of offering prayers for the maritime safety. Moreover, we believe that this site was a gateway from the continental Asia to Japan through the Okinoshima, Ushima, and Munakata region, and the many archaeological findings and excavations prove this theory. Therefore, Azerbaijan supports the inscription of this site in its totality. Thank you.
Thank you, Excellency. Cuba has the floor.
Gracias, señor presidente. En primer lugar, quisiéramos solidarizarnos con el Estado parte de Japón por las afectaciones climáticas que en estos momentos padece. Con relación a la nominación que analizamos, para Cuba no hay duda de que los atributos en los cuales descansa el valor universal del sitio está presente en los 8 elementos. Gracias.
Gracias. Thank you. Kuwait, the floor is yours. Excellency.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Ma délégation exprime ses gratitudes à l'État partie, le Japon, pour les efforts déployés pour remplir et répondre aux recommandations de l'ICOMOS. À propos de la site Okinoshima et le site associé, Monsieur le Président, nous croyons que les éléments de site et leurs fonctions interdépendants et que cette série contribue à enrichir l'aspect spirituel. Et ce site, il rend un bien d'une valeur universelle exceptionnelle. Merci.
Merci. And now, Portugal. Portugal has the floor. Excellency.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I apologize to my very good friend, Ambassador Kujataa, for not delivering the beautiful speech I had prepared on this issue.
It is my fault. Sorry.
Okay, don't worry. I think you're proceeding the correct way. And I want also to express my solidarity with the people of Japan on this very difficult moment. Now, going directly to the issue, we have sympathy with Japan's desire to preserve the integrity of the whole of the 8 elements and their close links. We believe that this is a position that is consistent with the historical and religious context of this property, and it would not make sense to separate its different items. So we support the inscription of all the 8 components. Well, under half a minute.
Thank you. Croatia, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. Croatia supports the amendment. All 8 components were developed as an inseparable system of maritime belief. Croatia is of the opinion that taking components out of the system, no matter how material remains are preserved, would decrease and not increase the OUV, in particular regarding the integrity of the serial site. Et ceci dit, je voudrais m'associer à l'illustre représentant du Liban et demander l'ouverture d'une discussion sérieuse sur la logique de quelques rapports de l'ICOMOS.
Thank you. Kazakhstan, do you wish to take the floor? You are the last.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson.
I'll
try to be very short. Our opinion is that criteria chosen for the nominated property of the sacred island of Okinoshima and associated sites, comprised of a series of 8 component parts, are justified and applicable to whole series. Thank you.
Thank you. Let me please remind you that the distinguished delegation of Philippines raise a very important question concerning gender. It means that the floor goes to Japan, to the state party. If you could kindly respond, Excellency, just for this very question. Just this very question should be responded.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Just to this question, kindly raised by the Philippines. We would like to clarify that as a matter of principle, the access to the island of Okinoshima has been restricted to the priests of the Munakata Grand Shrine, and the priests are male by its tradition. Many women, of course, are and have been actively involved in activities for conservation and management of the property, including ritual practices. Thank you.
Thank you. And the floor goes to Dr. Rezler. She is going to comment the gender issue from the point of view of UNESCO, as I understand.
As you all know, gender equality is a priority for UNESCO, but I wish to inform the World Heritage Committee that it had taken other decisions on sites where women have no access, like, for example, Mount Athos in Greece. There are many World Heritage sites where men cannot access certain parts of the site or women cannot access certain parts of the site, and we have written about this extensively. I will be very happy to give you further information, but we are running out of time. Thank you.
Thank you. The Republic of Korea, Excellency, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and sorry for taking a second time. Very briefly, during my first intervention, I'm very supportive of this inscription of Japanese ritual ceremony. And the Republic of Korea recognized the property demonstrates full historic evidence of traditional rituals carried out in the sacred sites, such as praying for maritime safety and security for the travel between Japanese archipelago and the Korean Peninsula and onward to the mainland China. But at this time, I'd like to draw your attention to the photo on the picture. Yeah, as far as I'm not mistaken, the ritual covers the time span around AD 4th century to 9th century. But I recognize that Japanese national flag, together with 2 rising sun flags on the ship, adopted by Japanese Imperial Army during the Second World War. So I think I'm very doubtful all of a sudden is it just for worshipping for safety and security for navigational purposes or some kind of other political motivated purposes. So I'd like to ask Japan to generate some kind of finesse, the prudence in displaying, introducing this kind of a picture and photo next time. That would might give a wrong impression to the neighboring countries' people who are directly parties directly concerned. So once again, I'd like to urge Japan to next time. I think it's a technical error, but just use some other images or the pictures and the photos. I will continue. On the component, Shimbari Nuyama mounted tombs is included to put its focus on the aspect of people who had been associated with the worship and contributed to the development of the heritage, as explained in the nomination dossier. We cannot overlook the people who have actively contributed to the creation of the site value, as Japan explained in the nomination of this property. Korea believes that the government of Japan would emphasize the efforts of the people in their conservation and implementation process, also in other heritage sites in Japan in the same manner. As many committee members have already commented, we also do appreciate continuous endeavors of the State Party of Japan to enhance completeness of this nomination, wishing that Japan would make its every effort to implement the recommendations made by this committee. The Republic of Korea will not object to the amended draft decision. Thank you.
Thank you, Excellency. We have taken notes of your comments, and let me please now go directly to the rapporteur. Mr. Juma, the floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. As has been observed in the plenary, most members they propose amendment of this article. So we have Article 1, which has not been amended. Article 2 has been amended by distinguished delegates from Indonesia, Philippines, Turkey, Vietnam, Tunisia, Azerbaijan, United Republic of Tanzania, Zimbabwe, Burkina Faso, and Kazakhstan. And the new paragraph reads, inscribed the sacred island of Okinoshima and associated sites in the Munakata region, Japan, on the list, on the World Heritage List on the basis of criteria 2 and 3. Following that, there is also amendment on paragraph 3. Now we take note of the following provision statement of outstanding universal value. There is also slight amendment on this statement of universal value, but I'm not going to read it. Paragraph 4 have also been deleted following the logic of changes in the names. And paragraph 5, paragraph 6 has also been amended following the logic of the amendment which was proposed in paragraph 2. This has been proposed as amendment, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. So allow me please to start with para 1. I understand that situation is easy and clear. Adopted. Para 2, after our long discussion, I can just say adopted as amended. Para 3. Yes, no doubt, there are 8 properties. Para 3. Adopted as amended. Para 4. Adopted as amended. And finally, para 5, adopted as amended. I now declare decision 41,8b.19 adopted as amended. Yes. Let me please congratulate Japan on behalf of the entire committee for the inscription of this property. And now, Japan, in spite of celebrations, now you have the floor for a brief 2-minute statement after the celebrations without any limits. Excellency, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, distinguished members of the committee, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the government and people of Japan, I would like to express my sincere appreciation to all members of the committee, as well as the experts of ICOMOS who took part in the process of evaluation. Our delegation also wishes to thank the government and people of Poland for their warmest hospitality in this historic and vibrant city of Krakow. We are truly appreciative of this property joining in the list of World Heritage. I would like to reaffirm our firm commitment to the conservation of this living tradition to share with the rest of the world and future generations. I would now like to invite Mr. Miyata, Commissioner of the Agency for Cultural Affairs, to say a few words.
I am grateful to Mr. Chair, all the distinguished members of the committee, as well as the World Heritage Center and ICOMOS, who took part in the full process of evaluation and inscription. This inscribed property shows how the people living with the sea have established a spiritual world. I am delighted today that such a property is acknowledged as a treasure common among the humankind. I declare that we shall conserve this precious property for our future generation. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Arigato gozaimasu. Congratulations, and now we can move on to item 41.8b.20, which is Azerbaijan Historic Center of Shaki with the Khan Palace. It is now time to invite ICOMOS to present the nomination.
Point of order, Mr. President. We are, please, 1 minute, half a minute. Point of order.
The floor is yours.
Yes. I would propose, Mr. President, we're running out of time. We cannot continue this way. I would propose to shorten the time allotted for the state parties to 2 minutes and not 3 minutes.
Thank you very much for this point of order, and I do hope that you are not against. And I understand that those celebrations concerning the happiness of Japan will be continued up to the midnight, but not at this very room, if I may ask kindly, because we need to continue. I just opened the item 41.8b.20. It is a different item. And the floor goes first to Mr. Balsamo, and after that it will be ICOMOS. Mr. Balsamo.
Thank you, Chair. Just to announce that we received a notification for a factual error letter, in the evaluation of this nomination, which is to be found on page 44 of the English version of document INF8B4 and on page 61 of the French version of the same document. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. ICOMOS, the floor is yours. Please do be so kind and present the nomination of the Historic Center of Shaki.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. ICOMOS is now presenting Historic Center of Shaki with its Khan's Palace in Azerbaijan. The notification letter mainly contained points that have been addressed by ICOMOS and few clarifications. The Historic Center of Shaki, with the Khan's Palace, is characterized by traditional architecture ensemble of houses with high saddle roofs. The Khan's Palace, as well as the various merchants' houses, reflect the wealth generated by silkworm breeding and trading of cocoons in the late 18th and 19th centuries. The property is located in northern Azerbaijan, along the southern edge of the Greater Caucasus mountain range, and along important trade routes. Following a destructive mud flood of River Kish in 1772, 30 years later than the Shaki Khanate was established, the city was resettled and built on a higher location at the Gurjana River. Shaki Historic Town, therefore, is an 18th century reconstruction of an earlier town. For this reason, it exhibits homogeneity in design and architectural style. The historic core of Shaki is formed by the citadel built in 1790 during the short-lived Shaki Khanate, which was abolished by the Russian Empire only 18 years after it was established. Sericulture blossomed in the 19th century when the town was designated as a center for sericulture. This activity continued throughout the 20th century with the introduction of silk production with spinning machine. The town was declared a protected reserve in 1968. The Khan Palace was built in 1797 during the reign of Mahmud Hassan Khan. It is composed of the Khan's residence, the mosque, bath, pantries, stables, barn, and other service buildings. The main structure is a two-story building with a dominant front with stained glass windows. The interior is richly decorated by paintings, stalactite decoration, and ceilings painting with floral motifs. The city surrounding the citadel is structured around one main road, the trade route, which the urban layout is based on narrow, often dead-ended streets. The urban fabric is still composed of traditional Shaki manor house, enclosed by high walls encompassing gardens, all with mulberry trees, that were used to feed the silkworms. Shaki public buildings encompass religious structures identified by the vertical lines of the minarets, public bath, caravanserais. Shaki's overall impression is influenced by Safavid and Qajar architectural language, further enriched by features related to tradition from territories under the Russian rule. The property has been nominated under criterion 2, 3, 4, and 5, considering values focused on the train interchanges along trade routes, sericulture and trading of cocoons, its urban function and typologies as a Khanate capital. Comparative analysis argues that Shaki stands out in respect of other Khanate capitals due to its peculiar layout. However, ICOMOS has not found to what extent this feature is relevant with regard to the city function. In relation to the Khan Palace, also, ICOMOS found that there are several similar palaces in Iran exhibiting Qajar elements, and Shaki does not stand out in this respect within its region. With regard to sericulture and how this industry is reflected in the urban structure, ICOMOS requested additional information, and the state party clarified that Shaki was important as a trading center, but this industry had not distinct impact on its structure, as sericultural activities were limited to cocoon breeding and raw silk trade. The percentage of historic structures within the nominated property has significantly reduced over time. Recent and ongoing interventions have not paid enough respect to authenticity of material, substance, workmanship, in many cases also of design. And new development has impacted on the scale and proportion of the historic urban fabric. ICOMOS sees the significance at the national and sub-regional level of historic center of Shaki, but cannot see how it can demonstrate the requirements for inscription on the World Heritage List at the global or at a wider regional scale. So therefore, none of the selected criteria have been found to be demonstrated, and the condition of integrity and authenticity have been considered significantly affected. Threats faced by the property include urban and tourism development. Legal protection is in place, however, conservation is not being carried out based on overall policies or standards, and its results, as said before, are not satisfactory. Capacity building is needed, as well as conservation guidelines to be integrated into a conservation master plan for the city. The management need to be strengthened by adequate human and financial resources and training. Management plan has been prepared, but has not been yet officially adopted and not operational yet. So more time appears necessary before it is implemented. Based on that, ICOMOS recommends that the property is not inscribed on the World Heritage List. And ICOMOS would like, nevertheless, to add that, noting that the tentative list of Azerbaijan has not been updated since 2001, in the framework of upstream process, ICOMOS is available, if requested, to assist the state party during any future review process to identify sites which may have stronger potential to demonstrate OUV. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam. I now invite the committee members to express their comments. Poland is the first. The floor is yours. Sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If you don't mind, I would like to use 3 minutes because of the necessity to present our amendments, please. So we have carefully studied the nomination file Historic Center of Shaki with Khan's Palace presented by the state party Azerbaijan and the evaluation of this file by advisory body. The main elements contributing to the value of this property are fusion between the location administrative division in 18th century, industrial silk production in 19th century, and urban landscape. The nomination of Shaki is not about listing important monuments and noble palaces, but understanding the historic urban landscape as a whole, which has survived exceptionally well through the times. The value of the site is a combination of several elements altogether. Their separate comparative analysis with similar sites through neglecting of the historic and geographical context. Fusion of elements and their interconnection is not a proper approach in this case. We share partly the position of ICOMOS and think that only the criteria 2 and 3 are the most relevant for the nomination. In reference to the justification of criterion 2, the 19th century city of Shaki should be understood as an interchange of Persian, Russian, and Caucasian influences which have together provided it with a particular character of its built heritage and its traditions. In reference to criterion 3, Shaki bears an exceptional testimony to cultural and economic traditions that have by now basically become part of the history of the place. We think that within the region, Shaki is particularly significant for having maintained its overall character and integrity as an urban ensemble. The historic urban landscape of Shaki includes not only the historic urban area, but also the surrounding mountain slopes that form an environmentally protected wider setting, thus contributing to its exceptional significance, taking into account the scale and general visual integrity of Shaki. The relatively few modern constructions, such as the hotel and the municipality, being a part of process for social and economic development, cannot be considered to have fully interrupted the continuity of the landscape. However, having said that all above, we share the concerns of ICOMOS regarding the fact that the site has certain problems with conservation and preservation. There is an existing legislation regarding the preservation of this site. However, I believe that still some implementation mechanisms should be further advanced. The state party should implement several measures advised by ICOMOS in close cooperation with them and World Heritage Center. In line with these arguments, our delegation, with support of other countries, believes that the referral decision on this site will recognize the IOV of the site and will provide additional time frame for state party to eliminate all existing concerns regarding the preservation and conservation clearly outlined by ICOMOS. In this regard, our delegation has presented amendments on the relevant draft decision. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Philippines. The floor is yours, Excellency.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. More than its great architecture and important monuments surrounded by mountain slopes, Shaki bears an exceptional testimony to cultural and economic traditions that have become part of its everyday life. It reflects an understanding of the historic landscape of Shaki as a whole, which has survived exceptionally through the times. We believe its unique attributes require us to take a closer look at this nomination and reconsider the recommendations of ICOMOS. At the same time, we note that construction of hotels and development of the municipality are becoming a concern. We would like to request the state party to ensure that proper documentation is carried out and that protection and management systems be effectively implemented. We also consider that the legal protection of the property is adequate, but more protective measures for the core and buffer zones are needed to ensure long-term protection of the site. The amendments also invite the state party to address the issues identified by ICOMOS in the evaluation, especially on how to enhance management systems. Finally, Mr. Chair, we are confident that the state party shall in due course provide the requisite adjustments to bolster this nomination to meet the standards of the convention. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Excellency. Now, Finland. Finland has the floor. Indonesia first. I'm sorry, Indonesia first. Excellency.
I'll try to keep it short. Mr. Chair, thank you for the time. Whilst taking notes on the evaluation of the advisory boards, we are confident that the state party is capable to strengthen the mandate and the resources of management team, adopt the management plan to further conduct a proper implementation and to ensure a long-term protection of the wider landscape setting with a close consultation with the advisory bodies. For that, we support the draft amendment proposed by the distinguished delegation of Poland. Thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador. Now Finland. Finland has the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Finland considers that instead of a referral, this nomination should be given a deferral. This way, the state party could strengthen the comparative analysis and carry out, together with ICOMOS, a more in-depth assessment of the nomination. A deferral would also allow the state party to consider inviting an advisory mission to the property. However, having the amendment submitted by Poland and supported by 10 other committee members in front of me, I have to add that we of course go along with the consensus in this case. Thank you.
Thank you. Portugal. Portugal has the floor, Excellency.
Very briefly, Mr. President, I join what was said essentially by our distinguished Polish and Filipino colleagues. We believe that we must give the state party the opportunity to improve the nomination dossier and to work with ICOMOS in clarifying different perceptions concerning this dossier and to strengthen the nomination of what is indeed a remarkable property. So we believe the nomination should be referred to the state party. I thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador. Kazakhstan, the floor is yours, Madam.
Thank you. Dear colleagues, the historic town of Shaki, with its traditional architectural ensemble of houses, reflected building tradition of Safavid, Qajar, and Russian rule origin, and the wealth originated of silkworm breeding and silk trade. According to our experts, the legal protection in place is sufficient. The management system for the property is of proper quality. The integrity and authenticity of the property, as it was clearly showed by the state party, is adequate, and the protected area contains all attributes related to stated OUV values. However, some problems related with conservation and preservation recognized by distinguished state party should be solved in the nearest future. The relatively modern constructions being part of urban development recognized by ICOMOS as a threat from our point of view, taking into account the largeness of the territory, cannot be identified as interruptive elements of landscape continuity. Therefore, the delegation of Kazakhstan supports the amendment proposed by the distinguished Polish delegation for the referral of the historic town of Shaki nomination in order to give the state party additional time to take into consideration and implement ICOMOS recommendations concerning conservation and preservation. Thank you.
Thank you. Tunisia, the floor is yours.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. La Tunisie a bien examiné les erreurs factuelles relevées par l'État partie de l'Azerbaïdjan et pense que ces corrections apportées sont globalement acceptables. Si bien que les réserves relevées par l'ICOMOS pour ne pas inscrire le bien devraient, à notre avis, être effectivement revues. Donc, convaincu de la justesse de ces erreurs relevées, la Tunisie propose de renvoyer l'inscription de ce bien afin de donner le temps à l'État partie de revoir le dossier afin de mieux l'améliorer et le présenter à une session prochaine. Merci.
Merci. Kuwait, the floor is yours. Yeah.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président. Shaki est un croisement multiculturel, Monsieur le Président. C'est une ville très riche sur le plan multiculturel et le Koweït appuie l'amendement présenté par la Pologne afin de donner la possibilité et le temps suffisant à l'État partie afin d'améliorer son dossier. Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you. The Republic of Korea, Excellency, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We also note the historic significance of the historic town of Shaki, built as a reconstruction of an earlier town after the mud flood in 1772, and its unique importance associated with the culture of farming silkworms. Also, the efforts of the State Party of Azerbaijan to work so closely with all the stakeholders to maintain the authenticity of the property deserve high recognition. We believe this property has enormous potential and value to merit its place on the World Heritage List, and that it should be given time to be revised. Therefore, we support the amendment put forward by Polish delegation and would like to have the property referred. Thank you.
Thank you. Burkina Faso, the floor is yours. Burkina.
Merci. Alors, pour l'examen de ce dossier, la recommandation de l'ICONOS est de ne pas inscrire le bien. Alors, j'ajouterai, en plus de ce que les uns et les autres viennent de dire, que, comme l'a reconnu l'ICONOS lui-même, dans sa déclaration de 2005, la signification d'un monument ou d'un site dépend de son contexte. Ceci est particulièrement vrai dans le cas de Shaki, un centre historique et avec des sites associés. C'est pourquoi nous soutenons la proposition de renvoi et pour l'octroi d'un calendrier supplémentaire pour lui permettre de trouver des solutions aux problèmes qui ont été recensés. Je vous remercie.
Thank you. Angola, the floor is yours. Sir.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Au vu de la prédisposition de l'État partie à collaborer avec ICOMOS et de s'investir dans l'effort d'amélioration des aspects qui ont été soulignés, qui ont besoin d'être améliorés, nous portons, disons, en faveur de la proposition d'amendement qui a été présentée par la Pologne et donc de différer la décision d'inscription de ce site.
Merci. Thank you. Vietnam, the floor is yours.
Mr. Chairperson, we take note of the evaluation report of ICOMOS, but at the same time we see the historic center of Shaki with the Khan Palace is inclusive of all elements regarding its historical significance. So we support the referral of the property for the future exhibition and looking forward for the cooperation between the State Party and ICOMOS. I thank you, Mr. Chairperson.
Thank you. Turkey, Excellency, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
let me say that Anar is a good friend, and I think he should know that I was, as far as I could see, I was the third one to raise the flag, but this is for the sake of my good friend, distinguished colleague.
Thank
to
you.
know.
We are taking this note.
Thank you very much. I agree with all the points raised by the distinguished delegate of Poland and the proposed amendments. Shaki is one of the important centers along the historic trade routes in the region and bears an exceptional testimony to cultural and economic traditions. It is notable that urban morphology, building typology, and materials are eminently the result of such traditions. Various historic buildings are still remaining in Shaki. One of the most important examples is the Han's Palace, of course, which represents an outstanding value with its architectural features and ornamentations. On the other hand, the nominated property faces with some challenges in terms of conservation practices, as well as conservation policies. Special attention should be paid, especially to the ongoing restoration works. A conservation guideline in order to provide standards is essential for the nominated property, and this guideline should also be integrated in a conservation master plan. Developing a monitoring system for the conservation conditions and implementation of the management plan is also required. Considering the fact that the site has an OUV and there is no need for the clarification of boundaries or buffer zone, we propose referral for the nominated property on the basis of criteria 2 and 3. And we believe that existing concerns related to the management and conservation of the nominated property will be achieved soon by the State Party of Azerbaijan. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Excellency. Lebanon.
Thank you,
Ambassador
Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's just to support the amendment proposed by the delegation of Poland. Thank you.
Thank you. The United Republic of Tanzania.
Thank you, Excellency Chair. The United Republic of Tanzania delegation goes along with other distinguished committee members who are for the withdrawal of the nomination dossier.
Thank you. The floor is closed. Now the floor goes to the rapporteur, Mr. Juma. If you could kindly present the amendments.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We have amendment from distinguished delegates from Poland, Kuwait, Tunisia, Philippines, Cuba, Turkey, Kazakhstan, Croatia, Burkina Faso, Republic of Korea, and Zimbabwe. From this two-paragraph draft decision, now we have 4 paragraphs, and paragraph 2 has been amended. Now reads, refer the nomination of Historic Center of Shaki with Khan Palace, Azerbaijan, back to the State Party in order to further advance conservation and preservation of mechanism with a view for their better implementation. And then the addition paragraph 3, 4 is the distinguished member. They can see it from the screen. This is what we have, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. I hope that anyway the situation is clear and we can start with para 1. Shall we go to para 1, please? Para 1 adopted. Para 2 adopted as amended. Para 3 adopted as amended. Para 4 adopted as amended. It means that I can now declare decision 41.8b.20 adopted as amended. Thank you. And we can move on now to item 41.8b.21, draft decision, Croatia, Italy, Montenegro, Venetian works of defense between the 15th and the 17th centuries. I now invite ICOMOS to present the transborder nomination of the Venetian works of defense. Croatia, Italy, and Montenegro. ICOMOS, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning. This is the presentation of the ICOMOS evaluation of the Venetian works of defense between 15th and 17th centuries, the Stato da Terra and to the Western Stato da Mar. This nomination focuses on this period when the Republic of Venice reached its greatest extent of expansion and power. A series of defensive fortifications was established to protect its commercial interests throughout the Stato da Terra or terra firma, protecting the Republic from other European powers to the inland northwest, and the Stato da Mar or Domini da Mar, protecting the sea routes and ports in the Adriatic Sea to the Mediterranean and the Levant. This is a transnational serial nomination by 3 states parties, Italy, Croatia, and Montenegro. And the nominated components are situated both inland, representing the Stato da Terra, and along the coastline to the Mediterranean, representing the western Stato da Mar. Some components of the fortifications of the entrances to Venice itself are also included. There are 15 components in this nomination. The map shows their locations across a span of more than 1,000 kilometers. 7 are located in Italy, starting from the top of the map, the fortified city of Bergamo, the fortified city of Peschiera del Garda, 4 components in the defences of Venice, and the city fortress of Palmanova. 5 components are located in Croatia, starting from the central part of the map and moving south, the defensive system of Zadar, the fort of San Nicola, 2 sites on the island of Hvar, and the fortified city of Kosula. And 3 components are located in Montenegro, the Fort Tamara in Herceg-Novi, the city of Kotor, and the fortified city of Ulcini at the bottom of the map. The World Heritage Committee will recognize that a number of the nominated components are located within existing World Heritage properties or World Heritage buffer zones of properties inscribed for other reasons. This is explained in the ICOMOS evaluation report. The Venetian Republic, or Serenissima, has a longer history than this period alone, centered on its prosperous capital and lagoon. At its peak, the Republic included expansive land and sea networks, with influence along the Dalmatian coast to the Mediterranean and the Levant. From the 15th century, the Venetian Republic became divided into these 2 states, the Stato da Terra and the Stato da Mar. The 16th century was the phase of experimentation and spread of new types of military structures. The introduction of gunpowder led to significant shifts in military techniques and architecture that are reflected in the design of fortifications. These are termed the alla moderna, or bastioned system. The components of this nomination have been selected to demonstrate the transition and operation of the alla moderna defences, laying the foundations of a military culture that would spread throughout Europe in the late 17th century. Firearms dramatically changed military strategies, allowing attacks from greater distance and changing the relationships between ports, cities, and countrysides. The forts needed defence lines to protect the walls and used ditches, water barriers, clearings, and tunnels. Military architecture shifted from the earlier medieval square and round towers that protected the walls of Venetian towns to lower rounded towers, reinforced at their bases by robust earthworks and bastions. Urban forms had changed also to accommodate new types of buildings and layouts. The comparative analysis was the subject of many exchanges between the 3 states parties and ICOMOS. ICOMOS considered that there are anomalies in the way in which the selected components were associated with the 2 territorial spheres and the presented typologies. For example, the ICOMOS World Heritage Panel concluded that the rationale for inclusion of components that demonstrate defensive works in the 15th century had not been sufficiently established, given the focus on the ala moderna defences of the 16th and 17th centuries, and that the typology did not establish a basis for the inclusion of some, but not all, the elements of the defences of Venice itself. Given their long histories, it is unsurprising that many changes have occurred at some of the nominated components, including through wars and conflicts from the Napoleonic, Austrian and Ottoman periods and in the 20th century. Significant impacts are also evident from overly zealous conservation projects, redundant and poorly sited tourism developments, and natural disasters. There are various projects being undertaken by the three states parties to address these where possible, and the understanding of the carrying capacity and sustainable tourism planning is a needed priority at some of the sites. The ICOMOS World Heritage Panel considered that the defensive and trade networks of the Venetian Republic are clearly worthy of representation in the World Heritage List. However, the specific challenge is to determine which sites should be selected. As shown in this summary, ICOMOS concluded that the arguments for all 15 components were not sustained and that criterion 2 was not demonstrated. However, ICOMOS considers that 6 of the 15 nominated components could demonstrate criteria 3 and 4 and the qualifying conditions of authenticity and integrity. These components are listed on the slide: the fortified city of Bergamo in Italy, the fortified city of Peschiera del Garda in Italy, the city fortress of Palmanova, Italy, the defensive system of Zadar in Croatia, the fort of San Nicola in Croatia, and the city of Kotor in Montenegro. These 6 properties also have satisfactory boundaries, protection, conservation and management, although there are a number of aspects that could be strengthened and are the subject of additional recommendations from ICOMOS. In conclusion, ICOMOS recommends that these 6 components of the nominated series of the Venetian works of defence between 15th and 17th centuries, Stato di Terra to the western Stato di Mar, Italy, Croatia and Montenegro, be inscribed on the World Heritage List on the basis of criteria 3 and 4. ICOMOS recommends that all of the remaining components should not be inscribed, with the possible exception of the site of the Fortamar of Herceg-Novi in Montenegro, which could be considered as an extension of this property in the future once the recently commenced studies and conservation works are completed. There are a number of additional recommendations proposed by ICOMOS, but due to the shortness of time, I'll not read them out. They are listed here and in the ICOMOS evaluation report. And of course, ICOMOS is ready to assist the 3 states parties as requested with the implementation of these recommendations. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, ICOMOS. And now I invite the committee members to express their comments. Cuba is the first. Cuba, the floor is yours.
Gracias, señor presidente. El conjunto de elementos que se nos presenta para esta nominación realmente es relevante. En primer lugar, quisiéramos reconocer la coordinación necesaria para trabajar en una nominación como esta. Pero queríamos sobre todo destacar el enorme impacto que tienen los elementos que se fundamentan en esta nominación para los sistemas defensivos que no solo se elaboraron en Europa, sino en América. Bajo esos nuevos criterios de defensa, a partir del desarrollo de las nuevas tecnologías en las armas, en la guerra en general, pues ya existen en la lista del Patrimonio Mundial numerosos ejemplos de etapas posteriores que no son más que la continuación y la implementación en una nueva época y nuevos territorios de las ideas nacidas en ese momento. Cuba apoya la inclusión de este sitio en la lista del Patrimonio Mundial. Gracias.
Kazakhstan, the floor is yours, Madam.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. The history of the expansion of the Republic of Venice is clearly traced in these amazing component sites, which, keeping the spirit of history nowadays, is a basis for cultural flourishing. This is a valuable addition to the World Heritage mosaic. Let me congratulate us all and welcome the efforts ensured by the state parties concerned for the management and protection of this property. Thank you.
Thank you, Turkey. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Turkey is gratified by this nomination. We have probably the longest standing relations with the former Republic of Venice, going back no less than 500 years. We have exchanged ambassadors since the 1600s until the unification of Italy. This relationship was based on close trade and human relations, but was also political at times. The Palace of the Doges, as you know, has huge but as much beautiful paintings describing the conflicts we had during earlier centuries because of the questions arising from domination in the Eastern Mediterranean. But the real directing force has always been ever-enriching central cultural and trade relations. We therefore strongly support the inscription of this dossier as recommended by ICOMOS and congratulate the state parties. Thank you.
Thank you. Portugal, the floor is yours.
Again, very briefly, Mr. President, Portugal supports the inscription of the Venetian works of defense according to the proposal of ICOMOS. But let me stress that the fact that only 6 of the proposed 15 components were considered to have outstanding universal value does not withdraw importance or significance to the property as a whole, which is part of European and world history. We are well aware of the difficulty of developing serial nominations among different countries, and I therefore congratulate Italy, Croatia and Montenegro for preparing and presenting this very well succeeded nomination. I thank you.
Thank you. Philippines, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This was an impressive file, very polished indeed. The Philippines congratulates the states parties of Croatia, Italy, and Montenegro for the inscription of the Venetian works of defense between the 15th and 17th centuries, which is undoubtedly an outstanding example of modern ala military culture. We commend the states party for their relentless efforts in providing cross-cutting legal protection for the site. The Philippines requests the states parties to work closely with ICOMOS in the development of a report that contains adequate documentation of all maps and reconstruction work within the site. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I have 5 respected state parties more. Let me please close the list. And the United Republic of Tanzania has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Tanzania supports the decision to inscribe this property on the World Heritage List and congratulates the state parties of Croatia, Italy, and Montenegro in the inscription of this important site and fully supports the draft decision. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you. Poland, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think that we'll speak very briefly. That would like to warmly congratulate to the state parties for this fruitful international cooperation. This nomination presents important phase in the history of defensive architecture. It also presents exchange influences in different areas of the life as trade, but also its impact to the architecture. So we hope that this cooperation will be continued successfully in the future concerning managing of this site. Thank you.
Thank you, Poland. Jamaica. Jamaica has the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Jamaica congratulates the states parties for submitting an intriguing serial nomination. We fully support the draft decision to inscribe the property under, or rather the serial nomination under criteria 3 and 6. Thank you.
Zimbabwe. The floor is yours, Excellency.
Thank you, Chairperson. Zimbabwe congratulates the state parties of Croatia, Italy, and Montenegro for this serial nomination. We also commend the state parties for the legal, administrative, management instruments that have been put in place since 2015 and we urge the state parties to continue with the coordination and to work together with ICOMOS in strengthening the management and protection of these sites, particularly those areas vulnerable to tourism pressures. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Ambassador. The Republic of Korea, the floor is yours. The Republic of Korea, the floor is yours.
Sorry. Thank you, Mr. Chair. The Republic of Korea will not repeat all the compliments made by the previous speakers. We just would like to happily add our voice to congratulate the state parties of Croatia, Italy, and Montenegro on their successful inscription. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam. So, ladies and gentlemen, if I do not see also an amendment, with your permission, we now go directly to Mr. Juma. Mr. Rapporteur, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We don't have any amendment proposed in this draft decision.
Thank you. If so, I now declare decision 41, Com 8b.21 adopted.
They are there, give them the floor now, otherwise we will not make it.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is visible that it is trans-border inscription. Let me congratulate Croatia, Italy, and Montenegro on behalf of the entire committee for the inscription of this property. And I understand that Italy wishes to take the floor first. So the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Since this is a shared nomination, we would like also to share the speech. So I will start and then I will leave the floor to the distinguished colleagues of Croatia and Montenegro. And let me acknowledge the presence of the Mayor of Bergamo, Mr. Gory, who is here in representation of all the communities involved. And I would like to acknowledge and thanks for the presence also all the other representatives of the communities, the Mayor of Palmanova, Francesco Martinez, the Mayor of Peschiera del Garda, Maria Orietta Gaiulli, and in representation of the region of Lombardy, Cristina Cappellini, the Assessore for Culture. Mr. Chair, distinguished members of the World Heritage Committee and of its consultative organs, today Italy is very happy and proud to see the results of the fruitful cooperation which has been ongoing for years with our friends from Croatia and Montenegro. The Venetian Wars of Defense between 15th and 17th century, Stato da Terra, Western Stato da Mar, bear testimony of the state-of-the-art strategical and technological accomplishment of the Serenissima, which made it possible to build such complex architectural works in perfect harmony with their natural landscapes. These accomplishments go hand in hand with the historical and artistic expansion of the Republic of Venice towards the east. Extraordinary minds and energies were necessary to plan such innovatory defense works, which later became standard models in Europe and in other parts of the world. Please, Croatia.
Thank you. Let me just stress that we have also one citizen of Venetia more. He is at the Presidium, Francesco Bandarian. Croatia, the floor is yours, Excellency.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, distinguished member of the World Heritage Committee and of its consultative organs. I would like to point it to once again that beyond the original defense purpose, these works foster the creation of a network of small multicultural communities based on a trade, on economic exchange, which was way ahead of its time. This stands as a living testimony of its multicultural project. Dear colleagues, transnational candidatures represent a complex part which might sometimes tempt us to stay within our national boundaries when planning new future projects. This result proves that together we can indeed be stronger. Here with us is also Mayor of City of Zadar and also a head of County of Šibenik, Kninska Županija, so they will say thanks.
Dear Chair, distinguished members of the committee, please accept our heartfelt thanks for your warm welcome to our proposal. We are committed, really, to pursuing our close cooperation in order to preserve these precious sites for the future generation in the spirit of a convention. Finally, we would like to give the floor to the Mayor of Bergamo, who represents here all the communities, promoting Kotor and Herzegovina as well, promoting this nomination that works actively and passionately throughout the process. Thank you.
Thank you. Once again, congratulations.
Mr. Chair,
yes.
Distinguished members of the World Heritage Committee and of its consultative organs, I really want to thank you for the prestigious award attributed to the Venetian work of defense of our cities. It is a source of great pride and responsibility for all of us. With this transnational candidacy shared by each of our communities, we aim to express the values of peace and international cooperation that have always been inspiring the work of UNESCO. From today on, our efforts to preserve and enhance this new treasure of world heritage will be even greater. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm not saying that it is the end of fiesta, but let me please just continue. And now we shall start with draft decision 41,8b.22, which is Denmark, Kujataa, a subarctic farming landscape in Greenland. I now invite, it is a different climate as I understand comparing to the Venetian inscription. I now invite ICOMOS to present the nomination of Kujataa, a subarctic farming landscape in Greenland, Denmark. But before I give the floor to Secretariat, Mr. Balsamo, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. We received a factual error notification concerning the evaluation of this nomination, which is to be found on page 51 of the English version of document INF 8B4 and on page 68 of the same document in its French version. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. ICOMOS, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. This is the presentation of the ICOMOS evaluation of Kujataa, Greenland, Norse and Inuit farming at the edge of the ice cap in Denmark. We acknowledge several factual errors and clarifications provided by the State Party. The nominated property is located in the demographic and administrative core of two farming and hunting cultures. Norse peoples from Iceland settled here from the late 10th century to the 15th century, and Inuit European communities farmed in this same area from the 1780s to the present. Over many centuries, these cultures and the dramatic natural and climatic conditions of Kujataa have created a cultural landscape based on farming, grazing, and marine mammal hunting in a marginal environment for farming. The wider landscape is characterized by the ice cap, high mountains, wilderness, and sheltered lowlands that make farming possible. Farming, grazing, and hunting traditions by Norse and Inuit peoples have involved adaptations to the Arctic conditions, deep understanding of environments, and the ability to locate and utilize fertile land. The nominated property consists of 5 components, concentrating around the central part of the Norse settlement. These have been selected to represent the full suite of Norse cultural attributes, such as monumental architecture, farm structures, and dwellings. These same areas have also been the focus of later and continuing phases of Inuit farming, and Tuol Inuit hunter-gatherers have also lived throughout this area. The 5 components are outlined in red on this map, and the buffer zones are shown in blue. One buffer zone is associated with component 1, and the other encompasses components 2 through 5. The history of Greenland is characterized by a series of in-migrations by different cultures, interspersed by long periods, beginning with Paleo-Eskimo hunter-gatherers from North America from 2400 BC. Norse settlers arrived in Greenland from 1000 AD, and the Thule Inuit from the 13th century, so there was a probable coexistence of Inuit and Norse peoples for several centuries. Danish-Norwegian trading posts and Moravian missions were established in Greenland from the 18th century, and it was the Inuit European communities that resumed farming in Greenland in the late 18th century after a 300-year gap. The 5 components are summarized in the ICOMOS evaluation report, and because of the brief period of time to discuss this file, I won't name them one by one. The first component is located near the center of the area's present population. Amongst Norse elements, it contains Bratalid, the settlement of the leader of the first Norse colonists that arrived. The second is Igaliku, which has the largest and most fertile area of agricultural land in Greenland. It features the site of the Episcopal Manor of Gardar, with remnants of a cathedral, complex irrigation system, and large cattle barn. This was Christendom's westernmost episcopal see in the Middle Ages, yet the departure of the Norse from Greenland in the 15th century is not well understood. Modern farming was introduced here, and there are a number of historic buildings with the distinctive Igaliku red sandstone. Component 5 includes the site of Valsi, the most iconic Greenlandic Norse site in Kujataa, including a large dry stone church and a number of other structures. In each of these components, there are traces of both farming histories of Greenland. Modern agricultural activities have changed over time. Hay growing and seasonal patterns of grazing of both cattle and sheep are dynamic land uses as techniques and climates change. The understanding of this proposed property was enhanced considerably through additional information and dialogue with the state party. The ICOMOS World Heritage Panel found that the cultural landscape meets criterion 5, and that the qualifying conditions of integrity and authenticity are met, although integrity is vulnerable due to climate change, intensification of agriculture, and nearby mining, energy, and infrastructure projects. ICOMOS considers that the management of the property is well considered. The boundaries and buffer zones are adequate, but there is insufficient protection provided to the buffer zones, especially in relation to the mining exploration leases throughout these areas. Mining is a significant future economic activity for Greenland, and valuable rare earth minerals and uranium are found here. Mining is not permitted in the nominated components. However, this is not the case for the buffer zones, and there are several leases inside and near the buffer zone boundaries that ICOMOS was advised by the state party about. ICOMOS has concerns about the potential for future conflicts between mining and agriculture, and the nominated components are potentially vulnerable to future mining activities, etc. In conclusion, ICOMOS recommends that this nomination be referred back to the state party in order to further clarify the permitted land uses and to provide specific protective mechanisms in the buffer zones, including protection from mining. Furthermore, ICOMOS has provided some additional recommendations to strengthen the long-term protection and management of this remarkable cultural landscape. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. So it's time to, thank you, Madam, to open the floor. I invite the committee members to express the comments. Turkey, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. Kujataa is another unique representation of humans' use of and adaptation to the nature and formation of its environment, which resulted in emergence and evolving of a distinctive landscape and a farming tradition. As also acknowledged by ICOMOS, the serial approach and the selected components has demonstrated the outstanding universal value already. What we understand from the evaluation is that the mining activities within the buffer zone are considered as having a potential to pose negative impact on the integrity and authenticity of the property. At this point, we are confident that the state party has already showed its willingness and capacity to commit to the recommendations of ICOMOS by definition of a buffer zone during the evaluation stage and already initiating the processes for the works recommended by the draft decision. This position of the state party should be commended firstly. Having considered this nomination together with the English Lake District file, which has similar potential threats in terms of quarrying activities, we recommend the inscription of this property on the basis of criterion 5, while recommending the state party take necessary measures for further improvement of the protection of the property. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Poland. Poland has the floor. Sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We are convinced that Kujataa as a serial property is an outstanding example of human activity and the way of land use as well as settlement in the Arctic based on two distinct farming, animal husbandry and marine mammal hunting cultures. The example of existing remains expressed two cultures of North Greenlandic and Inuit. We want to underline that the North Greenlandic culture in this area represents the earliest introduction of farming to the demanding climate condition of the Arctic, and at the same time, it's the first European settlement in the New World. A distinguished delegation of Turkey said yesterday that assessment of cultural landscape is very demanding. So even more, we would like to congratulate State Party for the preparation of this very complicated nomination. We think that this site deserves for inscription during this session and believe that people of Greenland, with support of Danish government, take to account the recommendations of the advisory body and will carefully monitor the state of conservation of the wider surrounding. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Kazakhstan, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The Kujataa cultural landscape represents an outstanding example of human adaptation to and interaction with the extreme natural environment of South Greenland, demonstrating the unique land use and settlement patterns based on agro-pastoral farming and hunting during two major but disconnected historic periods, resulting in the creation of a distinctive cultural landscape with impressive archaeological remains with modern farmsteads, fields, and pastures. This becomes vulnerable under the impacts of modern industrial development and other irreversible economic and socio-political changes brought to the Greenland's peaceful agro-pastoral life from the modern world. Despite the lack of information on some periods of its history and the need to increase preparedness for the future potential risks, it is our strong conviction that today the property is managed adequately and merits the inscription on the World Heritage List on the basis of criterion 5 as proposed and justified by the state party and presented in our amendment. In our opinion, the possible referral of this nomination as proposed by ICOMOS for the reasons of further research and the necessary improvement of protection and management systems would entail delays that, taking into account the vulnerability of the property and the ongoing preparatory process for the separation of Greenland from Denmark as an independent state, may last for many years and result in the actual sacrifice of this outstanding property to the above-mentioned irreversible changes, thus making its future World Heritage List inscription actually impossible. To the contrary, it would be much easier to continue and finalize the required improvements through the joint efforts of Denmark's national and Greenland's local authorities after the World Heritage List inscriptions. Thank you.
Thank you. Finland, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. Representing a subarctic cultural landscape, this Greenlandic site would be a significant addition to the World Heritage List. The comparative analysis indicates that the property has a strong potential to demonstrate outstanding universal value. It meets criterion 5 and the requirements for authenticity and integrity for the whole series. There is, however, one delicate problem in the nomination that needs to be addressed, which is about the mining concessions in the buffer zone. When the state party nominated the property, no buffer zones were established for the components. This was justified on the basis that all necessary attributes of the cultural landscape were included. However, when ICOMOS asked for a buffer zone, the state party immediately responded by establishing a buffer zone. At the same time, the amount of mining exploration licenses throughout the buffer zones was revealed. We would like to hear from the state party how they respond on the concerns raised by ICOMOS when it comes to handling of the mining concessions and possible infrastructure projects related to them. Thank you.
Thank you. And the last but not least, Tunisia, and after that we go directly to the rapporteur. Tunisia, the floor is yours.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Sur ce bien, ma délégation note l'engagement de l'État partie de s'en tenir aux recommandations de l'ICOMOS pour ne pas accorder de nouvelles licences d'exploitation dans la zone tampon nouvellement créée et éviter ainsi l'impact négatif sur le patrimoine. 2. Pour ne pas autoriser des activités agricoles qui porteraient atteinte aux biens et pour veiller à la bonne conservation des attributs de la VUE, non seulement du bien en question, mais de l'ensemble des autres biens du patrimoine mondial. Nous pensons qu'il faut bien croire l'État partie sur sa bonne volonté affichée de respecter les attributs de la VUE ainsi que la mise en œuvre des mesures de protection et de gestion. Et en ce sens, nous croyons qu'inscrire ce bien maintenant au cours de cette session est une autre manière de le protéger. Nous nous joignons par conséquent à la position d'inscrire le bien sur le critère 5.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me now to pass the floor to Mr. Juma, the rapporteur. Point of order. Finland. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Since I posted a question to the state party, I would very much like to hear them first. Thank you.
Thank you. So the floor goes to Denmark. Denmark, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair, for giving me the floor and for the opportunity on the behalf of the State Party to elaborate on this subject. After having received the evaluation report, the State Party of Denmark and the Government of Greenland have discussed the protection of the buffer zone, and I'm happy to inform you, the committee, of the following. With regards to the licenses for mineral exploration and exploitation and related infrastructure projects, it is important to stress that activities covered by a license granted under the Mineral Resource Act must be performed in accordance to acknowledge best international practice in the area under similar conditions. Activities must be performed appropriately as well as in sound manner as regards to safety, health, the environment, resource utilization, and social sustainability. Environmental protection rules under the Mineral Resource Act aim to prevent, limit, and combat impacts on nature and the environment which could cause damage to natural or cultural heritage values. A license or infrastructure project must respect all existing rights of other parties in the area, and planned activities are submitted to a process of consultation with relevant authorities and other stakeholders before the activity can commence. And among these, the steering group for the heritage site. Moreover, I can inform you that 2 mineral exploration licenses in the buffer zone has recently been relinquished. Following the recommendation of the report, the Government of Greenland is positive towards considering the possibility of not granting new exploration licenses in the buffer zones, including the relinquished areas previously covered by exploration licenses. The Government of Greenland has started a process concerning developing and implementing heritage impact assessment for development proposals in general in the nominated area and in the buffer zone, as in addition to the environmental impact assessment and social impact assessment, which is already being implemented. The State Party is determined to communicate all major projects that could impact the outstanding universal value of the nominated area to the World Heritage Committee and to seek solution to any possible difficulties in close cooperation with the World Heritage Center and advisory bodies. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Finland, would you like to? No. Thank you. So, Mr. Juma, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We have a proposed draft amendment from distinguished delegate of Kazakhstan, Poland, Finland, and Turkey. The paragraph 1 is intact. Paragraph 2 has been amended. The new paragraph read, inscribe Kujataa, Greenland, Norse, and Inuit farming at the edge of ice cap, Denmark, on the World Heritage List on the basis of criteria 5. Following that, we have also paragraph 3, take notes of the following statement of outstanding universal value. And there's outstanding universal value. We have also new paragraph 4, Mr. Chairman. As distinguished member, they can see it from the screen, which I'm not going to read. The original paragraph 4 now become paragraph 5, and we have also new paragraph 6 at the end, which say request the said party to submit to the World Heritage Center by 1st December 2018 a report on the implementation of the above mentioned recommendation. This is what we have as an amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. So let's start to proceed. Para 1. Adopted. Poland wishes to take the floor. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Chairman. We just would like to be sure that there is an information about the provisional statement. It's our fault. I'm sorry. We didn't recognize that. I'm sorry.
What should we add or what should be changed, if you could kindly propose, if I may ask you kindly.
It's okay. It's okay. Thank you. I'm sorry. Thank you. It's okay.
Thank you. So
we have outstanding statement of standing universal value, but only in English for the time being. So it's there, but they are doing French version. Thank you.
Thank you. So para 2 adopted as amended. Para 3, pretty long one. This is the whole saga. Adopted as amended. Para 4. Adopted as amended. And para 5. Adopted as amended. Para 6. Adopted as amended. Let me please declare now decision 41.8b.22 adopted as amended. Let me please congratulate Denmark and the people of Greenland, if I may, on behalf of the entire committee for the inscription of this property. You have now the floor for a brief 2-minute long statement. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. On the behalf of the State Party of Denmark and the Government of Greenland, I wish to thank the World Heritage Committee for the inscribing the Kujataa, Greenland, North and Inuit farming at the edge of the ice cap to the World Heritage List. First of all, I would like to thank the World Heritage Center for good cooperation through the entire nomination process. Furthermore, I would like to express our respect for ICOMOS, their work, knowledge and professionalism. During the nomination process, the state party's awareness of cultural and values of the Norse and Inuit farming landscape was steadily increased, and we hope to believe that the inclusion of this landscape on the World Heritage List will lead to a growing awareness in Greenland, as well around the world of this valuable heritage represented here. The nomination is a result of a remarkable cooperation between officials in both Denmark and Greenland, Greenland National Museum and Archives, politicians and authorities from the municipality of Kujataa, settlement councils, and as well as other local stakeholders. We are proud to take into custody this valuable landscape as World Heritage. We will do our utmost to protect and safeguard Kujataa, Greenland, North and Inuit farming at the edge of the ice cap. And we look forward to our future responsibility of being guidance of this unique chapter of human history. To Greenland, this is a very proud moment. To be able to present a part of our culture to the whole world is amazing and will inspire our coming generation to see and understand their rich cultural origins. With your permission, Chair, I will pass the floor to the municipality of Kujataa. Thank you.
Thank you. On behalf of the Mayor of Kujataa Municipality, Madam Kista P. Isaksen, I would like to thank the World Heritage Committee for granting Kujataa the inscription. Further, I would like to thank the Greenland government, the Danish Ministry of Culture, ICOMOS, and the World Heritage Center for an excellent cooperation within the last many years. We are a small nation in a giant country living under difficult climatic conditions, but though it's rough, we deeply love our beautiful country. And we really appreciate this global recognition of our local culture and the North history. We've been waiting for this moment for the last 15 years. It's been an extensive and long process in which people on lonely farms and villages in our towns have participated in the preparation of the application. And I guarantee that we, the local population of Kujataa, will look and honor our heritage and ensure that the beauty of Kujataa will be preserved for future generations. Further, we would like to welcome you all in Kujataa to experience the Greenland adventure. In our Greenland Inuit language, I would finally like to say thanks to you all. Kujataa.
Thank you. Congratulations. Ladies and gentlemen, and now I would like kindly to ask the distinguished ambassador of Portugal to replace me at this very part of our today's session. Excellency, I would be very grateful if you could take this very seat, please.
We pass on to the next item, and I invite ICOMOS to present the nomination of Taputapuatea, France. ICOMOS, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm now presenting ICOMOS evaluation on Taputapuatea in France. The text of this evaluation can be found at page 173 of the document INF 8B1. Taputapuatea on Raiatea Island is at the center of the Polynesian Triangle, the last part of the globe to be settled by humans. On the point of projecting into the lagoon that surrounds the island is Taputapuatea, a political, ceremonial, funeral, and religious center, part of the complex of sacred sites, spaces called Mahil. Those are sacred, ceremonial, and social spaces that are found throughout Polynesia. Two forested valleys that contain traces of ancient settlement are included in the property, as well as the portions of lagoon and coral reefs and a strip that opens to the sea beyond. A break in the coral reefs faces Taputapuatea Mahil complex. Located on Raiatea Island at the Leeward Island archipelago, The nominated property covers 2,124 hectares, of which 1,223 hectares are on land and 901.1 hectares are on water. At the center of Taputapuatea Maria complex is Maria Taputapuatea itself, 44 meters wide by 60 meters long and paved with slabs of basalt. Taputapuatea is dedicated to the god Oru, and it is the place where the world of the living, TL, intersect the world of the ancestors and gods, Tipu. It also expressed political power and relationships. Other Mari that are part of this complex are Ohio, Okotina, Tiewetu, Overi. Mari Overi stands at the edge of the lagoon, and it is surrounded by a low wall constructed during the 1995 restoration. A large standing stone, Taputapuatea, is in the middle of the Mari, which is the setting for ceremonies that mark the investiture of chiefs. Recent constructions are also present at the site. Papatifutuarufa, a rock platform built in 1995 to display offerings, and commemorative rock placed in 2007. Natural landscape attributes of the property include the peninsula where Taputapuatea Mari complex is located, the forest, agricultural terraces, archaeological terraces of habitation, the sacred mountains such as Tiapatu, Orefatiu, and the valleys Opela, Otapatu. Taputapuatea is a landscape connected to Polynesian myth and founding of the world. It is a common root of their lineage. Polynesians from outside Raiatea hold Taputapuatea as the center of their world. The place names, cosmology, mythology, and history of those places are key expressions of the values of this cultural landscape. This knowledge is held by local communities and shared with Polynesia who come in pilgrimage to ancestral home of Maori civilization. In its evaluation, ICOMOS considers that the comparative analysis justifies consideration of this property for the World Heritage List, that the nominated property meets criteria 3, 4, and 6, as well as the condition of integrity and authenticity. ICOMOS considers that the boundaries of the nominated property and the buffer zone are adequate, and that the legal protection and protective measure for the property are also adequate. The management system for the property is not yet fully developed, but the pieces are being built into place for a complete system of management for the property. ICOMOS considers that the state of conservation and monitoring systems are adequate. In conclusion, ICOMOS recommends that Taputapuatea, being inscribed on the World Heritage List, has a cultural landscape on the basis of criteria 3, 4, and 6. ICOMOS further recommend that the state party give consideration to a number of aspects that, in the interest of time, I will not read out, but they are displayed. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ICOMOS, for your presentation. I now invite members of the committee to express their comments, and I give the floor to Portugal.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Très brièvement, juste pour féliciter très chaleureusement la France et tout particulier la Polynésie française pour ce dossier de nomination très bien préparé et aussi et surtout pour avoir attiré l'attention de ce comité sur ce site remarquable. En effet, beaucoup plus qu'un site ou un paysage, Taputapuatea est un exemple exceptionnel de la relation étroite entre le patrimoine matériel et immatériel et leur croisement harmonieux. Le Portugal est ainsi très heureux de soutenir fortement l'inscription de ce site sur la liste du patrimoine mondial. Et à nouveau, bravo la Polynésie française et bravo la France. Merci.
Merci beaucoup. La Turquie.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, most esteemed colleague.
Turkey wishes to commend the State Party of France for nominating Taputapuatea, the ancient cultural and political center for the Maori civilization of eastern Polynesia, as an exceptional cultural landscape with a sacred mountain, forests and archaeological remains in 2 valleys, and a seascape consisting of the lagoon, the coral reef and the oceanic band. As such, the property is a remarkable demonstration how interlinked could be the natural and cultural attributes, including unique seafaring and oral traditions and values we attribute to our living environments. And this has been very delicately expressed in the nomination dossier. Equally well demonstrated is the centrality to the modern revival of the way of life that has produced this exceptional cultural landscape as an intersection of the world of the living and dead of the ancestors and gods for the Maori. The spiritual aspect of the property and the millennial-long continuity in the use of the site through transformative changes are gentle reminders of the difficulties involved in the preservation of cultural landscapes. By taking all the necessary measures, we try to ensure that all the attributes that reveal their value for all humanity are protected, however, without museumifying these landscapes, especially not for the visitors whose presence after inscription on the World Heritage List is another challenge for the continuity of the traditional uses. Trusting in the success of the participatory management model in practice against these challenges, Turkey supports inscription of Taputapuatea on the World Heritage List under the criteria 3, 4 and 6. Thank you.
Je vous remercie. Le Koweït.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Le Koweït soutient l'inscription de ce paysage culturel exceptionnel qui se caractérise par des vestiges archéologiques, en particulier des marais tombes au vert à ciel, fabriqués avec des pierres et coraux. Il s'agit d'un bien sacré de culture maori, témoigne de la richesse et de la complexité des traditions de cette civilisation étonnante. Ce paysage, Monsieur le Président, mérite d'être inscrit et doit enrichir la liste de la patrimoine mondial et je félicite la France. Merci.
Je vous remercie and I give the floor to Tanzania.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I wish to join fellow committee members to congratulate France on the inscription of the property to the World Heritage List, noting its outstanding real estate and associative cultural landscape and seascape under criteria 3, 4, and 6. It's the hope of the Tanzanian delegation that the recommendations made by ICOMOS along the decision to inscribe the site will be taken into implementation to ensure continuity of the outstanding universal value of the property. Thank you.
I thank you, and now I give the floor to the Philippines.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Taputapuatea dans la Polynésie française est un monde maritime qui est assez complexe et inhabituel. Cette région historique peut avoir ses racines dans la culture austronésienne et donc avec l'Asie du Sud-Est même, dont les Philippines appartiennent. Ce qui reste encore à Taputapuatea de point de vue archéologique est très important et certainement doit être protégé. Donc, on recommande que le site soit inscrit sur la liste de patrimoine mondial. Les Philippines vous félicitent. Chapeau, Monsieur le Président.
Merci. The floor is now to Zimbabwe. You have the floor.
Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon all. Zimbabwe congratulates the State Party of France for this exceptional nomination. The recommended inscription of the property on the basis of criterion 3, 4, and 6 has been adequately demonstrated, whilst the tangible values of the site, that is archaeological sites and places associated with oral tradition, and the intangible factors, that is origin stories, ceremonies, and traditional knowledge, make the property an exceptional example of the rare juxtaposition between continuing ancient and traditional values and contemporary or modern values of the people. It is also noteworthy that the advisory bodies are satisfied with the boundaries of the property and buffer zone, with the latter showing no evidence of any elements that should be included within the property. Appropriate management and protection systems are also in place, while additional mechanisms to strengthen existing systems are being developed. In view of the nomination's ability to satisfy the requirements of the World Heritage Convention's operational guidelines, Zimbabwe is in support of the draft decision 41.8b.23 to inscribe Taputapuatea on the World Heritage List during this session. Thank you.
I thank you very much. Now I give the floor to Jamaica.
Thank you, Chair. Jamaica thanks the State Party of France for bringing this nomination before the committee. The property is an exceptional cultural landscape, which is a political, ceremonial, funerary, and religious center demonstrating over 1,000 years of traditional use. Jamaica encourages the State Party to follow through with the recommendations of ICOMOS, especially related to the management implementation and additional research on geomorphology. Jamaica congratulates France on this inscription. Thank you.
I thank you, and I give the floor to Korea. Ambassador Lee, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The Republic of Korea heartily congratulates the State Party of France on this inscription. Taputapuatea is an outstanding example of a mare built by the Maori people from 14th to 18th century. The mare complex and the archaeological sites testify the long history of Maori civilization. With the strong physical archaeological evidences, the property symbolizes the origins of Polynesian people, connecting them with their ancestors. We believe the State Party of France will continue its endeavors to preserve the sites of memory, which gives testimony to the ancient Maori civilization, to protect the mare and preserve the terrestrial and marine environments. Congratulations again. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Cuba, tiene usted la palabra.
Gracias, señor presidente. El sitio que se nos presenta realmente es una contribución importante a esa representatividad y credibilidad de la lista, teniendo en cuenta la región en la cual se encuentra. Solamente quisiéramos felicitar al Estado parte por esta excelente nominación y técnicamente inmejorablemente presentada. Gracias.
Pues agradezco a la Tunisie.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. En réalité, l'ordre dans lequel ma délégation prend la parole ne peut que me donner l'occasion de nous souscrire donc à ce jugement concerté de l'ensemble des membres du comité. Et donc, nous félicitons l'État partie de ce projet d'inscription qui apparemment jouit donc du soutien de tout le monde. Merci. Voilà.
Merci beaucoup. Poland, you have the floor.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Taputapuatea illustre le développement exceptionnel de durée de 1000 ans de Maori civilisation avec des exemples extraordinaires d'architecture. C'est pourquoi la Pologne appuie très fortement l'inscription sur la liste du patrimoine mondial. On félicite fortement la France pour cette nomination. Merci.
Merci beaucoup. Comme il n'y a pas eu de questions adressées à ICOMOS, on peut passer au stade suivant. Donc, je demanderai à notre rapporteur s'il a reçu des amendements à la décision proposée.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Je n'ai pas reçu d'amendement pour ce projet de décision. Merci.
Merci beaucoup. Si étant le cas, et s'il n'y a pas d'autres commentaires ou d'autres questions, je déclare la décision 41 comme 8B.23 adoptée. Et avec toutes mes félicitations, je donne la parole à la France. Ambassadeur Stefanini, vous avez la parole.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président. Merci au Comité du patrimoine mondial et à tous ses États membres, en particulier ceux qui viennent de s'exprimer. Merci à l'ICOMOS pour cette inscription d'un site dont vous comprenez que c'est d'abord un site sacré, mais que c'est également un site de rayonnement culturel et de rayonnement politique pour l'ensemble du Pacifique. Donc je voudrais maintenant donner la parole au président Édouard Fritsch, président de la Polynésie française, qui nous fait l'honneur à tous d'être présent avec une délégation polynésienne parmi nous. Monsieur le Président, c'est à vous.
Monsieur le Président, Mesdames et Messieurs les membres du Comité, Vos Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs, e hara hoi te atea e te aano te atea. Ia tua tapapa te parau no te ie pūmarae. Je tiens au nom des Polynésiens, des habitants de l'île sacrée de Raiatea, bien évidemment à vous exprimer notre émotion, notre fierté, notre joie et toute notre gratitude pour la reconnaissance mondiale du paysage culturel Taputapuatea, patrimoine de l'humanité. Maruru Maitai. Cette reconnaissance est pour notre Fénois un moment capital, un moment historique qui consacre une civilisation polynésienne extraordinaire, celle de nos pères. Ces navigateurs aux étoiles qui partirent de Taputapuatea, centre et terre mythique de haute spiritualité, en emportant une pierre de fondation, un tapu, sur le grand vaste océan Pacifique de Moana Ohiva. Nos pensées vont aux peuples frères du Pacifique, car ce paysage culturel est aussi le leur, tout comme cette reconnaissance mondiale est leur reconnaissance. Et nous la partageons, tout comme la fraternité polynésienne, son accueil légendaire et notre souhait de faire triompher aujourd'hui les valeurs universelles de paix, de partage et de préservation de toutes les cultures premières sur tous les continents. Le prestigieux sésame qui vient de nous être décerné est un signe fantastique, mais également un défi. Nous nous engageons à préserver et transmettre à nos enfants et aux générations futures, mais également au monde, ce bien ancestral, ce trésor qui est avant tout vivant et que nous voulons partager avec l'humanité tout entière. Merci à la France pour y avoir cru avec nous. Merci à la Pologne pour son accueil et son hospitalité. Merci aux honorables membres du comité, aux représentants des États membres, à votre confiance et finalement aux hommes et aux femmes qui ont fait aujourd'hui d'un rêve une réalité. Maruru i te mau tupuna, tomato mo tupuna no Taputapuatea. Maruru i te atua, i te ua o to ue mau tawini, no te ie taho e a tomato. I mua i te ie tapura, tapura o hupa, ia i te ta ue mau tamari, no hea mai oe, o vai hoi tato i te iemhana, e turamara, i tōna ara te no ananhei. Yaura o Taputapuatea, yaura te mau nuna mahui, yaura UNESCO.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président. Recevez encore les félicitations du comité. Je m'excuse. Monsieur l'ambassadeur Stefanini, est-ce qu'on pourrait poursuivre les félicitations et les réjouissances en dehors de la salle?
Merci beaucoup.
Bon, je demande, nous poursuivons nos travaux et j'invite, nous passons à la Germany Case with the Other Side Ice Age Art And I would like to invite ICOMOS to present this nomination, but before that, I give the floor to the Secretariat. Mr. Balsamo, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. We have received a fatal error notification concerning the evaluation of this nomination from Germany, which is to be found on page 74 of the English version of INF 8 before, and on page 52 of the same document in its French version. Thank you.
Thank you. And ICOMOS, you have the floor now.
Thank you, Chairperson. This is the presentation of the ICOMOS evaluation of caves and Ice Age art in the Swabian Jura in Germany, where ICOMOS acknowledges several factual errors and clarifications provided by the State Party. These caves have preserved archaeological deposits with cultural material from the Aurignacian period and provide a rich testimony to the lives of the first modern humans in Europe. 6 caves, located only a few kilometres away from each other, contain items such as carved figurines, musical instruments, and items of personal adornment. Located in southern Germany, there are 2 components, each with 3 caves. The caves are found in karst landforms. The cave entrances are found in the valley slopes, and the interiors have layers of soils containing archaeological deposits. Although materials found in the caves date to a larger time span, and all are significant in research terms, it is the Aurignacian period deposits that are the focus of the State Party's justification for outstanding universal value. The Aurignacian tradition in Europe dates from 43,000 to 33,000 years ago and features distinctive stone tool forms. In these 6 caves, there is also evidence for symbolic cultural practices in the form of carved beads, decorative pendants, and figurative art. The first component is located in the Ach River Valley. Its 3 caves contain both excavated and unexcavated deposits. Materials from these caves include animal figurines, beads, pendants, and 3 flutes crafted from ivory and bird bones. A small lion man figure and female statuette have been recovered from the Hurler Fells cave in this component. The second component is located in the Lone River Valley. 2 caves contain unexcavated and excavated deposits, whereas one, the Vogelherd cave, was fully excavated in the 1930s. For this site and several others within the nominated property, the spoil cave deposits from early excavations have been recently re-excavated with the recovery of further finds. An Archaeopark Interpretive Centre is located in this component, and there is a museum nearby that also provides interpretation and education programs about the caves. Over 30 separate excavation projects have occurred within these caves, including several long-term projects. The first investigations began in the 1870s, and many excavations took place in the 20th century, although current programs are only active in the Hurler Fells cave. The caves and their entrances have been documented using laser scanning and photogrammetry. As mentioned, there are a wide range of artifacts and some of the oldest figurative art and musical instruments worldwide. The figurines depict species of animals that lived in the Ice Age environments, such as cave lions, mammoths, birds, horses, cattle, and fish. Also depicted are half-human, half-animal creatures, and there is one statuette of a female human form. The comparative analysis was aided by the World Heritage Study on Human Evolution, Adaptation, Dispersals and Social Development, known as HEADS. While the ICOMOS World Heritage Panel did not find that the nominated property met Criterion 1, Criterion 3 is justified as the caves and their rich contents provide an exceptional testimony to the first modern humans to settle in Europe north of the Alps. The qualifying conditions of authenticity and integrity are demonstrated. ICOMOS considered that the boundaries and buffer zone for this property are appropriate, and the legal protection, conservation and management are adequate. The main threats are visual impacts from nearby development, especially current and future wind power installations, Visitor pressure is not currently a threat, but could increase and requires monitoring. In conclusion, ICOMOS recommends that the caves and Ice Age art in the Swabian Jura, Germany, be inscribed on the World Heritage List on the basis of Criterion 3. A number of additional recommendations have been provided concerning future research, documentation, enhanced presentation and protection, and these are outlined on the slide. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, ICOMOS. And now I invite the committee members to express their comments. And I give the floor to the representative of Zimbabwe.
Thank you, Chairperson. Zimbabwe notes with satisfaction that the submission by Germany for the committee to inscribe the caves of the oldest ice age is being supported by the advisory body. The recommendation that this inscription be approved on the basis of criteria 3 is appropriate, as we have seen from the evaluation that the criteria adequately supports the property's outstanding universal value. The art that underpins the heritage we are requested to inscribe is a product of the modern humans who first arrived in Europe during the Ice Age, and the Swabian Jura in the southern Germany was one of the areas that these people made home. Mr. Chairperson, the State Party has done archaeological research at this property for many years, and we are satisfied that this property fits and should join the World Heritage List. Zimbabwe therefore supports fully the inscription of this property on the World Heritage List.
Thank you very much, Zimbabwe. And now I give the floor to Jamaica.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Jamaica congratulates the State Party of Germany for the inscription of the caves and Ice Age art in the Swabian Jura under Criterion 3. Jamaica encourages the State Party to consider the recommendations from ICOMOS and again extends congratulations for this spectacular inscription. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Korea, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The Republic of Korea joins other previous speakers in extending our hearty congratulations to the State Party of Germany on the inscription of caves with the oldest Ice Age art on the World Heritage List. We highly recognize the nominated property provides an exceptional testimony to the Upper Paleolithic culture in Europe. Through the artifacts and the surrounding landscape from the site, we can understand how the first modern humans settled in Europe and the origins of human artistic development. With regard to the management of the site, we do hope the State Party continues its effort to keep balance between research and conservation on the site as recommended by this committee. Congratulations once again. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now Tanzania.
Thank you, Chair. Tanzania notes the outstanding universal value of the property and its diverse expression of cultural heritage of more than 40 millennia as demonstrated through the distinct caved figurines, musical instrument and item of personal adornment on the property. It is on the basis of this argument that under Criteria 3 that Tanzania support the inscription of this property on the World Heritage List. Tanzania further align with the view of the advisory body that recommend the development of a documentation database to include data on the caves, the finds and all excavations that have taken place as a measure to retain the outstanding universal value of the property. Tanzania has therefore no doubt regarding the authenticity and management regime of the property and therefore support the inscription of this property. Once again, Chairperson, Tanzania congratulated the German for the inscription of the property in the World Heritage List. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And the Philippines, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Germany's dossier is impressive in terms of documentation and content, given the range and scale of the archaeological research that informs it. The artifacts recovered from these caves are impressive and represent both symbolic art and a belief system of human behavior that date as far back as 43,000 years. So far, the artifacts, figurines, and musical instruments recovered from these cave sites are of great historic import and deserve international recognition. Hence, the Philippines fully supports Germany's Caves with the Oldest Ice Age Art to be included in the UNESCO World Heritage List. Herzliche Grüße. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. And now we have Poland.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Caves and age art in Swabian Jura provides an exceptional testimony to the culture of the first modern humans to settle in Europe. Its unique concentration of archaeological sites with some of the oldest figurative art and the oldest music instruments yet to be found worldwide. So we would like to strongly support the inscription on the World Heritage List and warmly congratulate State Party for preparing this nomination. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Q8, you have the floor. Q8? Yalla, you have the floor.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Seulement, je voudrais dire facilement, le Koweït félicite l'Allemagne pour les efforts, franchement, et en plus pour cet magnifique site. Merci.
Merci beaucoup. Et je dois... Oh, Kazakhstan. You have the floor, sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is just to congratulate Germany with the inscription of this property and to thank also advisory bodies for their evaluation materials. Thank you.
Thank you. Let me thank colleagues for the steady pace of very succinct interventions, and I think that we are gaining some time. Let's keep it up like that. Now, I didn't hear any questions addressed to ICOMOS, so I think we can move on to the next stage, and I'll be asking our rapporteur if he has received any amendments on this resolution. You have the floor.
Thank you, Chairman. On my side also, you don't have any amendment on this draft decision.
Okay, good. So if there are no more comments or objections, there are none. I declare decision 41.8b.24 adopted. And before further manifestations of enthusiasm, let me congratulate Germany on behalf of the entire committee for the inscription of this property, to which I add my own personal congratulations. And I'll ask Dr. Böhmer, would she like to have the floor? The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for reaching this decision. We are most delighted. The caves and Ice Age art in the Swabian Jura region document an important phase in the earlier history of humankind. Figurative representations and musical instruments from the period of 40,000 to 31,000 BC bear witness to this era. Indeed, this site closes a gap on the World Heritage List. I would like to thank the World Heritage Committee, as well as ICOMOS and the World Heritage Center for their support during the evaluation process. Allow me also to offer my express thanks to those who, over the course of many years and with unceasing passion, patience and great persistence, conducted research and advocated the site to be recognized. And so I am delighted to give the floor to the representatives of the Cultural Heritage Authorities of Land Baden-Württemberg. Please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Minister of State, dear Mr. Chair, dear Secretariat, dear advisory bodies, dear members of the World Heritage Committee. The federal state of Baden-Württemberg is extremely happy about the decision to inscribe the caves and ice art in the Swabian Jura on the World Heritage List. This is the first World Cultural Heritage Site in Germany which is dated to the Ice Age and belongs into the context of human evolution. We highly value this fact and it makes us very proud. This property belongs to the most important places of prehistory, not only regarding Germany and Europe, but for humanity worldwide. Thanks to a long-lasting research tradition of over 100 years, we are today able to gain insights into the early development of what researchers call cultural modernity. Caves and Ice Age art in the Swabian Jura bear an exceptional testimony to the cultural tradition of early modern humans and are an expression of the earliest art and music of mankind. We guarantee to do our very best to protect and preserve this outstanding heritage in the sense of the UNESCO and in the name of the worldwide community. In this context, I am delighted to announce that the approval procedures for all planned wind farms near the property have been completed. They have all been rejected so that none of these wind power plants will be built. I would like to thank all parties involved in the nomination process, as well as the advisory bodies and members of the HEADS program for their invaluable support, and many thanks to the World Heritage Committee for the inscription. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And again, congratulations on behalf of all the committee members. And now let us move to the next item, which concerns Poland, Tarnowskie Gory lead silver zinc mine and its underground water management system. I invite ICOMOS to present this nomination, but before that, I give the floor to the Secretariat. Mr. Balsamo, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. We have received a notification for factual errors in the evaluation of the advisory body for this nomination, which is to be found on page 96 of the English version of document INF8 before, and on page 112 of the same document in its French version. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Before I give the floor to ICOMOS, I'll give the floor to the Director of the Center for an announcement. You have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. We will continue a little bit longer to advance because we have still 10 nominations and 13 boundary modifications to discuss today. So we have interpretation at least, Mr. Chair, until perhaps 1:30, so we can advance a little bit more. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Now, ICOMOS, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm now presenting the ICOMOS evaluation of Tarnowskie Gory lead silver zinc mine and its underground system in Poland. ICOMOS has acknowledged some of the errors highlighted in the letters received, as well as clarifications in this regard. The nominated property includes the entire underground mine with its dewatering system made up of drainage tunnels and secondary drainage system, which were developed in the 15th up to early 17th century and further expanded in the late 18th up to the early 20th century. The mining system includes above-ground elements that are connected with the underground part via shafts. The property is located in Upper Silesia, southern Poland, in one of the major historic mining regions in Europe, other ones being the Arts and the Erzgebirge, with which Upper Silesia shares similarities in terms of technological and historical development, although exhibiting different geomorphology. The mining basin of the property features a relatively low deep stratigraphy and then horizontal orientation. Due to the geological structure of the region, the ore lodes occur horizontally rather than vertically oriented. These geological features give rise to relatively superficial underground aquifers and the tendency to retain water, influencing mining and particularly the watering strategy that were applied for the extraction of the ore. While superficial ore lodes could be exploited with relatively simple technology, and this was the case in the 15th and up to the 16th, 17th century, deeper ones pose substantial difficulties in relation to water abstraction,
and began to be exploited only in the late 18th century with the introduction of steam engines imported from the United Kingdom and later adapted in Prussia. The water management system is formed by adits dug at different depths, later connected via two main adit systems: the Friedrich Mine Northern or Central system that was built between the late 18th and early 19th century, and the Friedrich Mine Southern adit system developed in the early 19th century that discharged their waters in the Stola and Drama rivers respectively. The property is nominated for its significant contribution to lead mining in the 15th and 16th century, and subsequently zinc supply in the 19th and early 20th century. The underground hydraulic system is presented by the State Party as a masterpiece of human creative genius, reflecting 300 years of efforts to dewater the mine, initially by gravity and then through the use of steam engine, based on pumping machines that were adapted from UK, as explained before. Water resource depletion and lowering of water table induced to adapt the dewatering system to supply potable and industrial water to the city at the end of the 18th and through the 19th century. ICOMOS observed that removing underground water is a common issue in mining sites. However, the adaptation of mine dewatering to create a water supply system could be seen as promising, but needed further comparative work and further documentation on potential supporting attributes. The State Party provided additional information and graphic material, and some of this material is represented by the three-dimensional sketches that have been exposed in the presentation, and then augmented comparative analysis, by which the State Party concluded that no steam-powered waterworks for water supply integrated into a mining context was identified in the world. ICOMOS, however, found that this conclusion could not be considered fully satisfactory, especially because other examples exist of the use of the steam engine machine in mining and water supplying contexts, and because of the physical evidence presented in the dossier to illustrate this aspect did not appear sufficient at this stage. The property has been proposed on the basis of criterion 1, 2, 3, and 4. ICOMOS has unanimously considered that criterion 1 was not justified in this case, although already applied for technological properties, because technologies were mainly transferred from other mining regions and were adapted locally, and comparatively, the surviving tangible evidence was not sufficient to support this criterion. The justification for criterion 3 suggested that the property bears witness to a mining tradition lasting 500 years. However, little is known and seemed to survive from the first phase of the mining exploitation. On the other hand, criteria 2 and 4 were found not yet demonstrated but promising with regard to the value interchange and adaptation of the watering to create a public water supply system if further tangible attributes could be presented and documented. Factors that affect the property include structural weaknesses of the bedrock and potential urban development, to prevent which an additional layer of national protection is now underway. To conclude, ICOMOS did not find comparison conclusive at this stage, and integrity and authenticity not met yet. But further investigation and documentation may increase the capacity to demonstrate at least some of the aspects of the proposed justification. The boundaries of the nominated property were considered to need some adjustment, and the State Parties has offered to do so. The buffer zone is adequate for the purpose, although not all elements currently protected under the national law, but the State Party has activated this process, which is under completion. The buffer zone enjoys protective measures, however, some clarification were necessary with regard to those that are not included within the Natura 2000 site. The major issues from the perspective of ICOMOS concern the level of documentation of the attributes, especially those underground, for which a substantial research program, including archaeology and 3D survey, would be needed. The management system is in place, and an adequate management plan has been adopted. ICOMOS, for these reasons, recommends that the property is deferred in order for the state party to recover the nomination on the ground of further research and documentation to build a robust case for the heritage listing, deepen the description of the property and its attributes based on additional documentation, and further expand the comparative analysis. There are also some other ancillary specific recommendations, but for which some of them the state party has already been proactive. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I can also now invite the committee members to express their comments, and I would appreciate if we could, as we have been doing, keep those comments to the strictest necessary dimension. Turkey, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We congratulate the State Party for the elaborate nomination dossier and for the well-prepared management plan. We also appreciate the State Party's approach to the category of the nomination, as they preferred to nominate it as a single property in order to avoid an artificial division for the sake of a better presentation and management. Tarnowskie Gory is a unique example of an industrial architecture and technology together with its underground and above-ground components. We cannot agree with the view that the property should be inscribed limitedly onto the underground parts. Likewise, we find the discussion of what divides uniqueness from exceptionality maybe not superfluous, but not indispensable at this stage. Comparative analysis runs after all such abstract but essential features like rarity, distinctiveness, exceptionality, etc. Poland has conducted a comparative analysis which is quite broad and systematic. Although the property is recommended for inscription as a system as a whole, proposals for further analysis focusing on separate features like the length of the adits, functioning of the pumping system, use of steam engine, etc. Also considering that industrial heritage is one of the least represented categories on the World Heritage List, Poland's work on this analysis should be appreciated as the properties of similar characteristics are already limited. In this understanding, we are of the view that the construction of a well-functioning mining system within a technically challenging flat terrain is a testimony to human genius and creativeness. The property as such is a unique example of an industrial complex. We therefore recommend the immediate inscription of the property on the World Heritage List on the basis of criteria 1 and 4. Thank you.
I thank you. We have a long list. Korea, you have the floor.
Very briefly, Mr. Chair. The Republic of Korea recognized that Tarnowskie Gory mine is a very unique type as an underground mine. Also, authenticity and the integrity of the site as a mine in the modern period are highly recognizable. In particular, the property keeps intact a large-scale underground water management system of the historic mine, which has a full potential OUV. Although ICOMOS expresses some concerns about the legal protective measure, we'd like to appreciate endeavors made by the state part of Poland to achieve progress. Therefore, the Republic of Korea would like to strongly support the amendment proposed by Turkey. And finally, once again, many congratulations to Poland and the people of Poland on the inscription of this very meaningful property. Thank you.
We have not yet inscribed it, Ambassador. Now the Philippines.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The birthplace of the ore mining and an important industrial center, the Tarnowskie Gory-led silver zinc mine and its underground water management system is truly of great historical significance in Upper Silesia, Central Europe, and the world. We believe that the property satisfies the following. Criterion 1, on the grounds that it demonstrates human creative genius in turning the unwanted presence of water in the mines into an opportunity to supply water to towns and industries. Criterion 2, on the grounds that it exhibits pioneering technical interchanges and transfers of technology between this region, continental Europe, and Great Britain. Criterion 3, on the ground that it bears witness to the wider technological and industrial culture of Silesia and of the 500-year-old multicultural mining tradition of the area. Excuse me. And criterion 4, on the ground that Tarnowskie Gory is a unique technical complex that combines mining operations and water supply development in the Silesian context between the 16th and 20th centuries. Hence, we welcome the amendments submitted to the draft decision. Inscription of the property shall no doubt further strengthen the protection of this valuable cultural heritage. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. Now, Azerbaijan, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Tarnowskie Gory is the best and most significant property that is representative of much larger regional group of mines that exploited this classic European metallogenic province. The comparative analysis was broad-scale and multi-level, all important aspects taken into account. The comparative analysis strongly demonstrated the exceptional significance and unique character of this nominated property in its national and international context. Regarding of authenticity, we would like to mention that the cultural value of the nominated property is reliably and credibly expressed and makes significant contribution to outstanding universal value. Regarding protection and management of the property, we would like to add that we have a very specific site that requires a specific approach. Stakeholders declared in the nomination dossier and management plan submitted at the time of nomination have successfully and effectively managed the entire underground system to sustain its original function and high standard of state of conservation for considerable time. Protection is via an effective mix of national and local embedded in legislation and adopted plans. The property under singular state ownership and operational management. Boundaries are delineated to include all the essential attributes that support the historical and geographical spatial integrity as well as structural and functional integrity of the system. We could strongly say outstanding universal value of the site is present in the underground and above ground mining water management technical ensemble that dates from the late 18th to the early 20th centuries. Azerbaijan is in a favor to inscribe this property into the World Heritage List on the criteria 1 and 4. Thank you.
Thank you. Croatia, you have the floor.
Thank you. Well, Croatia supports the inscription under criteria 1, 2, and 4. In summary, we have observed, once again, critical flaws within the advisory body recommendation, mostly based on an opinion regarding the comparative analysis and its impact upon respective justification criteria that are said not to have yet been met. Poland has given a response to those requests and in its diligent factual errors report convinced us that the comparative analysis was indeed conclusive as to the exceptionality of the property. Regarding the justification for criteria, we are of the firm view that criteria 1, 2, and 4 have been met, but agree with the advisory body that 3 has not been met yet. We further agree with such recommendations as they have been outlined, except a really unusual request for 3D scanning of the entire underground property, my God. That is a very extensive and active water system. This surely is prohibitive in terms of time and cost. And I understand from the responses of the state party that they already have full and accurate plans for the property. We therefore see no valid purpose in this recommendation. Again, we support the inscription under criteria 1, 2, and 4. Thank you.
Merci, la Jamaïque.
Apologies, Chair. Jamaica commends Poland for the submission of this nomination.
Having reviewed the nomination file carefully, we note the property is the largest of its kind in Poland, with an underground and above-ground mining water supply system that represents a unique technical ensemble of metal mining and water management. This industrial nomination fills a gap in the World Heritage List, and therefore Jamaica supports its inscription on the criteria 1, 2, and 4, as indicated in the draft decision. We encourage the state party to work with the World Heritage Center and ICOMOS in the recommendations provided. Thank you.
All right, thank you. And now I give the floor to Indonesia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will be very brief. Having read the nomination carefully, we are confident that this nominated property has a high possibility to be inscribed to World Heritage List. We recommend the state party to conduct further consultation with Secretariat and the advisory body to develop an archaeological investigation program focusing on the mining landscape and to consider the addition of historic water tower to the property. So, Indonesia supports the draft amendment proposed by the distinguished delegate of Turkey.
I thank you, and now I give the floor to Angola.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We'd like to go straight to the point here. Angola also supports the proposed amendment by Turkey, but we'd like to ask a question to the state party, if it would be possible to provide the reasoning and the significance of adding the historic water tower, and also if ICOMOS could provide some information on that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now I'll give the floor to Vietnam.
Mr. Chairman, Vietnam wants to commend the works that have been done by the state party in proposing the nominated properties, as well as its commitment in the efforts in assuring the management and conservation of the site. We join other distinguished speakers and support the inscription of the Tarnowskie Gory in the World Heritage List. We also want to ask the state party to work with the World Heritage Centers and advisory bodies for the recommendation provided. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, and now I give the floor to Kuwait.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Ma délégation note que le gouvernement polonais a pris en considération les recommandations sur le site et assuré l'accomplissement de toutes les conditions requises, ce qui rend ce site qualifié pour l'inscription sur la liste du patrimoine mondial. Selon les critères 1, 2, 3 et 4, ce site représente un exemple exceptionnel d'un réseau minier historique à grande échelle. Enfin, nous félicitons l'État parti pour ses efforts et nous soutenons l'inscription de ce bien. Merci.
Merci beaucoup, le Koweït. Kazakhstan.
Thank you, Mr. President. Recognizing the importance and the uniqueness of the property, Kazakhstan supports the necessity for its further capacity improvement as proposed by ICOMOS. At the same time, we underline that the nominated property contains all the elements that are necessary to express its outstanding significance. We consider that justification of the OUV is fully applicable to the nominated property. The management plan as well as monitoring system are adequate and well developed. Our national experts second ICOMOS' positive evaluation of the defined boundaries and the buffer zones. Among other positive factors is that for the most part, site doesn't suffer from uncontrolled threats. We believe that further careful documentation and investigation as requested by ICOMOS will be implemented by the distinguished state party to increase capacity to demonstrate the proposed integrity and the authenticity justification. Given that Kazakhstan would like to propose to the committee to consider the inscription of the site to the World Heritage List at this session. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Kazakhstan, Cuba. Tiene usted la palabra.
Gracias, señor presidente. Cuba apoya la inscripción de este sitio en la lista. Solo nos quedaría alguna duda con relación al criterio 1. Y en tal sentido nos gustaría, en primer lugar, preguntar al órgano consultivo si su valoración de que no lo reúne es definitiva, o es realmente la necesidad de más información con relación a la justificación del criterio 1? Y en segundo lugar, el Estado aparte sí estaría en disposición de profundizar en ese criterio. Gracias.
Muchísimas gracias. Zimbabwe, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Chairman, Zimbabwe believes that the property meets the proposed criteria 1, 2, and 4 for its inscription. The boundaries of the property being proposed for inscription define the area that provides a complete representation of the significant attributes of the mine, whilst its authenticity is equally credibly expressed. The state party has appropriate and adequate legal instruments for the property's protection and management, whilst the active involvement of other non-government stakeholders further enhances both protection and management. The State Party of Zimbabwe considers that adoption of the revised draft decision that recommends inscription will go a long way in encouraging the State Party and other stakeholders to do more about the property so that it is protected and conserved. I thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. Very quickly, just to say that we have also carefully reviewed this nomination file, and we consider that not only the file, but also the extensive factual error letter provided by the State Party do address, in our view, the many challenges that have been identified by ICOMOS. As mentioned by many before us, the broad comparative analysis already demonstrates the great significance and unique character of this nominated property. We understand that the State Party is fully committed to implement the recommendations, and we encourage the State Party to work closely with ICOMOS in that view. Having said this, Mr. President, Portugal could thus support the amendments so this property could be inscribed today on the World Heritage List. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Now, Lebanon.
Monsieur le Président, nous soutenons le projet d'amendement proposé par la délégation de Turquie. Merci.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur l'Ambassadeur. Tanzania, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. Tanzania views this case from scientific perspective. The nomination file, its evaluation, factual errors submitted by the State Party of Poland, and the subsequent response of ICOMOS has been reviewed carefully. Also, Tanzania would like to congratulate the State Party of Poland for its efforts of conserving the unique mining. Therefore, we wishes to support the position of Turkey and our committee and the other committee members to inscribe this property on the World Heritage List. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much. La Tunisie, vous avez la parole.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. L'examen du dossier qui est bien présenté et bien élaboré, en plus des erreurs factuelles relevées par l'État partie et qui court sur 33 pages entières et que nous considérons à leur juste valeur, pousse la Tunisie à soutenir l'inscription de ce bien unique suivant l'amendement proposé par la Turquie, et nous sommes sûrs que la Pologne est à même de répondre positivement à l'ensemble des recommandations, notamment en ce qui concerne la conservation et la protection. Merci.
Finland, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Like our colleagues from Cuba, we would like to hear ICOMOS on the criterion 1, because we don't think that the site can carry the criterion 1, namely to represent the masterpiece of human creative genius, as the analysis does not point towards the exceptionality of the mine. We are, however, happy with the other criterions that have been supposed. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now we have listened to the comments from delegations. There are questions from Angola, Cuba, and Finland addressed to the State Party and addressed to ICOMOS. So I give the floor to Poland, if you'd like to comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. One of the questions was the reason for adding water tower. The water tower is above the Keller shaft, one of the main shafts in the mine. It was proposed during the technical evaluation mission, so for the sake of integrity, we are very happy to add the water tower to the property. As to the criterion 1, was another question. In our opinion, it was stated in the nomination that the principal values of the nominated property lies in the underground system, which manifests the integrated mining and water management network. In our opinion, the monumental underground mining and water management system at Tarnowskie Gory is a masterpiece of hydraulic engineering and exceptional expression of the technical creativity. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now the floor is for ICOMOS to react to the questions.
Thank you. With regard to the towers, I think Poland has replied consistently with the ICOMOS approach. And just to explain the context of the deferral is because ICOMOS found promising the aspect of the combination but didn't find sufficient attributes, and the deferral was in the view of other potential attributes that were not investigated during the mission by the mission expert. Second point concerning criterion 1, ICOMOS has understood that the proposal concerned the underground. The ICOMOS, however, points out that it has been used for technologies and has been used also for mining, but where the tangible evidence and the exceptionalities of this evidence, even underground, is much more significant. One of the mines that has been proclaimed under criterion 1 is a Neolithic mine, which dates back 5,000 to 3,000 before present. So it's quite a long time ago, and the technology available at that time were quite reduced compared to what we have today, and in the 18th and 19th century. And the other mining site that has been awarded criterion 1 is the Arts Ramsberg water management system, where the extensiveness and interconnected and really expanse of the system was found to deserve criterion 1. In this particular case, it was not just the ICOMOS panel that found this criteria inappropriate or not at the level, the quality of the property at the level to achieve criterion 1, but a number of desk reviews that were shared by experts within the mining sector or technological sector, let's say. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Turkey, you want the floor again? Okay, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, but I have just to add this. It is true that it's a transfer of a British steam engine technology, but it does not stop there. It goes beyond that, and it is the application of this very technology in a very difficult terrain. And we think the system as a whole is a tangible evidence. Thank you.
Thank you very much. If there are no more comments, no one else wishes for the floor, then we can move on to the next stage and ask our dear rapporteur if he has received any amendments, and we already know that he has. You have the floor.
Thank you, Chairman. As you say, we have amendments proposed by distinguished delegates from Turkey, Azerbaijan, Republic of Korea, and Croatia. We see from the screen our draft decision. Paragraph 1 is as it is intact. Paragraph 2 has been modified. The new paragraph reads, inscribe the Tarnowskie Gory lead silver zinc mine and its underground water management system, Poland, on the World Heritage List on the basis of criteria 1, 2, and 4. Following that, paragraph 3 should have been amended also. Text note on the following provision statement of standing universal value. Chairman, allow me not to read this long statement of standing value. Paragraph number 4, there is a slightly modification. 4B has been deleted, and there is 4E which has been added. And then there's new paragraph 5 which has been added. Request the state party to submit to the World Heritage Committee by December 2019 a report on the implementation of the above mentioned recommendation for the examination by the World Heritage Committee on its 44th session in 2020. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. I now give the floor to Turkey and to any other delegation that wishes to make a general comment, and they will take it paragraph by paragraph.
Thank you, Mr. It's just to add Kazakhstan to the list of co-sponsors, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any general comments on this revised draft decision? If not, we'll take it paragraph by paragraph. Now, paragraph 1, any comments? If not, it's approved. Paragraph 2, no comments, approved. 3, which is a very long which is the justification, so I think that does not raise any problem. Approved. 4, no comments, approved. 5, no comments, approved. So I now declare decision 41.8b.25 adopted as amended. And now, with my heartiest congratulations to Poland, I give the floor to Poland for a brief comment. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You don't need to know how much happy we are because you've just seen our reaction, but I would like to pass my microphone to our expert, please.
Your Excellencies, let me express our profound gratitude to the committee members for their decision in favor of inscription of the Tarnowskie Gory, lead silver zinc mine and its underground water management system on the World Heritage List. The sincere thanks go from the Tarnowskie Gory Land Lovers Association, a group of people who for over 60 years takes care of the mining heritage of the region, Tarnowskie Gory Municipality, Katowice Regional Government, the National Heritage Board of Poland, and all the parties involved and responsible for the protection, conservation and presentation of this World Heritage property. Water, the main feature of the property, is an obstacle in the development of mining and at the same time an essential condition for life and development. Through this nomination and inscription, we pay tribute to work and wisdom of past generations, thanks to whom our and future generations can live and prosper. Thank you.
I would like to add gratefulness to all members of the committee. Thank you very much indeed to all of you. Thank you.
Thank you, Poland, and again, the heartiest congratulations. Heartiest congratulations on behalf of us all. Now, if you would bear with me, and just subject to the presence of a representative of the Russian Federation, I would suggest that we take the next point, because I think we can deal with it quite swiftly. So, is there a representative of the Russian Federation in the room? Okay, you're there. Sorry, Ambassador, I didn't see you. So, we will take now the next point, Russian Federation, the Assumption Cathedral of the town island of Yazd. And I invite ICOMOS to present this nomination. ICOMOS, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm now presenting the evaluation of the Assumption Cathedral of the town island of Sviazk in the Russian Federation. A nomination focusing on the town island of Sviazk was submitted in 2012 and withdrawn by the state party following ICOMOS negative assessment. And the nomination therefore enjoyed advice from ICOMOS upon request by the state party. The Assumption Cathedral is located in the town island of Sviazk and is part of the homonymous monastery, situated at the confluence of the Volga, the Sviaga and the Shuka rivers, at the crossroads of the Silk and the Volga routes. Sviazk was founded by Ivan the Terrible in 1551 as the outpost from which to initiate the conquest of the Kazan Khanate. The town of Sviazk was intended to be more than merely a military installation. Monasteries were established to serve as missionary posts for spreading Christianity in the region in order to consolidate Russian rule within the local communities of Muslim culture of the former Kazan Khanate. The Assumption Cathedral with its monastery lies in the upper part of the ancient town of Sviazk, which was turned into an island with the creation of the Kubyshev Reservoir in 1950s. The Assumption Monasteries was to function as both missionary and administrative center for the conquered region. It was erected under the highest national patronage, under Peter the Great, within a short span of time, and it was granted important privileges to guarantee its proper functioning. Externally, the cathedral looks like a white cube with a single central dome and 3 apses at the eastern end. In its layout, it exhibits elements of the Pskov architecture with local touch. With its extensive cycles of mural paintings, it reflects the ambitious cultural and political program of the Russian state in the recently conquered Khanate. The murals respond to an ad hoc conceived iconographic program and include themes that were new to Byzantine painting art and were selected to meet the acceptance of the Muslim population. These include the Genesis cycle, the Proto-Evangelic, the Evangelic, and the Assumption, this is the Life of the Virgin cycles, and the Synaxis of the Mother of God. Figures of saints and stylites complete the program. The cathedral and its mural paintings illustrate a new stage of the development of Orthodox Russian art, combining achievements of Byzantine classical inheritance, Greek Orthodox artistic features, the Novgorod and Moscow school of monumental painting and architecture, as well as influences from Western European Christian tradition in the art. The frescoes are unique as graphic reflection of the Stoglav and later councils of the Orthodox Church, as well as of the adaptation of an Orthodox iconographic program to the specific context and the missionary goals by focusing on the Virgin's Mary life. The St. Nicholas Refectory Church was built between 1555 and 1556, and it is located on the southwest of the Cathedral Square. It is the second most important attribute of the nominated property. Other important monastery buildings include the Archimandrite, the monastery school, and the Bethrens buildings, and the boundary of the walls. They were built at different periods of time between the 16th and the 19th centuries, some of which were restored in the late 20th centuries. The stables were instead reconstructed in the late 20th and early 21st centuries. The legal protection and protective measures in place for the nominated property and its buffer zone appear adequate. However, the regulations for the town island of Sviazk would benefit from a less reconstruction-oriented approach. The outpost character of the town island of Sviazk should be retained, and no reconstruction of earlier buildings or beautification intervention should be envisaged. In summary, ICOMOS found that the comparative analysis justifies consideration of this property. Criteria were demonstrated, as well as authenticity and integrity. Following confirmation that the monastery is part of the nominated property, the boundaries can be considered adequate. Protection, conservation, and management could be considered overall adequate, although management can be strengthened. The tourist management strategy should extend to the entire buffer zone, and mechanisms to avoid tourism overexploitation of the island need to be pursued. A risk management plan needs to be developed and integrated with the prevention and disaster risk management measures. The property is therefore recommended for inscription under proposed criteria 2 and 4, with additional recommendations including changing the name of the property to include also the monastery, elaborate a full diagnosis of the condition of the murals, addressing conservation materials and methods, and elaborating a monitoring system, avoiding also overexploitation of the property for tourist purposes. And there are a few other recommendations that need to be taken into account. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ICOMOS. Now, I open the floor for comments from delegations of members of the committee. Lebanon, you have the floor.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. La cathédrale de l'Assomption, située dans l'île-village de Sviazk, au carrefour des routes de la soie et de la Volga, témoigne aujourd'hui du dialogue des religions. Cette cathédrale russe orthodoxe est située dans un environnement multiconfessionnel, marqué par une tradition islamique, ainsi que par un type d'architecture et de décoration murale qui reflète les traditions byzantines et russes et intègre l'iconographie chrétienne d'Occident. Le Liban multiculturel et pays de dialogue interreligieux appuie la recommandation d'inscription tellement symbolique de ce site. Je vous remercie.
Merci beaucoup. Kuwait.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Le site remplit la deuxième critère culturel puisqu'il ancre une valeur exceptionnelle dans le domaine de la culture et précisément dans l'évolution de l'architecture, sans oublier le quatrième critère où le site représente un témoignage unique dans son genre au niveau de l'art architectural. Nous soutenons l'inscription de la cathédrale de l'Ascension dans le village de l'île sur le liste du patrimoine mondial, conformément à la recommandation de l'organisation consultative. Et la délégation du Koweït félicite l'État parti pour ses efforts distingués. Merci.
Kazakhstan.
Thank you, Mr. President. Kazakhstan would like to compliment the nomination of Sviazk submitted by Russian Federation. The initial nomination submitted in 2012 was considerably remodeled, presenting today a convening story with all the necessary component parts. The complete iconographic program of the Assumption Cathedral assures the integrity of the site, with buffer zone design taking into consideration the protection of the views towards the cathedral, while authenticity is justified in the dossier and approved by the advisory body. So, Republic of Kazakhstan is supporting the nomination of Sviazk to be inscribed in the World Heritage List. Thank you.
Thank you, Kazakhstan. Tanzania, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chairperson. United Republic of Tanzania full subscribe to the inscription of this property under criteria 2 and 4, as the ICOMOS analysis indicate clearly that the OUV of this particular property is well justifiable. Tanzania also noted that the condition of the integrity, authenticity, boundary, buffer zone, and the legal aid protective measure are also generally in good order. Chairperson, my delegation therefore supported the draft decision for inscription of this property in the World Heritage List. And therefore, at this particular moment, we congratulate Russia for this inscription. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much. Azerbaijan, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Azerbaijan congratulates Russian Federation with this very successful nomination and the property. Indeed, the Assumption Cathedral architecture and interior painted decoration are rare evidences of the Orthodox civilization and also illustrate the new stage of the development of Russian culture, the trend of Russian art, which embodied achievements of Byzantine classical heritage. The decorative program expressed by the mural paintings and the scenes, themes, and subjects depicted, as well as their location in the church, the craftsmanship expressed by their construction and the decoration, be a credible witness to the proposed OUV of the nominated property. But along with this exceptional architectural
and the cultural significance of this site. I should also add its spiritual and I would say intercultural and interreligious dimension, which this site bears the great testimony of this, and which is very important and resonates with the spirit of this convention and the UNESCO itself. So Azerbaijan fully supports this inscription. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. Perú, tiene la palabra, señor embajador.
Muchas gracias, señor presidente. Creo que la manera más breve y elocuente de expresar el respaldo del Perú a la inscripción de la Catedral de la Asunción es decir simplemente que asumimos plenamente como nuestras las evaluaciones y los análisis contenidos en el expediente elaborados por el Estado parte y el informe de ICOMOS. Damos la bienvenida a la inscripción de la Catedral de la Asunción en la lista del Patrimonio Mundial. Gracias, señor presidente.
Muchísimas gracias. Portugal.
Thank you, Mr. President. Also very quickly, but very fondly, we would like to congratulate wholeheartedly the Russian Federation for this very well-prepared nomination. The Assumption Cathedral in the town island of Sirtak, founded by Ivan the Terrible in the mid-16th century, is also historically linked with Peter the Great, who modernized Russia and, as it is indicated by ICOMOS, opened a window to the West. This is indeed a very emblematic site which is part of the world's history and whose outstanding universal value fully justified its inscription on the World Heritage List. We thus congratulate Russia for this remarkable property and well done, Russia. Thank you.
Thank you. Turkey, you have the floor.
Thank you. The Assumption Monastery and Cathedral, located in the town island of Sviazk, which is close to Kazan, the capital of the Republic of Tatarstan. The nominated property marks important historical events in the life of Russia and Orthodox Christianity. The location and geopolitical framework of the nominated property is also notable in the historical sense. The property is very unique as it presents the interaction of the Christian, Orthodox and Muslim cultures, and for this reason it is an exceptional evidence of cultural diversity. There is no doubt in relation to the outstanding universal value of the nominated property. The boundaries of the property and its buffer zone are adequate. Criteria 2 and 4 have been justified. The conditions of integrity and authenticity are met. The management system is also adequate. It is also notable that the nominated property is compatible with the UNESCO Initiative on Heritage of Religious Interest. As it is stated in the ICOMOS report, we consider the name of the current name of the property focuses on the cathedral alone. We agree with the suggestion of the advisory board and propose to modify the name of the nominated property as the Assumption Cathedral and Monastery of the town island of Sviazk. We support the draft decision of the advisory board body in relation to the nominated property to be inscribed to the World Heritage List. Thank you.
I thank you. Finland, you have the floor now.
Thank you, Chair. This is a wonderful nomination, and Finland wants to congratulate the State Party of Russia on their achievement. Because of time restraint, I will not go into details on the nomination and its good sides, but would like to commend the State Party for showing in an exemplary way perseverance that is often needed in the nomination process. In 2012, this was one of those nominations that got a critical review from ICOMOS, saying that the cultural landscape could not be seen to manifest outstanding universal value. The State Party withdrew the nomination file, invited an advisory mission and submitted a substantially rescoped nomination. Today we can all celebrate the results of that approach. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have 8 interventions. It's 1:35. So I would appreciate that you could be as brief as possible. Zimbabwe, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chairperson.
Zimbabwe congratulates the State Party of Russia for this nomination. I had the privilege of visiting the cathedral and can attest to the OUV of this cathedral as well as its authenticity and integrity. Zimbabwe therefore supports the inscription of this property on the World Heritage List. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. Korea, you have the floor.
Thank you. Very quickly. The Assumption Cathedral and the monastery is an outstanding religious property that bears witness to the cultural exchange in the Eurasian region. The architecture and the mural paintings in the cathedral also tell us how the Christian Orthodox and the Muslim cultures have interchanged with Western Christianity. Once inscribed, the site will have more visits than ever. Therefore, we hope that the State Party could find a good solution to respond to pressure from increasing visits and the envisaged museum development strategy. Congratulations. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. Croatia, you have the floor.
In line with the chairperson's recommendation, I will not take more of the precious lunchtime than just to say that Croatia fully welcomes and congratulate the State Party for the inscription of this exceptional property on the World Heritage List. Thank you.
Very much, Croatia. I do appreciate. Cuba.
Gracias, señor presidente. En aras también de ser muy breve, queremos felicitar al Estado parte y también al proceso, la relación entre los órganos consultivos y el comité para lograr esta nominación, en este caso, satisfactoriamente. Gracias.
Muchísimas gracias. Cuba, Philippines, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is a spectacular site with many complex cultural influences I will not go into here as we no longer have the time. I just want to say that the Philippine delegation commends the State Party for its comparative analysis, which took into consideration inscribed properties both within and beyond the borders of the Russian Federation. Although the structural and physical condition of the beautiful frescoes remains worrisome, the State Party's conservation efforts have been duly noted. In this regard, the Philippine delegation echoes the advisory body's recommendation to establish a permanent monitoring system for the frescoes and to consider the impact of increased tourism to the microenvironment of the church. To this end, the Philippine delegation strongly supports the inscription of the Assumption Cathedral of the town island of Sviazk. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Philippines. Tunisia, you have the floor.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Franchement, je n'ai rien à ajouter par rapport à tout ce qui vient d'être dit, sauf que ma délégation souscrit à la bonne tenue et à la bonne conservation et à la VUE de ce magnifique patrimoine. Seulement dire que nous sommes sûrs que l'État parti saura comment répondre aux recommandations de l'ICOMOS. Merci.
Merci beaucoup. Vietnam.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Vietnam delegation fully supports the analysis of ICOMOS and distinguished delegates of the World Heritage Committee mentioned earlier and congratulate Russian Federation for the excellent and well-prepared dossier. We welcome the inscription of the Assumption Cathedral of the town island of Sviazk on the World Heritage List on the basis of criteria 2 and 4. And once again, congratulate Russia for this achievement. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Now, last but not least, our host country, Poland. You have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. The Assumption Monastery with the Cathedral is an impressive example of historical and geopolitical interchanges in Eurasia. We would like to stress the importance and beauty of the wall paintings in the Cathedral Church. We want to support the inscription on this site and finally congratulate to our neighbor country for the very well-prepared nomination and in advance congratulations for the inscription. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I don't think no one else has asked for the floor, so we can move on to the next stage, and that is to ask our dear rapporteur if he has received any amendments.
Thank you, Chair. We have not received any amendment to the draft decision.
Thank you very much. So we have it on the screen. So I think we can proceed very quickly, unless there are some general comments. There are not. So paragraph 1 adopted. Paragraph 2 adopted. Paragraph 3, the synthesis, adopted. Paragraph 4, A, B, C, D, E, F, approved. Paragraph 5, approved. So it is with great pleasure that just a little bit, I haven't finished yet, that decision 41, com 8B-26 is adopted, and bear with me, and let me congratulate the Russian Federation on behalf of us all for the inscription of this remarkable property. Congratulations. That's when it's approved. And now I give the floor to the Russian Federation. Ambassador Kusistov, you have the floor.
Gracias, señor presidente. En aras de la diversidad lingüística, voy a intervenir en el idioma de Cervantes. Antes que nada, quisiera expresar en nombre de la delegación rusa y en el mío propio nuestra profunda satisfacción y el sincero agradecimiento tanto a los miembros del comité como al Centro del Patrimonio Mundial e ICOMOS que han dado su respaldo a la inscripción de la isla-ciudad de Sviajsk en la lista del Patrimonio Mundial. Vemos en esa decisión el reconocimiento del valor universal excepcional de los tesoros históricos y artísticos de Sviajsk y muy especialmente los magníficos frescos del siglo XVI en la Catedral de Asunción. Pero hay algo más, señor presidente, que creo que hay que señalar. Pienso que la importancia de este sitio va más allá de los aspectos y criterios tradicionales del patrimonio mundial. Como se sabe, Sviajsk se encuentra en el territorio de la República de Tatarstán, que forma parte de la Federación de Rusia. Es una república donde a lo largo de varios siglos conviven codo a codo musulmanes y cristianos. Y no es casual que los tres sitios del patrimonio mundial que alberga Tatarstán reflejan esta realidad. Primero fue el Kremlin de Kazán, la capital de la República, donde se encuentran cara a cara una magnífica mezquita y los templos cristianos. Segundo fue la antigua ciudad de Bolgar, un santuario donde fueron sentadas las primeras bases del Islam en nuestro país. Y ahora finalmente aparece en la lista las joyas artísticas cristianas de Sviajsk. Estos tres sitios son manifestaciones contundentes de la política sabia de los dirigentes de Tatarstán que buscan afianzar la paz y la convivencia entre las religiones. De este modo, en un mundo lleno de enfrentamientos, Tatarstán, que dicho sea de paso, es uno de los socios más activos y leales de la UNESCO en Rusia, da un ejemplo de cómo pueden plasmarse en la vida cotidiana de un pueblo multiconfesional los altos valores y objetivos de nuestra organización. Quiero aprovechar la ocasión para felicitar a los representantes de Tatarstán aquí presentes y agradecerles el trabajo muy profesional que han llevado a cabo para preparar esta nominación. Nada más, señor presidente, y muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias. Muchas gracias, embajador. Una vez más, todas nuestras felicitaciones. Before we adjourn, we haven't done bad. It's 1:45. Yeah. I'll give the Secretariat the floor for the usual announcements. You have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairperson. You see the side events on the screen. 2 of them have already started, one at 1 o'clock and 1:10 I just also wanted to announce, don't you have the new ones? That the working group on the operational guidelines finished its work, completed its work yesterday, and it was decided, instead of a meeting of the working group, to organize a very informal discussion on periodic reporting. We are going to examine a document tomorrow, but there has been a lot of reflection and questionnaires, so everybody, focal point, site managers, everybody is welcome in the same room, the bureau room at 2 o'clock, for this informal discussion with the Secretariat and the States parties. One interesting exhibition on level -2 on Kaunas, 1919-1939, the capital inspired by the modern movement that's organized by Lithuania. It's on level -2. This is all for now. Have a good lunch break, and we invite you to be back, the committee to be back, so that we can start sharp at 3 o'clock sharp. Thank you very much.
Thank you all, and then see you here at 3 o'clock. Thank you all very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, please do be so kind and do take your seats, please. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Let me please start our afternoon session of this very Sunday. And let me please firstly to express my gratitude to His Excellency, Ambassador of Portugal. I just left for a while and enormous progress has been done during my absence, which shows clearly who is more efficient. So I would like to congratulate as well France, Germany, Poland and the Russian Federation because of those inscriptions during my short answer. Congratulations. And now we do continue, and let me please start with decision 41.8b.27, which is Spain, Talaiotic Minorca. I now invite ICOMOS to present the nomination of Talaiotic Minorca, Spain. ICOMOS, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm now presenting the ICOMOS evaluation for Talaiotic Minorca in Spain. The text of this evaluation can be found on page 249 of the document INF 8B1. 32 archaeological sites dating from the late 3rd to the late 1st millennium BCE illustrate the Talaiotic culture of the island of Minorca. Scattered across the island are found funerary sites, settlements, ritual sites, and talaiot. Those are distinctive round towers that look out over the landscape. Construction techniques are uniformly dry stone without mortar. Their megalithic forms give a serious and enduring quality, and those sites have persisted on the island's landscape for the past 2,000 years. Talaiotic Minorca is located in the autonomous community of Balearic Islands in Spain. Of the 32 components, 13 are settlements and 14 have funerary functions, including 3 necropolis. Some components feature specialized structures. 5 have construction called nevatas, which are structures built of stone in the shape of an upturned boat hull. 13 have talaiots, and 7 have taulas. Those are tall, slender columns or slab of stone with another slab balanced on top, resemble a letter T. I will then briefly present 7 of different components of this series. Talati de Tal is a settlement with built attributes constructed through a long span of time, including a talaiot of early Iron Age and a taula enclosure of late Iron Age. Necropolis de Cala Morel is a series of 15 artificial caves set in a ravine that leads to the cove. Those were used as funerary purposes during the early Bronze Age. Torre d'Engaumel is the largest talaiot settlement in Minorca, with 3 talaiots and a taulas enclosure. It dates from the Iron Age to Roman times and later. Naveta Estudon is a funerary naveta containing 100 skeletons from the late Bronze Age. The settlement of Taputapuatea, which has 2 talaiots, a taula enclosure, and several other dwellings. It dates from the late Bronze Age and the late Iron Age. Talaiot de Torrellón, a large talaiot with cisterns built into its sides. Built in the Iron Age and used until the Roman times, much of the island can be seen from the top of this structure. The settlement of Corniano is a settlement with 2 talaiots, 1 very large, several hypogee and other structures. This also dates to the Iron Age and shows evidence of later use. While ICOMOS considered that Thaliarctic Minorca might have the potential to meet the requirement for outstanding universal value, this has not yet been demonstrated. The comparative analysis does not justify consideration of this serial property for the World Heritage List at this stage. The conditions of integrity and authenticity of the whole series have not been justified, and the criteria for outstanding universal value has not been justified for the series. In ICOMOS views, a serial approach is justified, but the selection of specific sites is not appropriate. Components represent too long a time period, and the definition of Thaliarch as used in the nomination dossier is problematic. Thaliarctic sites on Majorca that could be included have been excluded. Landscape is discussed extensively in the nomination dossier, but the components chosen for the series do not represent those landscape values. ICOMOS further considers that the boundaries of the different component parts of the nominated property and their buffer zones are not adequate. The legal protection in place for the nominated property is adequate. The management system for the overall serial property is not adequate because there is no management structure for the whole property as prescribed by the paragraph 114 of the operational guidelines. While the monitoring regime for the property is not adequate, it can be improved with the additional of regular reporting schedule. On the grounds of the above, ICOMOS recommend that the examination of the nomination of Thaliarctic Minorca to the World Heritage List be deferred in order to allow the state party, with advice of ICOMOS and the World Heritage Center if requested, to clarify the definition of the Thaliarctic and the reference to a culture or a period, to reformulate the nomination to consider either larger component with multiple archaeological sites and landscape elements, or a series of the most representative Thaliarctic sites drawn from Minorca and Majorca. Undertake a refocused comparative analysis based on revised arguments for the outstanding universal value, plus another 3 recommendations concerning conservation, which are illustrated. To conclude, ICOMOS considers that such a revised nomination would need to be considered by an expert mission to the site, and ICOMOS remains at the disposal of the state party in the framework of the upstream process to advise on the above recommendation if requested to do so. Thank you.
Thank you, ICOMOS. Thank you for your presentation. And now I invite the committee members to express their comments. Cuba is the first online. The floor is yours, sir.
Gracias, señor presidente. La nominación que estamos analizando realmente es una propuesta interesante que daría visibilidad y reconocimiento a esa diversidad y riqueza de las culturas antiguas del Mediterráneo. Nosotros consideramos que se ha hecho un análisis positivo, en este caso por parte del órgano consultivo, con relación a este expediente, y estamos de acuerdo con la propuesta de aplazamiento. No obstante, en aras de una mejor comprensión de las solicitudes que se le hacen al Estado parte, nos gustaría conocer por parte del órgano consultivo un poco más detalles con relación a la propuesta de enfoque. Particularmente se refiere en el proyecto de decisión el punto 2B con relación al enfoque para trabajar el expediente, y posteriormente me gustaría conocer también el criterio del Estado parte. Muchas gracias.
Thank you. Turkey, the floor is yours, Madam.
In parallel line of thought, first of all, Turkey wishes to commend the state party for this nomination of Thaliarctic Minorca as another exceptional property, exemplifying the variety in the strategies of adaptation to specific environments since prehistory in the spirit of the now closed has thematic program. But we believe that in order for the state party to be productive in the working time allowed by the deferral decision as proposed by the advisory body, and we agree, it would be good to clarify especially the model according to which this nomination could be developed. The proposal was a serial nomination, and one option is to enhance this model of nomination, and the other is to prepare a new nomination as a relic cultural landscape. We believe that this choice between the two options has to be made according to management priorities, actually, in such a way as to ensure the highest level of protection and the most efficient management possibilities offered by the relevant national and provincial legal and administrative framework. So we would also like to hear the advisory body and state party response to this. Thank you.
Thank you. Kuwait, the floor is yours, Excellence.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Il s'agit d'un site où a vécu la civilisation des anciens Méditerranéens à partir du premier millénaire avant Jésus-Christ. C'est l'un des berceaux de la humanité et son empreinte primaire. Ce bien exprime vivement la valeur universelle d'exception. Ma délégation tient à remercier l'Espagne pour son élaboration de dossier de ce bien et la délégation de Koweït recommande l'inscription de ce bien. Merci.
Thank you, merci. Zimbabwe, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chairperson. Our delegation has studied with interest this nomination dossier of Tarnowskie Gory. This is undoubtedly a proposal that will contribute to fill the chronological gap of the global strategy, as it represents a prehistoric culture not yet represented on the World Heritage List. Minoka is an outstanding concentration of prehistoric sites, exceptionally well preserved, that deserve to be further explored. We really appreciate the work that Spain has already done until now concerning research, education, and the involvement of the local community in the nomination process. Our delegation, therefore, would like to encourage Spain to continue working on this nomination on the basis of the advice of the advisory bodies, and so that the exceptional universal value can clearly come out. We support the draft decision and also the request that the state party be given the floor. Thank you.
Thank you, Excellency. Jamaica, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Jamaica commends the State Party of Spain for the work it has done in preparing this serial nomination under criteria 3 and 4. The examination of the file by the World Heritage Center and ICOMOS is also appreciated. ICOMOS has concerns regarding the management system for the overall property, which is considered to be inadequate, and recommends the preparation of a management plan. Jamaica supports the draft decision, but would welcome hearing from the State Party. Thank you.
Thank you. Croatia, the floor is yours.
Sorry. Croatia analyzed this nomination and also support the stand opinion of the delegation of Turkey in light of need for more clear and precise recommendation of the advisory body to the state party in order to help this nomination to move forward towards the inscription on the list. Thank you.
Thank you. So we have a very clear situation now, which allows me to ask kindly the state party to take the floor. Spain, the floor is yours.
Muchas gracias, señor presidente. Agradecemos a los miembros del comité que nos han dado la palabra para exponer nuestro punto de vista sobre la propuesta de esta candidatura. En primer lugar, queremos reconocer la labor de análisis desarrollada por el equipo del órgano de evaluación de la candidatura de Menorca talayótica. Tal y como expresa el informe de evaluación emitido por ICOMOS, la candidatura de Menorca talayótica tiene un claro potencial para ser inscrita en el patrimonio mundial. Uno de los aspectos más relevantes es la densidad de bienes y su impacto sobre el territorio, con más de 1.200 yacimientos en una superficie de 700 kilómetros cuadrados, muchas de las cuales son construcciones ciclópeas monumentales que se han mantenido hasta el presente en un estado de conservación excepcional, configurando de manera decisiva el paisaje cultural de toda la isla. Desde las diferentes administraciones implicadas en esta candidatura se ha manifestado el firme propósito de continuar trabajando para conseguir el reconocimiento de este bien y su inclusión en un estrecho diálogo con el órgano de evaluación y con el Centro de Patrimonio. Cabe destacar que todo el trabajo ya realizado hasta el momento ha sido enormemente positivo para el patrimonio arqueológico de la isla de Menorca. Durante estos años de elaboración de la candidatura se ha avanzado en la educación y la concienciación de la población, como ha señalado la delegación de Zimbabue. También es muy destacable la gran implicación de la comunidad local y se ha avanzado en la investigación y en la difusión, mejorando además considerablemente la accesibilidad y el sistema de gestión y de mantenimiento, estableciéndose acuerdos con propietarios en caso de aquellos yacimientos de titularidad privada. Agradecemos que se nos dé la palabra, puesto que en la propuesta que nos hace el organismo de evaluación y que a este comité nos da dos posibilidades, y agradeceríamos una aclaración para continuar con este diálogo continuo que queremos establecer con el órgano consultivo. En este sentido, nos dan dos posibilidades y quisiéramos que se nos aclararan si deberíamos trabajar en esta candidatura, como ya hemos podido expresar en algunas de las reuniones, con un enfoque de un bien seriado, con un enfoque de paisaje cultural, y así poder contribuir a la protección de esta rica herencia cultural que es Menorca talayótica. Muchísimas gracias.
Gracias. Thank you. And now the floor goes to Ikomos. Ikomos, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. As it is referred in the report, ECOMOS suggests that there are two possible approaches. One is the serial nomination approach, and the other is a landscape approach. One of the key issues with the nomination is that in using the serial approach, some of the sites didn't actually have appropriate delimitation of boundaries, and the selection of, there were sites included which did not actually contribute to the justification of standing universal value, and there were also sites that they were actually excluded from the serial. And the other problem was that there was a reference to the landscape attributes which were actually not reflected in the actual boundary of the current nomination. So the suggestion was that it can either enlarge some of the components with the, that are selected for the nomination, and then include more landscape attribute, and this will be the landscape approach. But then the other option, which would be the serial approach, will entail the selection of some of the tile lot in Minorca, and also the important one in Majorca, and this will be the serial combination. But we also, ECOMOS also notes that both approaches can actually be combined, meaning a serial which takes into account the landscape component. But what is important, there has to be a clarification with the dialogic term in terms of the period that is used, because it's too long. So it has to be narrowed.
Thank you. Portugal now. Excellency, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I thank Spain and ECOMOS and other delegations for very useful clarifications. Monsieur le Président, le Portugal considère aussi que nous sommes devant une candidature qui a un potentiel extraordinaire en termes de valeur universelle exceptionnelle. Et nous soulignons, comme nous venons de l'entendre, la disponibilité de l'Espagne de continuer à travailler étroitement avec les organes consultatifs. Pour nous, il s'agit d'un bien où l'intégrité et l'authenticité a été clairement démontrée. Et nous considérons aussi qu'un nouveau projet de candidature doit être présenté comme un bien en série avec un accent sur le paysage culturel. Mais, Monsieur le Président, je crois que cette question pose un autre problème, un problème d'une autre nature. Et nous croyons que cette nomination souligne l'importance de la définition d'une feuille de route extrêmement claire de la part des organes consultatifs, de façon à ce que l'État partie puisse s'engager dans la révision de la nomination avec des paramètres clairs. Ceci afin d'éviter qu'après des années d'efforts, souvent consentis par plusieurs parties, on arrive à des situations moins conséquentes et souvent très frustrantes, non seulement pour l'État partie, mais aussi, il faut le dire, pour ce comité. Je vous remercie.
Merci. Thank you. So it means that the floor goes now to our brave rapporteur, Mr. Juma. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We don't have any proposed draft amendment for this item.
I see. So if so, I now declare decision 41.8b. ICOMOS wishes to comment, but in short, please. The floor is yours.
Je vous remercie, Monsieur le Président. Juste pour réagir à l'intervention de l'honorable délégué du Portugal et faire savoir aux membres du comité que nous avons déjà engagé un dialogue avec l'État partie de l'Espagne et que nous sommes à leur disposition pour établir cette feuille de route.
Thank you. So now allow me to declare decision 41.8b.27 adopted. And now we can move to item 41.8b.28, namely Turkey, Aphrodisias. I now invite ICOMOS to present the nomination of Aphrodisias, but first I shall give the floor to Mr. Balsamo. Mr. Balsamo, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. We received a factual error notification concerning the evaluation of this nomination, which is to be found on page 123 of the English version of document in faith before, and on page 134 of the same document in its French version. Thank you.
Thank you. So now, ICOMOS, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is the evaluation of Aphrodisias in Turkey. The city of Aphrodisias was founded in the 2nd century before the Christian era as part of an urban expansion of Hellenistic culture in southwestern Anatolia. The city's wealth came from the marble quarries on a hill near the city and the art produced by its sculptors. A grid of city streets is set around several large civic structures, including a temple to Aphrodite that dates to the 3rd century before the Christian era. The temple was made into a church around 500 Christian era, but the city's population declined and it was abandoned in the 14th century. This is a serial nomination of 2 sites. The property is located in the province of Aydin, and the remains of the town and the quarries are united by one buffer zone, as you can see here. Although Aphrodisias is said in the nomination dossier to represent, and I quote, a whole political cultural system of Greek cities in the Roman Empire, end of quote, very little detail is forthcoming for what this means in terms of remains on the ground or how the built fabric can be read as reflecting either Greek or Roman planning or both. Overall, this is quite a slight nomination dossier. Founded in the 2nd century before the Christian era, Aphrodisias shared a close interest in the goddess Aphrodite with Sulla, Julius Caesar, and the Emperor Augustus, and the city developed a close and, it seems, beneficial relationship with Rome. The temple to Aphrodite was one of the earliest large public buildings. It was subsequently rebuilt into a Christian church. And today, Since its abandonment, 14 columns and part of the outer walls are all that remains. The marble resources, and that's the temple there, the marble resources of the territory of Aphrodisias in quarries close to the town were vital to its development. By 1996, 78 marble quarries had been identified and details of the extraction techniques had been studied. The city's builders and sculptors made extensive use of these large reserves of white and grey marble, and almost all the building and carving work was carried out using this local marble. The sculptures' workshops have been excavated and examples of high-quality work have been found. The main output of the workshop is thought to be statues of the goddess Aphrodite, and signed works by Aphrodisian sculptors have been found in Rome and other cities in the Roman Empire, as can be appreciated from this map which charts the finds. Within the city, the stadium is excessively large for a comparatively small town, with seating for up to 30,000 people, and this has led to an understanding that Aphrodisias was perhaps a pilgrim centre and at certain times of year accommodated large numbers of pilgrims. East of the temple of Aphrodite is the tetrapylon, a gateway to Aphrodite's sanctuary. It was rebuilt in the 4th century Christian era, and 85% of the original blocks were reinstated in the 1980s. As well as producing statues of Aphrodite for export, the sculptors also produced high-quality decoration for the town, such as you see here in the tetrapylon. The Sebastian is a temple dedicated to the first emperors, the Julio-Claudians, and this too has been reconstructed. The marble casts are mounted in place of the originals. Statuary and sculpture from the site are housed in a recently constructed museum. Given the extensive and apparently ongoing program of anastylosis, more details do need to be provided on precisely what has been constructed, how it has been documented, and what ancillary associated interventions have been undertaken. While there is some potential for Aphrodisias to demonstrate outstanding universal value due to the proximity of the quarries to the city and the potential importance and influence of the associated artistic traditions, this is not yet certain and needs significant review and reformulation in ICOMOS's view. ICOMOS has taken into account that Greco-Roman cities are already relatively well represented on the World Heritage List, both within Turkey and within the larger historical cultural context. The ICOMOS has therefore looked for greater precision in the justification for outstanding universal value and arguments that could clearly distinguish the historical and architectural characteristics of Aphrodisias in an exceptional way. At this stage, and despite the additional information submitted in February this year, the comparative analysis does not justify consideration of this property for the World Heritage List. It needs to be more focused on the specific characteristics of Aphrodisias, as well as being expanded more effectively beyond Turkish examples. The conditions of integrity and authenticity have not, in our view, been fully met, and none of the criteria have been demonstrated at this stage. Of the criteria proposed, only 2 and 3 seem to have, to us, potential. Further development, according to criterion 3, would need to examine the contribution of the quarries to the development of the school of sculpture based in the city as a cultural tradition. And further development for criterion 2 would need to explore the influence that Aphrodisias had on sculptural design across the Roman world and its role in the dissemination of the forms and iconography of Greek culture through the export of products by local workshops, as well as the works made by Aphrodisias' sculptors in different parts of the Roman Empire. In general, there is insufficient attention given to the quarries component in terms of legal protection, documentation, management, and monitoring. The legal protection in place for the main component is adequate, although the buffer zone needs strengthening. The conservation program for the city component is good, however, there is no program for the quarries. The management system is adequate, although the management plan would need to be updated to reflect proposals we have made for adjustments to the boundaries. In conclusion, ICOMOS recommends that the examination of the nomination of Aphrodisias be deferred in order to allow the state party to reformulate the nomination according to a revised justification for outstanding universal value, so that it may more precisely demonstrate the significance of Aphrodisias, focusing on the quarries and the development and influence of the school of sculpture, and deepen the comparative analysis, as I've already described, and clarify the boundaries and provide legal protection for the buffer zone. We've also made some additional management recommendations and recommendations for inventories, which I will not read out. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Madam. Thank you, ICOMOS, for your presentation, and I now invite the committee members to express their comments. Lebanon and Kuwait, and Poland, and Kazakhstan.
Bonjour, Monsieur le Président. Nous avons lu en détail le dossier présenté par l'État partie concernant ce bien, ainsi que l'analyse de l'ICOMOS. Le bien en série proposé pour inscription englobe le site archéologique d'Aphrodisias et les carrières de marbre situées au nord-est de la ville, comme l'a bien expliqué ICOMOS dans sa présentation. À notre avis, le rapport entre ces deux composantes est direct. Le lien entre les carrières de marbre, l'industrie de la sculpture et la tradition sculpturale représentée dans le bien est à la base de la valeur universelle exceptionnelle d'Aphrodisias. Il s'agit là d'une situation unique qui regroupe une composante technologique, l'extraction et le travail du marbre, une composante artistique, un développement de l'art de la sculpture, une composante architecturale et urbaine, ainsi qu'une composante immatérielle liée au culte d'Aphrodite. Ce caractère unique ou cette situation unique du bien fait que nous pensons qu'il y a effectivement une valeur universelle exceptionnelle certaine. La protection légale du bien, le programme de conservation et le système de gestion du bien en série sont appropriés selon le rapport de l'ICOMOS. Le Liban propose donc que le bien soit inscrit sur la liste du patrimoine mondial avec une recommandation à l'État partie d'assurer une protection plus complète de la zone tampon.
Merci, thank you. Now, Kuwait, the floor is yours, sir.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président. En fait, nous avons étudié profondément ce dossier également. Nous avons vu que l'État partie a bien répondu aux remarques de l'ICOMOS. Monsieur le Président, il s'agit d'un site qui possède une agglomération archéologique véritable, unique, comprenant de sculptures et de monuments, d'inscriptions, de structures et de carrières qui forment un ensemble intégré bien entendu, bien étudié, bien publié et bien documenté. Le cas de ce site, Monsieur le Président, pour l'inscription repose sur l'alliance des carrières et de la ville et sur le pouvoir visuel et de la gamme de ces sculptures, des monuments extraordinaires. La valeur exceptionnelle de bâtiments et de sculptures de la site en association avec leurs soucis, avec leurs sources en matériel, des carrières, se manifeste de différentes façons. Leur valeur pour la science archéologique et historique, leur qualité et leur préservation exceptionnelle, leurs effets importants sur le spectateur et visiteur moderne, le manque d'exemples comparables survécu ailleurs. Monsieur le Président, il faut noter que le site se trouve bien, il était au centre régional important durant l'époque romaine et dont les traditions artistiques influencent certaines parties de la Méditerranée. Le Koweït supporte l'inscription de la site avec la recommandation de bien protéger la site en base ou bien sur la base des critères 2, 3, 4 et 6. Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you. Now, Poland, the floor is yours, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President. In our opinion, Aphrodisias is an unprecedented combination of the quarries and the city, and on the extraordinary visual power and range of its monument, important to understand of the ancient Roman world and modern studies. Aphrodisias has monuments that were genuinely unique in antiquity, and they are well preserved currently. I also would like to stress that they have a good documentation. We want to underline the importance of the remains of ancient sculpture workshop, what in combination with quarries and whole town structure has outstanding universal value. Of course, we also have to remember about the importance of the cult of Aphrodite. This is why we would like to support the inscription on the World Heritage List on the basis of criteria 2, 3, 4, and 6. Thank you.
Thank you. And now Kazakhstan. Excellency, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. As we can see from the file, Aphrodisias file, long scientific researches have been conducted at the site from early decades of the 20th century, gave solid basis for analysis of the collected materials in view of preparation, very well done with all necessary explanations, facts and justifications, nomination dossier. Aphrodisias as a bright exceptional reflection of the cult for the goddess Aphrodite, the specific sculptor's art, and the political and urban planning systems of the Greek and Roman periods is of OUV. From our point of view, there is no doubt in the relationship of the marble quarries to the sculpture industry in Aphrodisias, and accordingly, the city boundary and the marble quarry are important elements which contain necessary attributes to express proposed OUV. The unexposed by industry or tourist landscape parallel with conserved and properly restored archaeological structures show high level of authenticity. The same words can be sent towards authenticity of the proposed property. We believe that protection is one place. However, suggestions from ICOMOS concerning some improvements of buffer zone could be taken by the state party in suggestion and the further implementation. We suggest that discrepancies identified by ICOMOS in protection for the buffer zone, conservation activity for the quarries, as well as indicators of monitoring system for quarries could be resolved in the due course and in the working manner, as they in no way affect the outstanding universal value of the property. So, saying this, my delegation of Kazakhstan, fully supports the inscription of Aphrodisias under criteria 2, 3, 4, and 6 within the current session. Thank you.
Thank you, Excellency. We have a long list of potential speakers, so please let me just remind and ask you for concise interventions. Tunisia, the floor is yours.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Le bien d'Aphrodisias n'a pas besoin d'être présenté, tellement il est connu et son importance universelle reconnue au travers de ses sculptures et de ses monuments de haute facture. Et bon nombre d'entre eux sont véritablement uniques au plan architectural et artistique, et même connus et diffusés à travers le monde antique. Cela tant et si bien que la VUE est bien établie. Par ailleurs, le bien ne semble pas poser de problème de conservation. Sur un autre plan, d'ordre technique et documentaire, si on peut dire, nous croyons qu'il y a eu des incompréhensions ou des malentendus entre l'évaluation de l'ICOMOS et la réalité du commentaire du bien, tel que le montrent les documents à nous remis par l'État partie. En effet, et nous appuyons entre autres documents sur un draft préparé par des spécialistes travaillant sur le site, il s'avère qu'il y a bien lieu de valider les rectificatifs apportés par l'État partie sur le rapport de l'ICOMOS concernant l'inventaire épigraphique, statuaire et funéraire, je veux dire les tombes. Cet inventaire semble être bien accompli. Ajoutons à cela que le site a fait l'objet de nombreuses recherches et publications. Pour toutes ces raisons, nous pensons que le dossier dûment préparé par l'État partie ne souffre d'aucune défaillance, ni de faiblesse, et proposons par conséquent de ne pas renvoyer une inscription, mais de proposer une inscription dès maintenant, et comme cela est proposé, excusez-moi de répéter, proposé par l'État partie, sur les 4 critères, à savoir critères 2, 3, 4 et 6. Car les échanges avec impact sont avérés, le caractère unique aussi. De même, aphrodisiaque a bien marqué tout un pan de l'histoire antique, comme il se présente aussi comme étant une œuvre artistique, et en tant que telle, exceptionnelle. Il faut donc, à notre avis, garder les 4 critères et l'inscrire au cours de cette session. Merci.
Merci. Portugal, the floor is yours, Excellency.
Thank you, Mr. President. One cannot deny that the Roman and Greek civilizations are already well represented in the World Heritage List. But this fact should not be in itself a reason for not inscribing a property as long as its outstanding universal value is recognized, even if we should perhaps be more selective in such cases. Consideration concerning the overall balance of the heritage list also have a bearing on these questions, as I mentioned in my statement at the start of our meeting. I said then that there is an increasing unbalance in the regional distribution of properties in the World Heritage List. Let us be frank. A number of countries have shown a very healthy appetite for national inscriptions. This has also had a very negative impact on the allocations of the already reduced funds at our disposal. Less and less money is being allocated to conservation and even less to international cooperation and technical assistance to countries that request them and that need them. We should pay due attention to these issues before the whole system collapses. But going back to this particular property, we agree with ICOMOS that the comparative study is incomplete and needs further development. For instance, where sculpture is concerned, and sculpture, as we have heard, is one of the defining characteristics of Aphrodisias. And we saw also the map with the wide distribution of Aphrodisias Venuses, which perhaps should have merited further study. Neither is there included a thorough study of marble quarries in the Mediterranean basin. Not many of these quarries are known, it is true, and studies on the subject have only recently become generally available. Nevertheless, a comparative study of the quarries in Villa Viçosa, which supplied all of Lusitania and Betica and were used as en lieu of Carrara marbles, might have been useful for this purpose. We also note that issues related to boundaries and legal protection, among others, are not adequately solved. It is indeed, as was mentioned by ICOMOS, a very slim dossier. Having said this, we are ready to join a consensus around the proposal presented by Poland and Lebanon in order to inscribe Aphrodisias on the list, and on the understanding that the state party will react positively to the number of suggestions and requests made by ICOMOS. I thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador. Now, Philippines. The floor is yours. Madam.
Thank you, Mr. President. We recognize the property is undoubtedly an important archaeological landmark boasting of the Sebastian, a religious sanctuary and a well-preserved imperial cult complex. The property provides us a glimpse into Roman imperialism viewed from the lens of the property's locals. Aphrodisias enjoyed prosperity for 8 centuries, and its long existence solidifies its position in further unwrapping Greco-Roman imperialist history. We also note its significance as a center for marble sculpture, boasting of key works that are recognized as hallmarks in art history. It is also noteworthy that the Temple of Aphrodite was transformed into a Christian basilica in the 5th century, a detail that is important in the evolution of the property from being a pagan stronghold into a dynamic religious center. The transformation of the temple stands out among temple to church conversions, particularly in the use and reuse of columns and walls. In this regard, we agree with other committee members that Aphrodisias meets criteria 2, 3, 4, and 6. We welcome the amendments to the draft decision, which will further strengthen the protection of this valuable site. We are certain that the state party will increase efforts to integrate the local community in the management system and implement the drainage rehabilitation plan within the walled city as soon as possible. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Asking once again for concise statements and interventions. I'm now asking kindly Azerbaijan to take the floor. Azerbaijan,
thank you, Mr. Chair. Dear colleagues, dear distinguished committee, Aphrodisias is of outstanding importance in terms of its unity and integrity. The property has visual integrity and a long, well-studied history from the Bronze Age to the Ottoman period. The nominated property includes all elements necessary to express its values and doesn't suffer from significant geomorphological change or intensive human occupation since antiquity. Boundaries of the nominated area draws the limits of the remains as the largest extent, which ensures full representation of outstanding values. I would like to take to attention that the nominated properties area is 152 hectares and the buffer zone area is 1,040 hectares. The largest buffer zone area among the property is also show state attention to the value of the site. Aphrodisias retains its authenticity in terms of the form and design, materials and substance, location and setting. This claim is clearly proven by remarkable, well-preserved monuments and sculptures. The city quarries presents a good state of preservation and retains a high level of authenticity. They did not suffer from significant morphological change. The work of conservation and restoration at Aphrodisias has been undertaken in conformity with the Charter of Venice, respecting the original design and building materials. The landscape dominating the environment of Aphrodisias has never been exposed either to development or to mass tourism and offers visitors the experience of feeling the ambience of the Greco-Roman city in its historical context. The property has never legally taken under control by state. Also, many policies and actions have been proposed within the conservation and management plans in order to sustain the integrity of the site. State institutions and the excavation team are the main responsible bodies for the conservation, protection, promotion, and management of the site. Comparative analysis was done based on local outside properties and fully keeps the necessary requirements. We strongly say outstanding universal value of the site is present, and Azerbaijan is in favor to inscribe this property into the World Heritage List under criteria 2, 3, 4, and 6. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm just taking the liberty to ask you once again to be concise and to not repeat many times what has been already said, if I may. Croatia, the floor is yours.
Chair, sorry to take a few seconds more. I personally applaud the intervention of the esteemed representative of Portugal concerning the balances and disbalances and see it as a topic for near future discussions of the committee. But for the matter, Croatia endorses the amendment forwarded by Poland and Lebanon with the so well explained argumentation that we do not want to repeat anything, especially what my esteemed colleague from Tunisia has said, and bearing in mind your recommendation, Chair. So, yes, we will be glad to see Aphrodisias inscribed in the World Heritage List and see the State Party continuing to work with ICOMOS recommendations as proposed in the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. Guinness record, 49 seconds. Thank you. The United Republic of Tanzania.
Thank you, Chairperson. Tanzania delegation would like to join Lebanon and other committee members to confirm to the view that the property has great potential and indeed outstanding universal value. The Tanzanian delegation therefore supports the inscription of the property to the World Heritage List under criteria 2, 3, 4, and 6. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you. Indonesia, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will also be short. It is our understanding that the property is nominated on the basis of criteria 2, 3, 4, and 6. We also take note on the concerns of the advisory body, but however, we appreciate the cooperative manner shown by the state party by providing additional information as requested by the advisory body. We are confident that the state party will take advance several measures such as updating the management plan, increasing effort to integrate the local community into the management system, the strengthening the protection of the site from threats faced by the property. We will be delighted to see the inscription of the property to the World Heritage List. Thank you.
Thank you. Now Burkina Faso. Burkina Faso, the floor is yours, sir.
Je vous remercie. Ma délégation voulait d'abord attirer l'attention de l'ICOMOS sur l'abondante littérature fournie en 2016 et qui comble, à notre sens, les insuffisances constatées qui ont été relevées justement concernant la documentation. Nous voulons également attirer l'attention, dire que cette littérature présente à souhait les liens qui existent entre les carrières et la ville elle-même, ainsi que la gamme de sculptures et monuments extraordinaires dont la valeur pour la science archéologique n'est plus à démontrer. Et pour cela, donc, nous soutenons la proposition d'inscription sur la liste du patrimoine mondial. Je vous remercie.
Thank you. Vietnam, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. We will be also very brief. As mentioned earlier by other distinguished members of the World Heritage Committee, Vietnam delegations also believes that the justification of the outstanding universal values, the integrity and the authenticity of the Aphrodisias have been demonstrated. In addition to that, Vietnam delegation also commends the commitments and efforts of the State Party of Turkey in ensuring the protection, conservation and management of the nominated properties. Therefore, Vietnam agrees and supports the inscription of the Aphrodisias in the World Heritage List for its outstanding values. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Zimbabwe, Excellency, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chairperson. Firstly, Zimbabwe endorses the recommendation made by Portugal to discuss the issue of representation of the list. Having said that, Zimbabwe is convinced that the property that the State Party of Turkey has presented to us meets criteria 2, 3, 4, and 6, and therefore should be inscribed on the World Heritage List. We note the recommendations by the advisory bodies for enhanced protection management of the site, as well as the stakeholder engagement that is required, and we urge the State Party to take into account these recommendations. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Ambassador. Now the Republic of Korea. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will be as brief as possible. The Republic of Korea recognized the property Aphrodisias, a valuable ancient city created at the time of expansion of the Hellenistic culture, has its OUV. Given that the issues raised by the advisory body can be addressed by additional studies and research, the Republic of Korea would like to support the amendment proposed by distinguished delegation of Poland and Lebanon for the inscription of the Aphrodisias of Turkey on the World Heritage List on the basis of criteria 2, 3, 4, and 6. Thank you.
Thank you. And finally, Cuba, the floor is yours, sir.
Gracias, señor presidente. Cuba quiere sumarse también al consenso de que el sitio debe inscribirse en la lista del Patrimonio Mundial y confiamos en la tradicional compromiso del Estado parte para cumplir con las recomendaciones que se le han hecho. Gracias.
Gracias. So I understand that we can go directly to the rapporteur, if so. Mr. Rapporteur, could you kindly inform us about the amendments, the draft decision proposed?
Thank you, Chairman. Yes, we have a draft, we have an amendment proposed in this draft decision by distinguished delegates from Poland and Lebanon. You can see from the screen that paragraph 1 has not been altered. Paragraph 2 is proposed to be modified. The new paragraph read, inscribe Aphrodisiacs, Turkey, on the World Heritage List on the basis of criteria 2, 3, 4, and 6. The second part of paragraph 2, A, B, C, D, E, are proposed to be deleted. There is definitely now a new paragraph 3 because we have changed the decision, which read text note on the following provision statement of outstanding universal value, and we have outstanding universal value. Due to that change, Mr. Chairman, paragraph 3 also has been deleted. And then we have few modifications in paragraph 4. And then finally, we have a new paragraph 5, which reads, requests a state party to submit to the World Heritage Center by December 2019 a report on the implementation of the above-mentioned recommendation for the examination by the World Heritage Committee on the 24th session in 2020. This is what has been proposed. Thank you.
Thank you. So let's go through the whole draft decision, please. Para 1, adopted. Para 2, adopted as amended. Para 3, quite long in this very case as usual. Adopted as amended. Para 4, adopted as amended. And the last but not least, para 5, adopted as amended, which means that I have the pleasure to declare now decision 41.8b.28 adopted as amended. Let me please congratulate Turkey on behalf of the entire committee for this inscription. And Excellency, the floor is yours. Congratulations.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Members of the committee, esteemed colleagues, this is a remarkable day for us. The committee has just inscribed an extraordinary example of the ancient Roman civilization in Turkey, Aphrodisiacs. Inscription of this site ensures the conservation of another historically, culturally, and architecturally important site with Anatolian and Hellenistic characteristics. This decision further enhances our commitment to the preservation and conservation of our very rich cultural heritage. As a matter of fact, the relevant Turkish authorities and institutions spent no less than $1.5 billion altogether per year, solely for the preservation and conservation purposes. The Turkish taxpayers contribute to this commendable effort through a defined percentage of the real estate tax. Foundations can benefit from credits with very low interest, and there are quite a number of sponsorship models that we put to work. We have to keep up this pace. After all, there are 17,000 archaeological sites and 103,000 registered buildings and structures. It is incumbent upon us to make sure that all of them are bequeathed to all generations that will come to this earth until the end of the time. This inscription pays tribute to the Aphrodite of Aphrodisia, a perfect example of the religious and cultural interaction of local Anatolian traditions with the classical ideals that further diffused to the wider Mediterranean basin through the masterpieces of the local schools of sculpture. It is time that this amount we spent in Turkey, to repeat 1.5 billion US, starts moving towards the exterior, especially in terms of technical aid and more help to the conservation efforts elsewhere. We look upon ICOMOS. We will continue, of course, to work with them. We understand their prowess on standards. But we can inundate ICOMOS with better prepared dossiers, and we will work with ICOMOS. But to protect these, they are not better protected, neither in the British Museum, as in the case of the Elgin marbles, nor as was the case for the Pergamon Zeus Pavilion in the Berlin Museum. We will look after these. I would like to thank heartily to all members of the committee for their support and acknowledgement of Aphrodisia's unquestionable outstanding universal value as a combination of the city and the quarries with impressive monuments and sculptures, the remains of which still stand today in the midst of a hidden and gorgeous natural environment. Let me also extend my sincere thanks to my team here and all Turkish authorities back home, and of course, the Ministry of Culture and Tourism, and for their efforts in the preparation of the nomination file. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Ambassador, and once again, congratulations. Dear colleagues, we can move now to item 41,8b.29, namely Germany, Naumburg Cathedral and the high medieval cultural landscape of the rivers Saale and Unstrut. I would like to give the floor first to the Secretariat and after that to ICOMOS. Mr. Balsamo, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. We received a factual error notification concerning the evaluation of this nomination, which is to be found on page 79 of document INF 8B4 and on page 57 of the French version of the same document. Thank you.
Thank you. And now the floor goes to ICOMOS. ICOMOS, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chairperson. This is the presentation of the ICOMOS evaluation of the Naumburg Cathedral and the high medieval cultural landscape of the rivers Saale and Unstrut in Germany. This cultural landscape occurs in the area formed by the confluence of these two rivers, where a number of towns, villages, vineyards, and monuments from the High Middle Ages occur. The components have been nominated as testimony to the historical processes of settlement and exchanges in this former borderland between Western and Eastern or Slavic cultures in the High Middle Ages. The three components contain the area's most notable architectural and artistic monuments within the wider area. A nomination titled Naumburg Cathedral and the Landscape of the Rivers Saale and Unstrut, Territories of Power in the High Middle Ages, was deferred by the 39th session of the World Heritage Committee. The text of this previous decision is provided in the ICOMOS evaluation report. In this nomination, the cultural landscape was based on 11 components. But during the evaluation of this nomination, the State Party proposed that the number of components be reduced to 3, and the revised mapping provided by the State Party in November 2016 is shown on the slide. The buffer zone was retained unchanged, shown here in green. Naumburg Cathedral together with its precinct and immunity, is the centerpiece of this serial nomination, as the property name suggests. The cathedral has a Romanesque structure flanked by two Gothic choirs, demonstrating a transitional style between late Romanesque and early Gothic. It is well known for its architectural quality and works of art, particularly the two well-preserved choir screen structures from the first half of the 13th century. In the west choir, pillars supporting the vault merge with 12 life-sized sculptures of the cathedral's founders. The workshop organization of sculptors and stonemasons from the 13th century is known as the Naumburg Master. Also included in this component are the Augustin Monastery of St. Moritz and the Old Town of Naumburg. The town is the major urban centre today, as it was in the Middle Ages. Naumburg became a bishop's seat in 1028, and the state party considers that it exhibits typical features of a medieval European town. The next component is the old town of Freiburg, including the Neuenburg Castle, vineyards and monastery. Neuenburg Castle dates from 1090 and features a unique double chapel, residence tower, castle keep and fortifications. The town of Freiburg features the early Gothic Church of St. Mary, large parts of the city walls, and the layout of the market square and streets. The vineyards border the city walls and have been in continuous use since the Middle Ages. The Schulpforte, or Cistercian monastery complex, was founded in 1137 and represents the trans-regional network of this order and the influences of Western Europe into Eastern regions. The Bishop of Naumburg aimed to spread the influence of the Cistercian order, and Flemish farmers were encouraged to resettle in this region. The Gothic choir of the minster is an example of the transfer of French Gothic design to central Germany. Also included in this component are the terraced vineyards and the canal and weir created by the Cistercians. The comparative analysis is comprehensive and points to various points of significance for elements in the components and the wider area. However, this does not in itself establish that outstanding universal value has been demonstrated. ICOMOS notes that the early and high Middle Ages and related themes are relatively well represented in the World Heritage List. ICOMOS concluded that the comparative analysis does not justify the consideration of this property as a cultural landscape, nor does it sufficiently explain the selection of the components. While the three components exhibit artistic and architectural qualities and are worthy of conservation, ICOMOS does not consider that they can be seen as masterpieces of human creative genius, as is required for Criterion 1, nor do they specifically demonstrate the history of cultural interchange, as required for Criterion 2. ICOMOS considers that the three components do not comprise an outstanding High Middle Ages cultural landscape as required under the arguments provided for Criterion 4. Consequently, while the qualifying condition of authenticity is satisfactory overall, the ICOMOS World Heritage Panel concluded that none of the criteria for outstanding universal value are demonstrated, and the condition of integrity has not been met. ICOMOS finds that the boundaries and buffer zone are not entirely appropriate, in part because the three components are not considered sufficient to represent a cultural landscape. The rationale for the boundaries is not made explicit, and the buffer zone is overly generous and possibly unwieldy in management terms. The legal protection is adequate, and the components exhibit a good state of conservation. The management plan requires revision to become an effective tool for decision-making, but its direction is generally sound. Despite the well-articulated local and regional significance of the components of this nomination, ICOMOS concludes that there is insufficient basis for this property to be included in the World Heritage List. While ICOMOS and the State Party have entered into the process of reformulating this nomination with good intentions, in this case the additional work undertaken has not resulted in a nomination that ICOMOS can support for inscription. We have now had 2 full evaluation cycles and considered this landscape according to criteria 1, 2, 4 and 5, had 2 technical evaluation missions, advisory meetings and other respectful exchanges. However, ICOMOS recommends that Naumburg Cathedral and related sites in the cultural landscape of the rivers Saale and Unstrut, Germany, should not be inscribed on the World Heritage List. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Madam. Now the floor is open for the committee members. Croatia is the first. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. And this time it will take more than 49 seconds, while Croatia has proposed the amendment. On the other hand, you will see that it is the shortest amendment, while everything is really clear. Well, according to the corresponding statements and scientific works of the leading experts on the European Middle Ages around the world, the West Choir of the Naumburg Cathedral gives unique testimony to the works of a genial sculptor's workshop of the Naumburg master. Built around the middle of the 13th century, it displays until today the authentic connection between architecture, sculpture and glass painting. All of these carried out in an unparalleled quality in their time. Its iconography links this art in a theological program referring to Francis of Assisi and the reception of the ancient philosophy of Aristotle. Most of all of the 12 life-size statues of the founders of the cathedral are of astonishing realism. Their scenic narrative, designed as theological instruction, is still comprehensible to all visitors today. So it is noteworthy that here the medieval polychromy has survived unharmed, a rare instance and important record of such sculptural works of the 13th century. Allow me also to say, as a specialist for the period, that the polychromy of the Naumburg Cathedral is unmatched in the medieval world and the best preserved till today. And, esteemed Chair, allow me to conclude with a personal wish. We proposed the amendment to the draft decision in favor of referring this nomination to allow the state party to change the title of the nomination and narrow it only to the Naumburg Cathedral. And if in parentheses I can say, I have heard that those boundaries were suggested by the German ICOMOS. But in fact, we would be more satisfied, even with our amendment, to see this outstanding property being inscribed immediately on the World Heritage List, because, dear colleagues of the committee, the cathedral is really, really of an outstanding universal value. Thank you.
Thank you. And now the United Republic of Tanzania.
Thank you, Chairperson. Tanzania delegation is aware of the evolution of this nomination, which started in the late 90s. For about 12 years now, this nomination has been on the drawing board. Tanzania delegation would like to request you, Chairperson, to allow the state party to briefly explain what have been the challenges on the preparation of this very important nomination. Chair, Tanzania delegation submits. Thank you.
Thank you. Portugal, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. 500 years ago, a then unknown friar started a movement that would cause the biggest and lasting upheaval that the Catholic Church had known since the schism of Constantinople. Martin Luther's questioning of dogma, religious practices, the organization of the Church, and widespread corruption provoked a crisis in the European conscience that would, in time, contribute to reshaping the continent and, in fact, the world in religious, cultural, and also political terms. I think that it is proper that when talking of Naumburg, we recall Martin Luther and the Reformation and their indelible influence in the world's historical process. Personally, I regret that Germany has renounced on the 500th anniversary to adding a number of important sites to the Luther memorials in Eisleben and Wittenberg. I understand Germany's reasons for doing so, but I hope that this committee will address this important issue soon. In discussing Naumburg Cathedral, Mr. President, it is appropriate to recall that its first Lutheran bishop, Nikolaus von Amsdorf, was appointed personally by Martin Luther in 1542. Now, concerning the nomination of Naumburg Cathedral and the cultural landscape of the river Saale and Unstrut itself, it is not the first time that this nomination is presented to this committee. It has been prepared for a number of years and was deferred by this committee in 2015 for revision, and the suggestion that ICOMOS should be consulted for advice was taken. We commend the State Party for its thorough investigation over so many years that has contributed to a better knowledge of the heritage associated to this nomination. But after so many years of so hard work, with too many disappointments and frustrations, it is probably now time to go back to square one, which is to say, to retrieve the initial intention of the State Party to submit the Naumburg Cathedral as a single site. A masterpiece of medieval architecture, the Naumburg Cathedral's artistic significance is well known and recognized all over the world, as has just been illustrated by our colleague from Croatia. We are firmly convinced that this new redefined property has outstanding universal value, and we propose that this nomination be referred to the State Party so that it can revise the dossier centered in the Naumburg Cathedral, to which this committee should already recognize the OUV. I thank you.
Thank you. I understand that we are all convinced that beautiful Uta and the Cathedral of Naumburg itself, it is the pearl of European civilization of early medieval time. No doubt about that. Finland, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. Well, this is the second non-inscription this year that the committee faces for the second time. This nomination was originally put forward as a cultural landscape. At the 39th session, the committee requested the State Party to further explore the relationship between the Naumburg Cathedral and the surrounding landscape. But now we have an amendment submitted by 8 committee members recommending a referral of the nomination in order to rescope the nomination by focusing on the given outstanding universal value of the Naumburg Cathedral only. I have to admit that I'm more than confused and would therefore start with hearing from the State Party how they have addressed the committee's request from the 39th session, namely to further explore the relationship between the Naumburg Cathedral and the surrounding landscape. Thank you.
Thank you. It is already the second question addressed to the respected State Party. We will come back to this very point at the very end of our discussion. Now Burkina Faso, the floor is yours. Burkina Faso.
Merci. Je voudrais à mon tour, à la suite de ce qui vient d'être dit, rappeler qu'en 2015, déjà lors de la session tenue à Bonn, le comité avait souligné l'importance de cette cathédrale de Naumburg en relation avec l'art et l'architecture du Moyen-Âge. Et à l'époque, le comité avait opté de différer l'inscription de la cathédrale et de permettre à l'État partie de bien vouloir se préparer. L'étude du dossier révisé nous convainc une fois de plus que, comme l'a proposé la Croatie, qu'ici, seule la cathédrale mérite d'être considérée pour inscription. Dans cette ligne d'argumentation, nous soutenons donc la proposition de référer l'inscription du site. Je félicite et encourage l'État partie d'Allemagne de bien vouloir tenir compte de cette restriction du projet d'inscription à la seule cathédrale et d'approfondir l'analyse comparative comme l'a recommandé l'ICOMOS. Je vous remercie.
Merci. Tunisia, the floor is yours.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Voilà un dossier qui devient déjà assez vieux, préparé pendant 12 ans, avec un grand travail de recherche et de conservation qu'on peut observer sur l'écran, avec la complicité de la communauté. Bien que rejeté en 2015 par l'ICOMOS, le comité a différé son inscription, insistant justement sur sa VUE. Un travail de collaboration s'est alors engagé avec l'ICOMOS, à la suite duquel l'État partie a accepté de réduire le bien de 80%, afin qu'il soit bien focalisé sur les éléments du Haut Moyen-Âge. Toutefois, l'ICOMOS remet de nouveau en cause certains éléments, mais non la cathédrale elle-même et son environnement immédiat. Et cela pour son importance historique, architecturale et artistique, dont mon collègue de la Croatie a parlé. L'État parti avec un esprit très coopératif accepte de réviser la proposition comme formulée et demande son renvoi, ou accepte plutôt son renvoi pour focaliser sur la cathédrale afin d'engager une discussion avec l'ICOMOS où seraient prises en compte les préoccupations de cet organe consultatif. La délégation tunisienne ne peut que se féliciter et féliciter l'État parti de cette attitude constructive qui donne en cela un exemple à suivre par d'autres. Notre avis est donc de renvoyer l'inscription sur la base de la nouvelle proposition afin de donner le temps nécessaire à l'État parti pour approfondir le dossier. Mais avant de clore mon intervention, permettez-moi, Monsieur le Président, de me joindre à d'autres délégations pour entendre l'État parti nous montrer dans quelle mesure ce bien peut effectivement être inscrit en tant que patrimoine mondial, pour que nous soyons en même temps rassurés, nous, qu'il est réellement porteur en lui seul de la VUE. Merci.
Merci. It is the next question addressed to the distinguished state party. We have still more than 10 respected delegations wishing to take the floor, so I would like, first time concerning this item, ask you kindly not to repeat and be concise. But now, Philippines. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We wish to recall that at its 39th session in 2015, the committee decided to defer the nomination of the Naumburg Cathedral and the landscape of the rivers Saale and Unstrut in the territories of power in the High Middle Ages to submit a significantly revised nomination with a focus on the cathedral and its relationship to its surrounding landscape. During this session, Mr. Chair, the advisory body and the committee, including the Philippines, attested to the cathedral's architectural qualities and works of art, which are considered to be unique in European art history. We are of the view that the property has great potential to meet criteria 1, 2, and 4. However, and like the others, the Philippines wishes to refer the examination of the property at this time and requests the state party to rescope the nomination to reach greater potential by reiterating its OUV in a stronger manner. We are confident the state party shall in due course provide the requisite adjustments to bolster the nomination of the property for eventual inclusion on the World Heritage List. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Madam. The Republic of Korea. Excellency, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This nomination is a revision of the previous one, which was deferred by 39th session of the committee in Bonn 2 years ago, where State Minister Madam Bemmer chaired in an excellent and efficient manner. During the renomination process, ICOMOS gave advice on the serial property's value and its components, which are fully accepted by the State Party of Germany. If we consider the efforts and the endeavors made by the State Party to accommodate the advisory opinions and the views expressed by ICOMOS and this committee during the entire nomination process, we believe we can give the State Party one more opportunity of seeking another renomination. which would this time focus on the Naumburg Cathedral and its surrounding area. In conclusion, the Republic of Korea would like to support the amended draft decision that we gladly joined as one of the co-sponsors. Thank you.
Thank you. Indonesia, the floor is yours. Madam.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will make my statement short. We are of the view that the nominated property has a lot of rooms for improvement, and we are confident that the state party will make the best efforts to refine the document with a close consultation with the advisory body. We therefore support the referral decisions for this nominated property. Thank you.
Thank you. Cuba, the floor is yours, sir.
Gracias, señor presidente. Seré muy breve. Cuba también apoya el devolver al Estado parte la nominación. Gracias.
Thank you. Vietnam, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Vietnam delegation appreciates the work done by the State Party and their cooperation with the advisory body to prepare the dossier of Naumburg Cathedral and the high medieval cultural landscape of the rivers Saleh and Unstrut. After this nominated property was deferred back to the State Party in the 39th session of the World Heritage Committee, we joined Croatia and other distinguished speakers in the World Heritage Committee in proposing referral of this dossier, and we are looking forward to seeing this, the inscription of this property in the World Heritage List in the very near future. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Jamaica, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. Jamaica echoes the sentiments of previous speakers and support the amended draft decision to refer the nomination back to the state party. Thank you.
Thank you. Azerbaijan. Excellency, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Azerbaijan subscribes to the comprehensive analysis made by the distinguished delegate of Croatia and supports the revised draft decision. We also invite the state party to rescope the nomination and adjust the boundaries of the property and the management plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Now Poland, the floor is yours, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To this long list of quotations coming from the committee concerning Naumburg Cathedral, I would like to add one Polish. It means I would like to remind about Zbigniew Herbert, great Polish poet, who, inspired by beauty of Ute, wrote very famous part of his famous book, Barbarian in Garden. So, of course, to this, I would like to appreciate, of course, the work of advisory body. However, would like to ask as well ICOMOS as a representative of the international scientific community for an opinion on the scientific and universal values of this cathedral in Naumburg itself, paying attention to its regional importance and high artistic value, of course, having in mind as well our will to support referral of this item. Thank you.
Thank you. Zimbabwe. Excellency, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chairperson. Zimbabwe supports the amended draft decision for a referral for this property. We also support the request for the state party to be given the floor. We urge the state party and ICOMOS to work closely together in defining the way forward so that we don't appear to be moving goalposts every time for the state party. Thank you.
Kuwait, the floor is yours.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Selon les commentaires des membres du comité en 2015, il ne semble pas y avoir de doute quant à l'importance exceptionnelle de la cathédrale de Naumburg. C'est la raison pour laquelle la délégation de Koweït soutient l'amendement proposé par la Croatie. Mais j'ai une question que je voudrais poser pour la délégation d'Allemagne. Quelle a donc été la raison de l'État parti de proposer pour l'inscription dans le contexte de son paysage environnant? Merci.
Merci. And now Kazakhstan, Ambassador, Excellency, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. As was stated, we remember that this nomination was discussed during the 39th session in 2015, and at that time we, committee, making reference to the outstanding value of the nomination and deferred it. But this time again it gets non-inscription. So after consultations, we will go to support the balanced decision for referral of this without any doubts of the outstanding value of the property. By underlying a very long way of preparation and the multiple significant substantive changes to the nomination dossier made from 1998, according to our estimations, and up to 2017, based on advisors, first to enlarge property by inclusion significant cultural landscape, then to the contrary to reduce it. So, but again, raises many questions. What is the next step to be made to inscribe the property to the World Heritage List? Again, enlarge or reduce the boundary and buffer zone, or to concentrate on reformulating of OUV, etc. So proclaiming all these questions, we support the amendment proposed by the distinguished delegation of Croatia. Thank you.
Thank you. Finally, the floor goes to the state party. But before that, let me please express my happiness that, as I can see, as I can recognize, we have Professor Maria Bemer with us, the charismatic chairperson of the 39th session in Bonn. We have a vivid memory of this very session. The floor is yours, Germany. Minister.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. I would like to thank the distinguished members of the World Heritage Committee very much for their thoughtful considerations of this nomination. We put the Naumburg Cathedral on the German tentative list almost 20 years ago as a single monument. Strongly advised by ICOMOS experts, we changed the setup in 25 to a cultural landscape. After seeking ICOMOS guidance and advice during 2 elevation cycles and after substantial revisions of the dossier in 2016, ICOMOS does not see the merit of such a complex landscape nomination. The significance of the cathedral itself was never questioned. By the way, ICOMOS described the west chair but presented the east chair at the screen. As many committee members in 2015 strongly advocated the outstanding qualities of the cathedral, we feel encouraged to return to the original approach and to focus on this single monument. The wider landscape will nonetheless serve to support the narrative of the cathedral and the intangible dimensions of its founders. We will preserve, promote, and explain these interconnected landscape features. The international scientific community invariably recognized the universal significance of Naumburg Cathedral. The cathedral's architecture, as well as its magnificent sculptures, are continuously the subject of research at universities all across Europe. Regarding its relation to other European medieval churches, Naumburg Cathedral offers a unique architectural achievement of the 13th century, which has survived in authentic conditions. It is the opus magnum of the Naumburg master, whose groundbreaking innovations in sculpture and architecture have been lost in other places. The famous founder statue of Uta of Naumburg features prominently in every textbook of art and architectural history. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Minister. I understand that I'm passing the floor just for a while to Mr. Balsamo. I see. First, we are going straight forward to our rapporteur, Mr. Juma. If you could kindly inform us about the amendment on the draft decision proposed.
Thank you, Chairman. Yes, we have amendment of the draft decision proposed by the distinguished delegate Croatia, Azerbaijan, Cuba, Republic of Korea, Lebanon, Peru, Portugal, and Zimbabwe. If you can, as you can see from the screen, the first paragraph has not been altered. The second one is modified. Now the new paragraph read, refer the nomination of Naumburg Cathedral and a related site in the cultural landscape of the River Saale and Ausschuss German back to the State Party in order to allow it, with the advice of ICOMOS and World Heritage Center, if requested to A, rescope the nomination by focusing on the given outstanding universal value of Naumburg Cathedral, B, adjust the boundaries of nominated property and the management plan, and C, review the statement of outstanding universal value of Naumburg Cathedral to final adopt by the committee within 3 years. This is what has been proposed. Thank you.
Thank you. Poland and Portugal. Poland, the floor is yours.
No, thank you. I just would like to remind that we asked ICOMOS to say a few words about the value of cathedral, but now we are proceeding in other issues, another part of the discussion. So now I
can assure you, sir, that we did check it well in advance. That ICOMOS does not wish simply to comment at the moment. It is my understanding. Mr. Balsamo will get the floor very soon, but firstly, Portugal. Excellency, the floor is yours.
Yes, Mr. President, but I'm not sure that if requested in English is exactly the same thing as si nécessaire in French.
Thank you. Shall I kindly ask for the correction? Mr. Balsamo, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. It's just to flag basically the same issue that we had 2 days ago about, I think it was the Mexican nomination when there was this passing from deferral to referral. And here we are in the same kind of situation because the point A, B, and C that I see as the condition of this referral following the operational guidelines in paragraph 159 of the operational guidelines that talks about referral do not fall into the case of referral, but rather deferral, because there's a rescoping of the nomination, adjusting the boundaries, and reviewing the OUV, which is normally not possible within the framework of a referral. That's all. I just wanted to take that out.
As I rightly understand you, we shall simply try to follow the guidelines. But anyway, the floor goes back to Mr. Juma. Well, thank you, Mr. Balsamo. I wonder if this French version has been already improved, because I'm quite far away from the French screen. I wonder if you, Excellency, are you satisfied?
No. Perhaps why don't they give a try to si solliciter?
Thank you. Merci. Is that... Good, Mr. Juma. We are fine already. Good. So, ladies and gentlemen, finally, Para 1 adopted. Para 2 adopted as amended. Para 3. There is no Para 3. It means that I have the pleasure to declare the decision 41.8b.29 adopted as amended. Thank you. It means now that we can move on to item 41.8b.30, United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland, the English Lake District. I now invite Mr. Balsamo first to take the floor, and after that, ICOMOS. Mr. Balsamo.
Thank you, Chair. Just to remind the committee, we received a factual error notification concerning this nomination, which is to be found on page 132 of the English version of document INFAID before, and on page 130 of the French version of the same document. And this notification has also some impact on the proposed statement of OUV, which has been already integrated in our version. Thank you.
Thank you. ICOMOS, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm now presenting the ICOMOS evaluation of the English Lake District of the United Kingdom. Indeed, ICOMOS has acknowledged a number of clarification and errors that have been highlighted by the state party. This property has a long nomination history. It was presented before the Voltaged Committee twice, in 1987 and 1990, and in both occasions the committee expressed the need for further reflection before proceeding with inscription, as at that time the category of cultural landscape was not yet presented. It could be well said that discussion on the English Lake District has been at the center of important debates that prepared the ground for the introduction of the cultural landscape category in the operational guidelines. Located in northwestern England, the English Lake District is a distinct mountainous area which has been modeled by glaciers in the Quaternary Ice Age, forming 13 radiating valleys, like spokes from the nave of the wheel, to quote the description by William Wordsworth of this area. The landscape of the region was subsequently shaped by long-standing agro-pastoral land uses which are still practiced today. The varied and yet united topography and geomorphology of the property owe much to its ancient geological processes, which appeared evident in typical glacial formation such as U-shaped valleys, upland corries, arête, and craggy outcrops. 12 landscape types have been identified, only partially overlapping with the valleys. They form the basis for the monitoring to the condition of the landscape. The landscape itself owes its current aspect to the ancient and still living agro-pastoral traditions that shaped the territory over the last millennium. The combined work of nature and natural activity and human activity have produced a landscape of harmony and beauty. Rugged mountains mirroring glacial lakes, farming patterns of enclosed in-by and intake fields, broad leaves woodlands and tree groups, and the settlement distribution all together form an evocative scenery. Although the present settlement pattern originated in the High Middle Age and was further transformed in later centuries, important archaeological traces of much earlier human occupation survive in the nominated property. A clear distinction between the valley floors used for crops, hay, and winter grazing from the open grazing of the uplands is still perceivable. Many stone walls divide the fields, the in-by in valley bottoms, probably originating from medieval territorial structure from the open grazing land on the hillsides. Traditional farmsteads usually encompass a farmhouse, an adjoining cowhouse, a granary, or a hayloft above it. Depending on the size, exposure, and location, the farmstead's layouts may vary significantly, although maintaining key common feature. Pivotal to these agro-pastoral systems are the communal grazing management of the uplands and the sheep breeds. The Erdwick, the Swaledale, and the rough fell sheep are all well adapted to the local condition, the most resistant being the Erdwicks, which also shows an instinct of keeping to a specific heft, thus making possible grazing over extensive areas without the need for fences or shepherds. This evocative pastoral landscape came to be appreciated from the 18th century onwards by the picturesque and later the Romantic movements. Prominent artists and writers settled in the region and celebrated it in paintings, drawings, and words. These ideals were materialized in villas, gardens, and parks purposely created to enhance the picturesque and romantic character of the English Lake District. Its popularity spread among the general public through several guidebooks, giving rise to early forms of tourism in England. The aesthetic qualities of the English Lake Districts also inspired an awareness of the importance of the landscape and natural beauty for personal emotional enrichment, and movement and actions for its conservation were stimulated by intellectuals residing in the area. Early development proposals and transformations triggered early efforts to preserve its values and contributed to the formation of the landscape conservation movement, the creation of the national parks, the National Trust, and the Lake District Friends. The comparative analysis has been appropriately carried out and justified. The proposed criteria have been demonstrated on the basis of additional explanation and justification that were requested to the state party, although ICOMOS found that some of the arguments in support of Criterion 6 could not be supported by ICOMOS. The boundaries of the nominated property appear justified and adequate. No buffer zone has been proposed. However, mechanisms to ensure the protection of the immediate and wider settings of the property are in place, and ICOMOS has asked clarification in this regard to the state party. Legal and planning protection are, as well as protective measures, appear adequate. A solid knowledge of the attributes of the OUV has been developed. Conservation is generally satisfactory, although it could be improved, and the management framework and its instruments are well thought, robust, and inclusive, and have addressed over the years also the issue of balancing nature protection and the use of the territory from the local communities, particularly the shepherd community. However, given the complexities of the property, particular attention needs to be paid to reduce negative impacts of tourism, to support the agropastoral activity following the withdrawal of EU subsidies, and prevent depopulation, including affordable housing, services for the residents, etc. Potential threats from large-scale infrastructural projects are currently under control through impact assessment mechanisms, although they need close monitoring. A long nomination history has proved to be useful. This is a solid nomination under several perspectives. Therefore, ICOMOS recommends that the English Lake District is inscribed on the World Heritage List under criteria 2, 5, and 6. As has been addressed before, there are a number of factors that need to be addressed in terms of conservation and the sustenance of the property, and therefore there are a list of additional recommendations that ICOMOS consider important to be taken into account. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam. Thank you, ICOMOS. And now, traditionally, I do invite the committee members to express the comments, if any. The message is clear. Poland is hesitant. Would you like to take the floor, Excellency?
Thank you, Chair.
So the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. We are very happy to support inscription of such an amazing and important for contemporary culture, especially art and landscape design site. It is an outstanding combination of harmonious beauty of natural landscape and agro-pastoral land use system. We would like to strongly congratulate the State Party for a very well-prepared nomination file and thank the advisory body for its work. Thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador. Now Portugal. Portugal has the floor, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Portugal congratulates the United Kingdom for the well-prepared nomination file and for the submission of such a unique property, a fantastic cultural landscape, and a remarkable national park since 1951. Although being a very large property of more than 2,000 square kilometers, the nomination file provides us with a well-prepared management plan. The English Lake District is of a singular natural beauty that combines a long-standing and continuing agro-pastoral tradition, an ongoing system since medieval times. The Lake District accounts for about 70 million visitors a year. So Portugal agrees that tourism and the vulnerability of the agro-pastoral system are to be seriously taken into consideration by the state party. So we concur with ICOMOS for the implementation of long-term monitoring of tourism impacts, namely to its natural components. But overall, we wish at this very moment to congratulate the UK. Thank you.
Thank you. Jamaica has the floor, Madam.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Jamaica extends congratulations to the State Party for the inscription of the English Lake District. We can only imagine that this inscription holds even greater significance given the State Party has been seeking to bring international protection to the site since 1986. The file was clearly ahead of its time, but we are pleased the new nomination has been accepted on the basis of criteria 2, 5, and 6. Jamaica wishes the State Party well in providing oversight for maintaining the OUV and implementing necessary programs to further enhance the property. Thank you.
Thank you. The United Republic of Tanzania. Madam, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The Tanzania delegation commenced advisory bodies for the comprehensive evaluation of the property. The Tanzania delegation has noted that the nomination exercise has a long history and the property has been presented several times. We wish to commend the State Party for the endurance and the substantial material and time invested. The Tanzania delegation considers that this property is a cultural landscape of an outstanding universal value on the basis of criteria 2, 5, and 6. Therefore, while encouraging the State Party to implement ICOMOS recommendations, Tanzania supports the draft decision to inscribe the property in the World Heritage List on the basis of the criteria that I have already mentioned. And lastly, Mr. Chair, Tanzania heartily congratulates the State Party on this inscription. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Turkey. Excellency, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think this is self-evident. We just wish to congratulate the State Party, both for the preparation of the file and the expected inscription. Thank you.
Thank you. So now let me please, Azerbaijan, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. After the first-hand view of presented documentation and ICOMOS report, we agree with the ICOMOS recommendation and suggestion to inscribe the English Lake District in the World Heritage List under the criteria 2, 5, and 6. At the same time, Azerbaijan agree with committee draft decision without any kind of amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. It is quite formal, as I understand, to ask our dear rapporteur. Could you just kindly confirm that there is no any amendment, please?
This time I can confirm to you, Chairman. We don't have any amendment on this one.
Thank you. It allows me now to declare the decision 41,8b.30 adopted. Let me please congratulate United Kingdom on behalf of the entire committee for the inscription of this property. And United Kingdom, you have the floor for a brief 2-minute statement. Thank you. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Chairman. And through you, I would like to thank the Polish authorities and people for their warm hospitality throughout our time here in Krakow. On behalf of the Government of the United Kingdom, we thank the committee and the advisory bodies and welcome the inscription of the English Lake District as a World Heritage Site. We will, of course, address each of the 9 points raised by the committee in the decision in the report we provide next year. But I can assure the committee today that protection and enhancement of the OUV of the property will be our primary goal. As noted in the decision, the agro-pastoral landscape of the English Lake District inspired writers and artists and played a significant role in the early development of the global conservation movement. So its inscription today is a fitting testament to that heritage. As noted by members of the committee, this inscription is a culmination of over 30 years' work by a huge range of people across and beyond the Lake District, and a broad spectrum of civil society, including the communities for whom the National Park has been their home for generations. So I'm delighted that the Director of Sustainable Development for the National Park, Steve Ratcliffe, is here today, and with your permission, Mr. Chairman, he will say a few words of thanks on behalf of the partnership.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. The English Lake District has taken millennia to become the evolving masterpiece that it is today. Our nomination has indeed been a long time in the making, culminating in over 30 years of thought and partnership working, and we would like to sincerely thank ICOMOS for its assistance. We are incredibly proud of our cultural landscape, of how our farming and industry has shaped our special place that you have had a glimpse of. It has inspired lives and life, internationally important art and ideas, and will continue to inspire in the future. This has been a partnership bid, and today I'm immensely proud to represent our partnership. Broad coalition of interest from farming and culture to the environment and business community. Our partnership has come a long way, and we have committed to work together to deliver our management plan for the site. I leave you with a quote from our most famous romantic, William Wordsworth, the poet whose writing was inspired by the Lake District, written in 1835 in his Guide to the Lakes. The Lake District, quote, is a sort of national property in which every man has a right and interest who has an eye to perceive and a heart to enjoy, unquote. The Lake District now becomes an international global property, and we very much look forward to working with you and our communities to ensure that this site will inspire our children and future generations throughout the world. Thank you.
Thank you and congratulations. Dear colleagues, now it's time for draft decision 41.8b.31, Georgia, Gelati Monastery. It is a significant boundary reduction of Bagrati Cathedral and Gelati Monastery, as you may remember. I now invite Mr. Balsamo as the first speaker. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. We received a fatal error notification concerning the evaluation of this nomination, and which is to be found on page 67 of document INF 8B4 and on page 90 of the same document in its French version. And this notification had some impacts also on the proposed statement of OUV, and these impacts are already being integrated in our version on the screen. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. So it's time for ICOMOS. I invite ICOMOS to present the significant boundary reduction of Bagrati Cathedral and Gelati Monastery, Georgia. ICOMOS, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Bagrati Cathedral and Gelati Monastery, a serial property, was inscribed on the World Heritage List in 1994 on the basis of Criterion 4. The property was subsequently inscribed on the World Heritage List in danger in 2010 in response to concerns over the reconstruction of Bagrati Cathedral. In its 37th session, the World Heritage Committee expressed its regret that despite previous decisions, the rebuilding of the cathedral had been completed, and considered that it had been altered to such an extent that its authenticity had been irreversibly compromised and no longer contributed to the justification for the criterion. It therefore requested the state party to submit a major boundary modification for the property to allow Gelati Monastery to justify the criteria on its own. This boundary modification was submitted, first of all, in January 2014, And at its 39th session, the committee referred it back to the State Party in order to allow it to clarify management procedures and responsibilities and provide details as to how a higher level of commitment might be put in place by the major stakeholders to ensure adequate protection and management of the property. On the 1st of February 2017, the State Party submitted supplementary information, which includes the management plan and action plan, amendments to the General Conservation and Rehabilitation Plan, and proposals for new domestic quarters for monks and visitor access arrangements. So what we are dealing with here is a major boundary modification for a reduction of the serial property of 2 sites to enclose only Gelati Monastery and its monastic precinct. This is a map of the property showing the large buffer zone on the right. On the lower slopes of the mountains of the North Caucasus, Gelati Monastery belongs to the golden age of medieval Georgia, a period of political strength and economic growth from the late 11th to early 13th century in the Christian era. It was David IV who was crowned king in 1089 who completed the unification of Georgia, and his reign is what is known as the Golden Age, when Georgian culture flourished. This period lasted around 120 years. The monastery construction was begun in 1106 near Kutaisi, the capital. The main church was completed in 1130, and further churches were added to the monastery throughout the 13th and 14th century. The general layout of Gelati illustrates the Georgian monastic architectural tradition of freestanding buildings within a walled courtyard. And Gelati is larger than others and has survived as a complete ensemble. The cross-in square plan and multi-dome form developed in East Georgia in the 10th and 11th century. At Gelati, the unusual width and the abundance of light reflects its royal status. Gelati was not simply a monastery. It was also a center of science and education, and the academy, the next slide please, established by King David, was a center of knowledge and education at the highest international standards of the time. He made every effort to gather the most eminent intellectuals to his academy. And he is buried in one of the gateways of the monastery. What further differentiates Gelati from other monasteries are its interior mosaics and murals. From the beginning, the conch was, if we can see the picture, the conch was prepared for mosaic decoration, while the apse was prepared for murals. Thus, the mosaic was incorporated into the original decoration of the church. Although the mosaic reflects artistic principles of Middle Byzantine art, its images are also rooted in local Georgian art. Can we see the next slide, please? This is the mosaic. The oldest wall paintings executed in the 12th century are found in the narthex. The center of the vault features the Ascension of the Cross by the archangels, while the remainder displays ecumenical councils, 7 of them, the earliest surviving representation in the Eastern Christian world. Murals are also found in the Chapel of St. Andrew, dating from 1291. They contain a double portrait of the king. And while these murals show influences from Byzantine style, they also include a Georgian emphasis that emerged and diverged from Byzantine forms. The rest of the mural paintings in the church, covering much of the remaining interior, date from the period after a fire of 1510 and were executed during the 16th century. A large restoration project is underway at the monastery on the fabric and the murals. And following archaeological investigations, glazed tiles have been reinstated on the roofs of the building. Gelati is the best example of a Georgian monastery from the 12th century onwards due to its considerable size, clear spatial concept, and the high architectural and decorative quality of its main buildings. It reflects in an exemplary way the cultural and intellectual developments of the Golden Age of Georgia and, After the reconstruction of Baghrati Cathedral, the property has become the most distinguished reflection of the architecture of this golden age. In terms of boundaries, protection and management, ICOMOS considers that commitment for financial and institutional support for essential conservation and restoration work on roofs and wall paintings is needed in order to allow sustained work on both. Proposals for temporary roofs over the recently exposed cellars and other protective measures underline the need to ensure the monastery is presented as a living site, with modern interventions being introduced discreetly and in a way that doesn't conflict with the visual harmony of the complex or museumify the place. In terms of recommendations, can I first recall that the decision of the committee at its 37th session requested the State Party to submit a boundary modification. ICOMOS now recommends that that major boundary modification of Baghrati Cathedral and Gelati Monastery to exclude the cathedral and to retain the Gelati Monastery should be approved. We have additional recommendations which are set out clearly on the amended decision, so I won't read those all out. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Madam. So now I would like to open the floor, if I may. If there are no any comments, we go directly to our rapporteur, Juma. How are the amendments, if any?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, we have very slight amendment. First, we have this factual error, as has been appointed by Secretariat. Show them. Then up, down. And here we have a very slight amendment in paragraph 5, which they just change the word provide, they put the word ensuring, and then a 5G, another amendment, we delete the word patriarch. That's the only we have, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. So let's try to study step by step all the paragraphs. Paragraph 1, amended. Paragraph 2, amended. Paragraph 3, amended. Paragraph 4, with this slight correction. Adopted as amended. Paragraph 5 as well, adopted as amended, and paragraph 6 adopted, which means that now I declare decision 41,8b.31 adopted as amended.
Do they want to take the floor?
Let me congratulate Georgia on behalf of the entire committee for this significant boundary modification. Georgia, you have the floor for a brief 2-minute statement. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Forgive me for being emotional because I feel a great responsibility to take the floor on this occasion, as the issue of Baghrati Cathedral and Gelati Monastery has been standing open for the last 8 years. First and foremost, let me express our deep gratitude to the World Heritage Center, advisory bodies, and each member of the committee who have taken part in resolving this delicate issue over the past years. While we deeply regret the withdrawal of the Baghrati Cathedral from the boundaries of the property, we would like to reiterate our long-term commitment to the conservation of Gelati Monastery, which has explicitly demonstrated the outstanding universal value of its own, as well as excellent state of conservation. I would like to express our thanks to all Georgian and international heritage professionals who, through their hard work, contributed to highlighting the values of this property, and to those who spared no effort for documentation, conservation, and restoration of different elements of the monastery. Strengthening the implementation of the World Heritage Convention is a priority for Georgian government, and the fact that over the last years Georgia has achieved to meet the desired state of conservation of its hitherto endangered true World Heritage properties demonstrates this commitment. It also makes us believe that the dedicated work at legal, institutional, and conservation levels will lead to more integrated, democratic, and participatory management of cultural and natural properties in Georgia that will allow for more successful initiatives and still more fruitful cooperation in the frame of the Convention in the years to come. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, and once again, congratulations. But before we visit France again, I'm taking the floor to Dr. Rezler. Important information still very much connected with Georgia and tomorrow.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Very briefly, you remember that we kept the item 7A open on Bagration Cathedral and Gelati Monastery. Now, after your decision, we will now distribute on a blue paper the draft decision so that you can come up with this item tomorrow, and then we can close item 7A at some point tomorrow. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And now we can move to item 41.8b.32, which is France, Strasbourg, from Ground E to Neustadt, a European urban scene extension. The floor goes to ICOMOS. I now invite ICOMOS to present the nomination of the extension. ICOMOS, you have the floor.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Cette présentation concerne une proposition d'extension du bien Strasbourg-Grande-Île, France. Le bien initial, inscrit en 1988, se limitait au centre ancien de la ville de Strasbourg, la Grande-Île. L'extension proposée comprend les éléments les plus significatifs de la ville nouvelle ou Neustadt, qui sont en relation visuelle et paysagère avec la ville ancienne. Dans cet ensemble, le centre administratif, construit autour de la Kaiserplatz, actuelle place de la République, s'articule grâce à l'axe impérial avec les palais universitaires. La construction de la Neustadt, conçue et réalisée sous l'administration allemande 1870-1918, dans le respect de l'héritage urbain, a renforcé le caractère biculturel de la ville. En termes de catégories de biens culturels, telles qu'elles sont définies à l'article 1er de la Convention du patrimoine mondial, il s'agit d'une extension d'un ensemble. Ces cartes montrent la situation de la ville de Strasbourg en France et en Europe et la situation du bien proposé dans l'ensemble de la ville. Le bien proposé a une surface de 182 hectares avec une zone tampon de 709 hectares. Cette image montre une vue générale de la ville avec la Neustadt en premier plan et la Grande-Île en arrière-plan. La Grande-Île, limitée par les deux bras de l'île, correspond aux limites du bourg du Moyen Âge. La cathédrale constitue le monument le plus important de la ville et une œuvre majeure de l'art gothique. La ville a un riche patrimoine architectural qui montre son évolution et les influences des cultures germaniques et françaises. Les maisons à pans de bois sont caractéristiques du tissu urbain de la Grande-Île. Par rapport à l'architecture française, il y a des exemples notables des hôtels particuliers du XVIIIe siècle. Voici d'autres exemples d'architecture française du XVIIIe siècle. La ville nouvelle, ou Neustadt, a été conçu et réalisé dans un souci d'intégration paysagère avec la ville ancienne. Le pouvoir et l'administration sont groupés autour de la Kaiserplatz, place impériale, et la Kaiser-Wilhelm-Straße, avenue de la Liberté. Le centre administratif qui regroupe autour de la Kaiserplatz, actuelle place de la République, le palais de l'empereur, les ministères, la bibliothèque impériale et le parlement régional s'articulent grâce à l'axe impérial avec les palais universitaires. L'université est un des pôles majeurs de la ville nouvelle. Les établissements d'enseignement sont regroupés sur le campus impérial qui est entouré par des quartiers résidentiels. Les avenues de la Neustadt montrent, au-delà de l'expression individuelle des immeubles, une cohérence morphologique remarquable. Enfin, les quais contribuent au paysage urbain caractéristique de la ville de Strasbourg. L'ICOMOS considère que l'analyse comparative proposée par l'État partie est satisfaisante et que les conditions d'intégrité et d'authenticité ont été remplies. Les critères 2 et 4 ont été justifiés. Par rapport au critère 1 adopté lors de l'inscription du bien initial, l'ICOMOS considère que la composition urbaine de la ville de Strasbourg ne peut pas être considérée comme une chef d'œuvre du génie créateur humain. L'ICOMOS considère que les limitations du bien et de l'extension proposée, de la zone tampon et du cadre distant sont appropriées. La protection légale en place pour l'extension proposée du bien est satisfaisante. L'état de conservation est approprié, mais l'ICOMOS a noté que les interventions dans les bâtiments privés ne sont pas toujours conformes. L'ICOMOS considère que le plan de gestion pour le bien et l'extension proposée est approprié. l'ICOMOS recommande que la proposition d'extension de Strasbourg, Grande Île, pour inclure la Neustadt et devenir Strasbourg, Grande Île et Neustadt, France, soit approuvée sur la base des critères 2 et 4. L'ICOMOS propose aussi quelques recommandations complémentaires. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you. And now the floor is open. Q8 is the first. The floor is yours, Excellence.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Moi, quand je parle de Strasbourg, j'ai les larmes dans les yeux. Monsieur le Président, l'objet de cette inscription que le Koweït soutient consiste à sauvegarder et faire découvrir au monde entier le patrimoine de cette ville, accompagner sa modernisation et assurer la transmission aux générations futures. Permettez-moi, Monsieur le Président, de confirmer notre soutien pour l'inscription de cette ville où j'ai enrichi mon expérience académique et juridique. Merci.
Merci. Portugal, the floor is yours.
Oui, merci, Monsieur le Président. Je crois qu'après cet exposé par ICOMOS, il n'y a pas beaucoup de choses à dire, sauf féliciter Strasbourg, féliciter son maire, ici présent, féliciter la République française de cette inscription. Nous nous réjouissons et voilà, et nous l'appuyons vivement. Merci.
Thank you, Excellency. Kazakhstan.
Just brief, Mr. President, thank you. I would like to congratulate France with this inscription. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Dear colleagues, let me now go directly, which is, as I understand, a formality to our rapporteur. Juma, could you kindly confirm that there is no any amendment, please?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I can confirm to you that we don't have any modification of this draft decision.
Thank you. If so, I have a real pleasure to declare decision 41,8b.32 adopted. Let me please congratulate France on behalf of the entire committee for the extension of this property. France, you have the floor for a brief statement, if I may.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. La France est très heureuse et très reconnaissante au Comité du patrimoine mondial et à ses membres d'avoir étendu le classement, l'inscription de la ville de Strasbourg à la Neustadt. Strasbourg, grande ville, capitale de région française, siège du Conseil de l'Europe et siège également du Parlement européen. Donc merci au Conseil, au Comité du patrimoine mondial, et je donne maintenant la parole à Monsieur le maire de Strasbourg, Monsieur Roland Ries, qui nous fait l'honneur d'être parmi nous.
Merci beaucoup. Je voudrais vraiment, Monsieur le Président, vous remercier le Comité du patrimoine mondial, ICOMOS, et exprimer au fond la gratitude de la ville de Strasbourg, de ses habitants, pour cette décision, je dois le dire ici, très attendue à Strasbourg et dans la région Alsace. 3 points rapides. Le premier, c'est que cette reconnaissance a pour nous une valeur historique très très forte, puisqu'elle contribuera à effacer en quelque sorte les cicatrices du passé sans les oublier. Cette partie de Strasbourg a été longtemps négligée. On a cherché à la gommer d'une certaine manière parce qu'elle évoquait des souvenirs pénibles. Aujourd'hui, eh bien, grâce à l'UNESCO, grâce au travail de l'ICOMOS aussi, cette partie de Strasbourg trouve auprès des Strasbourgeois toute sa signification. Deuxième point, cette reconnaissance a aussi une valeur pour aujourd'hui et pour demain. Au moment de la montée des euroscepticismes, des nationalismes et des populismes, je crois que la valeur symbolique de Strasbourg, symbolique de la réconciliation entre la France et l'Allemagne, est plus que jamais nécessaire. Et enfin, cette reconnaissance par l'UNESCO de la Neustadt comme paysage urbain historique remarquable nous aidera, Monsieur le Président, à développer demain, sur les bords du Rhin, une Neue Neustadt, une nouvelle ville. Elle est en construction aujourd'hui et elle devrait aussi, je dirais, constituer un lien direct entre Strasbourg et Kehl. Le Rhin devient le fleuve traversant de l'agglomération transfrontalière Strasbourg-Kehl. Merci donc, je suis très fier en ma qualité de maire de Strasbourg de cette décision que vous venez de prendre. Une nouvelle fois, merci à ICOMOS et à l'UNESCO pour Strasbourg, pour la France, pour l'amitié franco-allemande et pour l'Europe de cette décision historique. Merci à vous.
Dear colleagues, allow me just to make a very personal comment addressed to Mr. Roland Ries. It is not just German-Franco friendship. I have a vivid memory of my visits 1990, just after the political change to Strasbourg, and the jumelage, namely partnership, established those days between Strasbourg and Krakow, Krakowi, we are now. Dear colleagues, if so, now we shall move to item 41.8b.33, namely Germany. I shall wait a moment because the French-German friendship is blooming at the moment. I'm not jealous. Madam Minister, I would like now to visit Germany again. May I? Darf ich? Dear colleagues, it's time for decision 41.8b.33, namely Germany, the Bauhaus and its sites in Weimar, Dessau, and Bernau. It is the extension to Bauhaus and its sites in Weimar and Dessau. I would like to ask kindly Mr. Balsamo first to take the floor, and after that the floor goes to ICOMOS. Mr. Balsamo, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. We received a factual error notification concerning this extension, which is to be found on page 78 of the English version of document in Faith Before, and on page 56 of the French version of the same document. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. So now, ICOMOS, the floor is yours.
Je vous remercie, Monsieur le Président. Donc, le Bauhaus et ses sites à Weimar, Dessau et Bernau. L'évaluation en français se trouve à la page 302 du document INF 8B1 et la version en anglais à la page 283. Le bien proposé est une extension du bien, le Bauhaus et ses sites à Weimar et Dessau, inscrits sur la liste du patrimoine mondial en 1996. Il est composé des maisons avec accès au balcon situées à Dessau et de l'école de la Confédération syndicale ADGB située à Bernau, construite sous la conduite de Hannes Meyer, second directeur de l'école du Bauhaus. Il s'agit d'une extension de 2 ensembles et monuments, s'ajoutant aux 5 ensembles et monuments déjà inscrits. Cette extension reflète la manière dont un modernisme rationnel et austère émergea dans les années 1930. C'est au travers de ses œuvres notamment que le Bauhaus exerça une grande influence sur l'architecture de l'après-Seconde Guerre mondiale. Les 5 maisons avec accès au balcon furent construites en 1930. Chacune d'entre elles comprend 18 appartements que des résidents à faible revenu ont occupés de manière continue depuis leur construction. Meyer et ses étudiants bâtirent des immeubles de 3 étages en briques avec des toits plats le long de 2 rues principales. Cette structure distinctive, uniquement ponctuée de briquetage rouge et de dalles de plafond en béton, conserve aujourd'hui pleinement son apparence minimaliste. À l'intérieur, les escaliers à double retour en pierre artificielle soulignent la stricte conception économique de Meyer et l'attention méticuleuse portée par le Bauhaus aux détails et aux matériaux apparents. À l'arrière de chaque maison, on trouvait une buanderie et un jardin. Les plans des appartements illustrent l'objectif philosophique du Bauhaus de fournir un logement social en optimisant l'espace de vie. Les maisons avec accès au balcon furent le premier projet de construction conçu collectivement par le département d'architecture du Bauhaus. Ce département, mis en place en 1927, fit partie d'un système éducatif complet associant la connaissance scientifique et artistique au travail productif et à la collecte de fonds. L'école de la Confédération syndicale ADGB, construite de 1928 à 1930, se dresse dans une zone boisée. Elle comprend le long bâtiment de l'école et du dortoir, la rangée distincte des résidences des professeurs et un petit abri. Ce groupe d'édifices, avec des façades en briques jaunes, est organisé selon des échelons en conformité avec la configuration du paysage et la règle stricte de la fonction, soit un bâtiment différent par type d'usage. Leur conception est basée sur un modèle nouvellement exprimé d'une éducation progressive en petits groupes. La structure de l'ensemble découle des dimensions des dortoirs, où les étudiants étaient regroupés en 12 unités de 10 étudiants chacune. Ce chiffre détermine les dimensions de tous les autres aspects et aménagements intérieurs, depuis les salles de séminaire jusqu'aux tables de réfectoire. L'entrée, modifiée depuis lors, est située dans un bâtiment cubique doté d'une partie avant comprenant un vestibule, un foyer, un auditorium, un réfectoire et la zone des bureaux. Partant de cette entrée, un couloir agrémenté d'une façade en verre conduit aux 5 immeubles de dortoirs et de là jusqu'à l'ensemble scolaire de 2 étages. L'adaptation au terrain, l'utilisation intelligente des fenêtres, créant une connexion entre l'extérieur et l'intérieur, la résistance des matériaux, les structures porteuses apparentes et les proportions calculées sont typiques d'un art de la construction spécifique à la seconde période du Bauhaus. En termes d'intégrité, l'extension proposée permet d'avoir une vue complète et cohérente de la méthodologie et du patrimoine bâti légué par le Bauhaus. Malgré les agrandissements des années 1950 et d'importants travaux de restauration menés à l'école de la Confédération syndicale ADGB, l'ICOMOS considère que les conditions d'authenticité sont remplies. L'extension proposée reflète les préoccupations de la seconde génération du Bauhaus, qui révolutionna la pratique de l'architecture pour des décennies au travers de l'analyse contextuelle de la recherche économique, de normes fonctionnelles, de l'enseignement progressif et des objectifs sociaux. Les 2 ensembles proposés sont les 2 seuls exemples qui étaient le produit de l'institution elle-même, de sorte que, avec leur ajout, l'ICOMOS considère la série comme close. L'ICOMOS considère qu'il a été démontré que l'extension proposée renforçait les critères 2, 4 et 6, sur la base desquels le bien initial a été inscrit. Les délimitations, révisées durant le processus d'évaluation des 2 ensembles et leurs zones tampons, sont appropriées. Chacun des éléments composant l'extension bénéficie du plus haut degré de protection des Länder en tant que monument architectural. Les zones tampons disposent d'un système de protection au titre de la loi sur la protection des monuments. L'état de conservation des éléments de l'extension proposée est satisfaisant. Le système de gestion mis en place pour le bien initial s'applique à l'extension proposée. La fondation Bauhaus Dessau est responsable de la gestion du bien. En conclusion, l'ICOMOS recommande que l'extension proposée du Bauhaus et ses sites à Weimar et Dessau, pour inclure les maisons avec accès au balcon à Dessau et l'école de la Confédération syndicale ADGB à Bernau, pour devenir le Bauhaus et ses sites à Weimar, Dessau et Bernau en Allemagne, soit approuvée sur la base des critères 2, 4 et 6. Des recommandations associées à la conservation et au suivi ont également été formulées. Je vous remercie.
Merci. Thank you. Thank you. And now I invite the committee members to express their comments, if any. I see none. Which means that I shall ask the rapporteur about the possible amendments.
Chairman, I can confirm that we don't have any amendment on this item.
If so, I have the pleasure to declare now Decision 41.8b.33 adopted. Let me congratulate Germany on behalf of the entire committee for the extension of this property. Madam Minister, the floor comes to you again.
It's for the third time.
It is the harvest.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to thank the distinguished members of the committee for their decision. All relevant buildings of the Bauhaus School have now been united as one World Heritage Site. And some of the very different works of all 3 directors of that school, Walter Gropius, Hannes Meyer, and Ludwig Mies van der Rohe, are now recognized as part of humankind's cultural heritage. The extension you adopted today concerns unique buildings which testify to the close connection between theory and practice in the training of architects at the Bauhaus. They have since become standard practice all around the world. I heartily invite all the distinguished delegates and observers here in Krakow as well as those following our discussions via the internet, to come to Germany in 2019. Celebrate with us 100 years of the founding of the Bauhaus School and its impact on international modern architecture. In Dessau, Weimar and Bernau, you can experience the modernity of design as well as the curiosity of these pioneers towards new materials and ways of living. You can learn about their experiments and utopian ideas. It was not less than a springboard into a new age of architecture, one that we will celebrate throughout Germany in 2019. Welcome, I say. Thank you.
Thank you. Dear colleagues, now we move on to decision 41.8b.35, which is Brazil, Valongo Wharf archaeological site. And now I invite ICOMOS to present the nomination of Valongo Wharf archaeological site, Brazil. ICOMOS, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. As announced, this is a presentation of Valongo Wharf archaeological site, Brazil. The property is located on Jornal do Comércio Square in central Rio de Janeiro. The site demarcates the location of the ancient wharf built for the landing of enslaved Africans from 1811 onwards, which was the point of arrival for about a quarter of all the enslaved Africans reaching South America. The site is composed of several archaeological layers, the lowest of which illustrates floor pavings attributed to the original Valongo Wharf. More dominant layers relate to the Emperor's Wharf, constructed in 1843. In terms of categories of cultural property set out in Article 1 of the World Heritage Convention, this is a site. These maps show the location of the property in the city of Rio de Janeiro and within the surrounding urban and harbor areas. The boundaries of the nominated property include the complete square and it's surrounded by a wide buffer zone that encompasses traditional urban areas protected at local level, in which additional structures related to the arrival of enslaved Africans might be located. Rio de Janeiro was a central market and gateway for a large number of enslaved people arriving in the Americas. In 1774, the disembarkation and marketplaces were transferred from central Rio de Janeiro to Valongo, then in the city suburbs. The market complex included warehouses, storerooms, and outhouses. At the beginning of the 20th century, a new harbor was built based on land reclamation processes and land infills on top of the earlier wharves, leading to their removal from the contemporary seafront. In the local community memory, the location was linked to the unloading of ships and bringing captives from Africa, but only the excavations in 2011 brought to light the modest tangible testimony of these activities. The size of the excavations covered areas adjacent to the now visible window, which exposes about 2/3 of the archaeological material found. The deepest layer of the archaeological site shows fragmented remains of an irregular cut stone pavement set directly into leveled, sandy soil. The pavement remains integrate fragments of a ditch towards the west, which drained water coming down the hill, as well as the road leading to Valongo Wharf. At the edge of the wharf pavement towards the sea, one finds evidence of 2 steps of cobblestone, assumed to be the steps or ramp onto which passengers would have been disembarked. The remains of the Emperor's Wharf, constructed in 1843 for the wife of Emperor Dom Pedro II, now physically dominate the archaeological records. These pictures illustrate on diverse types of pavements corresponding to different stages of the history of the site. The property is not only understood as an archaeological site, but as an open-air memorial of the transatlantic trade of enslaved people, and as such has been fully appropriated by the public, especially the Afro-Brazilian community. Cultural and religious activities take place on the site, including the symbolic washing of the wharf. The comparative analysis demonstrates the exceptional international status of the property, as well as its global importance as a memory marker. Although considered acceptable, the conditions of integrity require to be closely monitored. The conditions of authenticity have been met. ICOMOS considers that Criterion 3 has not been justified, but Criterion 6 has been fully justified, since the property is the most important physical evidence of the arrival of enslaved Africans on the American continent. A site which illustrates strong and tangible associations to one of the most terrible crimes of humanity. ICOMOS considers that despite the stipulation of Article 77 of the operational guidelines, that Criterion 6 should preferably be used in conjunction with other criteria, Balongo Wharf constitutes an exceptional case where the sole use of Criterion 6 would most appropriately capture the values of the property. The boundaries of the nominated property cover the currently known archaeological resources, and the buffer zone includes areas which, in light of future research, might enhance and complement the understanding of the property. The legal protection in place is adequate, but ICOMOS considers that developments beyond the buffer zone need to be analyzed in terms of potential negative impacts on the property before any construction approval is granted. Active conservation measures undertaken have been adequate, but regular monitoring and maintenance is needed. ICOMOS considers that the site management unit should be formally established and the management plan with a special section of risk management be finalized and adopted. In conclusion, ICOMOS recommends that Balongo Wharf Archaeological Site, Brazil, be inscribed on the World Heritage List on the basis of Criterion 6, and there are also some additional recommendations. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. So now it's time to invite the committee members, and Portugal is the first. Excellency, the floor is yours.
Very much, Mr. President. I congratulate Brazil for having proposed the inscription of this meaningful site on the World Heritage List. It is a small property in size, but its significance in the history of humankind is truly exceptional, bearing witness to the forced displacement of almost 1 million human beings. For historical reasons, Portugal has a direct link to this site and also a direct responsibility on the origin and development of the same site. So I thank you for having given me the floor straight away. This is a place that reminds us of the darkest side of history, of moments to which Portugal, as many other countries, is not immune. We cannot change the past, but we can make our best to ensure that these somber historical events are not forgotten and that they are fully integrated in their respective historical narrative in a consistent way. Until now, Mr. President, only 11 sites have been inscribed on the World Heritage List, justified only by Criteria 6. These are all sites that marked important moments in our collective history, sites of memory that must be preserved and cherished. We therefore fully agree with ICOMOS that the Balongo Wharf archaeological site is indeed an exceptional case where the use of Criterion 6 alone fully justifies the outstanding universal value of the property, and I'm very happy to support its inscription in the World Heritage List. I thank you.
Thank you. Now, Zimbabwe. Excellency, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chairperson. Zimbabwe thanks the State Part of Brazil for bringing this property before the committee. Its presentation for inscription onto the World Heritage List is a very emotional moment for many people across the world. It is indeed an emotional moment for my delegation, for those from the African continent, as well as our diaspora. Zimbabwe therefore proudly supports the inscription on the basis of Criteria 6. Chairperson, a few days ago, in one-side event at this meeting, a large group of people and experts from all corners of the world discussed the need to accelerate recognition of heritage that is associated with memories of slavery. It was agreed that the World Heritage List, as it currently stands, falls short in recognizing this very tragic but important fact of world history as sites that remind us about the slavery and slave trade are just too few when one looks at the impact and effect this atrocity had and still has in almost all continents of the world. A call was therefore made for the Africa region and other regions as well to double their efforts so as to have more sites inscribed on the list. The recommendation to inscribe Valongo Wharf archaeological site is therefore tenuous and will give impetus to the call for more nations to recognize and present such sites. It is befitting that the committee inscribes Valongo Wharf here, not just because it is the most important physical evidence associated with the historic arrival of enslaved Africans on the American continent, but also for the fact that it is a site of conscience which illustrates the strong and tangible association to one of the most terrible crimes against humanity. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Excellency. Poland. Poland has the floor. Sir, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairperson. Very briefly, I would like to say that we appreciate a lot that so sensitive and at the same time important for the history of humanity site, covered by Ed for over 150 years, will find a place on the World Heritage List. In advance, we would like to congratulate State Party for this inscription. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, Jamaica, the floor is yours. Jamaica, yes.
Thank you, Chair. Jamaica expresses our sincerest congratulations to Brazil for the successful inscription of the Valongo Wharf archaeological site, and thanks ICOMOS for its work in evaluating the site. During the course of this past week, a side event was hosted by the advisory bodies on cultural sites related to the history of the slave trade and slavery. States parties were encouraged to serial nominations that tell the compelling story of that period of our global heritage. This inscription, which carries symbolic reminder of the arrival of African enslaved labor on the South African continent, and is regarded as the biggest slave harbor in human history, may very well be the site that is used to help realize a serial nomination in the LAC region that pays homage to slave trade and slavery. Jamaica endorses the draft decision for an inscription and again extends heartiest congratulations to the State Party. Thank you.
Thank you. Cuba, the floor is yours.
Gracias, señor presidente. Cuba felicita al Estado parte por esta nominación que sin duda tiene un altísimo valor y, como han dicho otras delegaciones, es representativo de ese fenómeno triste de la humanidad que fue la esclavitud. Y precisamente teniendo en cuenta que la esclavitud fue un elemento significativo en esa historia de la humanidad, quisiera preguntarle al órgano consultivo por qué no se valora el criterio 4. Gracias.
Gracias. Kuwait, the floor is yours. Excellency.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Le Koweït se félicite de l'État parti pour l'initiative d'inscrire la site Valongo, chargé de l'histoire douloureuse des esclaves. Vu de la qualité du dossier et aux recommandations, le Koweït soutient l'inscription de la site mentionnée. Merci.
Merci. Philippines, the floor is yours. Madam.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This dossier was not only fascinating, it was deeply moving. Valongo Wharf is a very young archaeological site that was uncovered just 168 years ago. Still, it carries with it haunting memories of the violent slave trade that was to characterize the lives of Afro-Brazilian and Afro-American peoples for centuries. Surely one of the darkest moments in human history. Indeed, the property may well contain the most important tangible evidence of the arrival of African slaves on the American continent. It is also critical to preserve this site, given successive attempts to erase the historical impact of slavery. Inscribing the property may well spur a growing awareness of Brazil's African heritage. We commend the State Party for the active participation of the local Afro-Brazilian community in the preservation and conservation of the site. The community's guardianship of the property is indeed a best practice that may be emulated by World Heritage sites all over the world. The Philippines strongly supports the inscription of this dossier. I thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Now, Lebanon, Excellencies, the floor is yours.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Juste une petite mise au point. S'il est vrai que cette inscription que nous saluons vivement de la part du Brésil concerne des souvenirs et des mémoires pénibles pour l'histoire de l'esclavage, il y a aussi un côté plus radieux. C'était là où ont accosté les premiers bateaux de la diaspora libanaise au Brésil, amenés par l'empereur Pedro II en 1876. Et le bateau s'appelait La Volonté de Dieu. Merci.
Thank you. The United Republic of Tanzania.
Thank you, Chairman. The United Republic of Tanzania will concur with the other member of state parties to congratulate the State Party of Brazil for inscribing the important property to the World Heritage List. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Now, Angola. Angola, the floor is yours.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Nous reconnaissons les efforts déployés par l'État parti du Brésil pour l'excellent travail qu'ils ont développé pour inscrire les sites de Valongo sur la liste du patrimoine mondial et félicitons donc l'État parti pour cela. Par ailleurs, nous encourageons l'État parti de prendre en compte les recommandations proposées par les organes consultatifs pour maintenir durablement la VUE du site. L'inscription de ces sites est une marque de reconnaissance internationale de ces phénomènes douloureux, mais nous reconnaissons également que ça pourrait inspirer les pays africains et d'autres pays qui ont été victimes de ces phénomènes de pouvoir regarder de manière positive les problématiques liées donc à la traite négrière et pourquoi pas avancer également dans la logique de proposer des sites liés à l'esclavage sur la liste du patrimoine mondial. Je vous remercie, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you. Finland now has the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Just to join in with the other committee members, Finland want to congratulate the State Party of Brazil nominating this strong symbolic reminder of the arrival of African enslaved labor on the South American continent. Thank you.
Thank you. Croatia, Excellencies, the floor is yours.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I don't want to repeat what others have said, just that we are very happy, I would say even thrilled, that historical memory now unites us and not divide us. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And now Kazakhstan. Excellencies, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. President. Kazakhstan congratulates the State Party Brazil for inscription of Valongo Wharf on the World Heritage List and supports the draft decision. Thank you.
Thank you. I understand that we can directly go now to the ICOMOS wishes to take the floor. Yes, it was what I'm just going to say, that now ICOMOS is indispensable. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. There was a question raised by the honorable delegate from Cuba regarding why not criterion 4. Let me recall that according to the operational guidelines, criterion 4 means be an outstanding example of a type of building, architectural or technological ensemble or landscape which illustrates a significant stage in human history. Well, as a reply to the question, first let me also recall that the state party applied for criteria 3 and 6. And as I had explained before, ICOMOS considered that criteria 3 was not adequately justified. But coming to criterion 4 related to an outstanding type of building or architectural ensemble, ICOMOS considers that the narrative that supports the values of this property of Valongo Wharf is not based on technical aspect or constructive aspect of the property, I mean the wharf itself, but on its relation with one of the darkest episodes in the history of humankind. So ICOMOS has considered that if we assess the property from an architectural, technical or constructive point of view, we could also say that it's quite a modest property, but of course it has an immense value as a symbolic testimony to the as I said, one of the darkest, one of the most regrettable episode in the history of humanity. So the proposal of using only criterion 6 lies on that consideration. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thomas. Thank you. It means now that I shall just ask Mr. Juma in a very formal way if we have an amendment.
Thank you, Chairman. We don't have an amendment in this draft decision.
Thank you. I'm not surprised. And now I'm happy to declare decision 41,8b.35 adopted. Let me congratulate Brazil on behalf of the entire committee for the inscription of this property. Brazil, you have the floor for a brief 2-minute statement. Thank you. The floor is yours.
Vengo, a nome do Brasil, dar as graças ao Comitê do Patrimônio Mundial pela oportunidade de expressar aqui a todos os integrantes dessa sessão nossa manifestação de contentamento e alegria pela decisão que acaba de ser tomada aqui em Cracóvia. Agradecer igualmente pela hospitalidade e amabilidade de los polacos em essa maravilhosa cidade. De los atuais 1.552 sítios inscritos na lista do Patrimônio Mundial, apenas 11 até o momento haviam sido declarados como sítios de memória, relacionados a hechos e eventos sensíveis para a história da humanidade, es decir, vinculados ao dolor e ao sofrimento. O sítio arqueológico Cais do Valongo vem agora somar-se a esses outros, como Hiroshima e Auschwitz-Birkenau, ressaltando a importância que a Convenção do Patrimônio Mundial confere a necessidade de recordar aquilo que não pode ser olvidado, para que não venha ocorrer na história da humanidade. Em momentos de elevada intolerância que rondam o mundo atual, o reconhecimento de sítios sensíveis põe em relevância a necessidade que compartamos nossa experiência em favor de uma visão mais humanista da sociedade global, a partir da observação de lo que é o caso de Valongo ha significado y su reapropiación social en los días actuales, en especial por los descendentes afro-brasileños que, bajo uma atitude de superação, reafirmam sua negritude e sua história para o Brasil, as Américas e todo o mundo. Em este particular, a cidade do Rio de Janeiro passa a ser uma das poucas a ter as participações em esta prestigiosa lista da UNESCO, posto que ha sido a primeira do mundo a receber o título de Patrimônio Mundial como palácio cultural em um contexto urbano e agora passa a figurar também por sua história. Capital de la maior nação esclavista das Américas por 3 siglos, Rio de Janeiro ha sido porta de entrada para os 2.400.000 africanos, de los 4 milhões trazidos hacia Brasil. Esse número, a sua vez, representa 40% do total de africanos escravizados, cerca de 10 milhões que han chegado vivos ao continente americano. Esse contexto confere a Rio o triste título de maior puerto esclavista da história. Sin embargo, apesar de ele, se apresenta igualmente como local onde a contribuição traída pelos africanos encontra uma das expressões mais significativas, matizadas por el mestiçagem inerente ao brasileiro, representando, por lo tanto, em uma fundamental avanço em favor da valorização das raízes africanas em la cidade, em el país, em la região. Por sua excepcionalidade e valor simbólico, e a reconhecidos por el proprietor Rota del Esclavo de la UNESCO em 2013. O caso do Valongo é considerado o mais contundente lugar de memória da chamada diáspora africana, testemunho material irrefutável do tráfico atlântico de africanos escravizados, hoje justamente considerado crime contra a humanidade. Nós outros damos as graças ao ICOMOS, à UNESCO e ao Comitê do Patrimônio Mundial por la percepção e entendimento acerca da importância do Cais do Valongo como patrimônio mundial. Um dia memorável para a humanidade, ao crer que o sítio arqueológico Cais do Valongo é capaz de simbolizar de forma excepcional a história de la presença africana em Brasil e nas Américas. Ha sido essas razões que han levado o Estado brasileiro, por intermédio do Instituto do Patrimônio Histórico e Artístico Nacional, o IFAM, ao apresentar essa candidatura a Patrimônio Mundial e desde 2014, em associação com a Administração Municipal do Rio de Janeiro, estou aqui com a secretária municipal do Rio, a Nogueira, que ha se dedicado por seu reconhecimento e todos os que trabalharam nessa candidatura. Para nós outros brasileiros, esse sítio arqueológico é um patrimônio sim similar, porque representa os milhões de africanos escravizados, que com seu trabalho e sua cultura han contribuído para a construção do Brasil, enquanto nação, e ha generado a maior população negra fora da África. Em este momento em que se celebra a década internacional de los afrodescendentes, instituída por la Organização das Nações Unidas, a entrada do sítio arqueológico Cais do Valongo em la lista do Patrimônio Mundial põe Rio de Janeiro e Brasil como espaço para o intercâmbio de experiências que fortaleçam a gestão de sítio de memória sensível em o mundo. Muitas graças.
Once again, congratulations. Dear colleagues, the good news is that we have now finished the examination of all nominations, but it is not the end of the story. Could you kindly, Brazil, switch the microphone off, please? We have minor modifications to the boundaries ahead, so it is not the end of our session, but anyway, 2 points more. The first is a kind of a morale booster to you all and also to myself. During those 3 days, long days, we have visited 33 items. 21 of them, they are new inscriptions, which means that we are quite efficient. Plus 3 changes of boundaries. But before we now start with the examination of minor modifications to the boundary, I've got a very special request from Ambassador Jalali of Iran, who would like to read a poem at the end of the nominations. Excellency, I understand that it is a short poem.
I hope.
Are you convinced or you just do hope?
I convinced.
It would be cruel from my side, a very barbarian gesture to say that you have 3 minutes, but if you could finish in 5 minutes...
But you are not obliged to accept. I think we can read or we cannot read if you are in short time.
Yes, be short and be as a poet. Be poetic.
No, because there was a
the floor is yours.
Tradition of... Dear friends, this session of the World Heritage Committee has been embraced by Krakow, such a heart-inspiring city. Let our appreciation blossom if I can count on your consent to all those ensuring the success of this shining event. On the wings of history, you have given consideration to the fortunate sites now accorded designation. Oh, we have overcome walls and borders to fly free, hugging the magical passport offered by the WHC. Heritage is transcendental, above the orbit of its nation, and it is UNESCO that joins all of us in the creation of this new language. Rather than keeping us apart, we now all feel united in the heritage of the heart. To such a variety of lands we now feel we belong, that joyfully we raise our voices in harmonious song. What a world it may be if the logic of this session becomes the melody behind our daily expression. So that far from seeing foreign lands and as other, far from seeing foreign lands as other, we turn toward them as towards a true brother. Alluring UNESCO wholeheartedly invites all of you to visit her World Heritage sites.
Thank you. Thank you. You are becoming now the next greatest poet of Krakow. As you may know, we have Miłosz and Szymborska, our Nobel Prize winners, the poets, the great poets of Krakow, both buried just at the opposite side of the river. You are now the initiator of the new wave of Krakowian poetry. Thank you for that.
Thank you very much. I don't know where I will be buried, but I hope somewhere beautiful. Thank you.
I do not wish I wish you a long life with your poetry.
But after life, I wish to be inscribed as a heritage. Thank you.
Intangible.
Intangible, yes.
Intangible.
Yes.
It is a different paragraph.
Yeah, thank you.
It is Convention of 2003, but we will see.
Wonderful. Thank you.
Now, the last very serious part of our today's agenda. Examination of minor modifications to the boundaries of properties already inscribed on the World Heritage List. We have many of them. You will find all the related draft decisions in document 8b.8 and 8b.8.2. Now I'm going to call again IUCN and ICOMOS to be very concise in their presentations, as you will be allocated only 2 minutes to present each minor modification proposal. I thank you in advance for your cooperation. IUCN is the first. ICOMOS wishes to be the first. ICOMOS, if so, you are the first. ICOMOS, would you like to start, please?
Certainly. Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is the report on the minor boundary modification for the ancient city of Bosra in the Syrian Arab Republic. The ancient city of Bosra was inscribed in the World Heritage List in 1980 on the basis of criteria 1, 3, and 6. At that time, no buffer zone was provided. However, the State Party established its buffer zone of 200.4 hectares in 2003, following several missions to the property. This buffer zone is now presented to the World Heritage Committee for approval, along with proposals to add 3 new areas to the property itself, based on evidence from archaeological investigations. The map provided by the State Party shows the 3 areas proposed to be added, shown in pale blue shading, and the buffer zone, which is shown by a blue line. The proposed additions to the property include contributory archaeological sites associated with the outstanding universal value, including necropolises, tombs, graves, and the natural spring, which is the source of the water supply for the ancient city. The effect of these additions is to join together 3 of the previous 4 components, creating a serial property of only 2 components. The proposed buffer zone encompasses all the components and aims to protect the visual setting as well as views and vistas which were relevant to the design of Bosra. Legal protection of the buffer zone establishes 4 different protection zones, each with specific mechanisms and permitted and prohibited uses. ICOMOS considers that the proposed modifications will strengthen the integrity, incorporate additional related archaeological features, and provide a more coherent boundary. ICOMOS also supports the formalization of the buffer zone, which was established by the State Party in 2003. In conclusion, ICOMOS recommends that the proposed minor modification to the boundary and the proposed buffer zone of the ancient city of Bosra in the Syrian Arab Republic be approved. To further support the protection and management, ICOMOS has provided several further recommendations, as shown on the screen. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, ICOMOS. Are there any comments from the side of the floor? I see none, which means that I declare decision 41,8b.39 adopted. The next comes site of Palmyra, decision 41,8b.51, Syrian Arab Republic, and I would like to invite ICOMOS again to present the proposed minor modification of the site of Palmyra. It is the draft decision concerning this nomination as document 8b.8.2. ICOMOS, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. The site of Palmyra was inscribed on the World Heritage List in 1980 on the basis of criteria 1, 2, and 4. At the time of the inscription, the World Heritage Committee recommended that several archaeological elements located outside the property be included, including several areas with necropolises and ancient water supply elements. No buffer zone was designated at the time of inscription. Although it was not presented to the World Heritage Committee for approval, a buffer zone was established in 2008. In 2016, the State Party submitted a proposal for the delineation of the buffer zone with a total area of 225.66 hectares. While welcoming the intentions to establish a buffer zone for this property, the World Heritage Committee referred the proposed buffer zone back to the State Party to allow it to provide greater clarity about the delineation, mechanisms, and protection. The revised proposal is based on the additional work requested by the World Heritage Committee in 2016. In this proposal, the State Party has proposed the addition of 4 new areas to the property as well as a buffer zone. The 4 new areas are shown in pink In this map, a total of 2.54 square kilometres. 2 of these to the south accord with the World Heritage Committee's recommendation in 1980. The State Party advises that the proposed revisions have been drawn according to the extent of known archaeological remains. The enlarged buffer zone is made up of 5 zones, as shown in this map, with an overall area of 16,800 hectares. The modified property boundary is in red, and there are 5 areas of buffer zone in white, purple, green, blue, and yellow. The State Party has identified protection purposes for each of them, including permitted and prohibited uses. This map shows the overall proposal with modest increases to the property boundary and significant size buffer zone. In an annex to submission, the State Party also foreshadows an intention to add 2 further components to the property. These are archaeological sites associated with the site of Palmyra, located 25 kilometres from the inscribed property. ICOMOS does not support the future inclusion of these elements, while noting that they are important and should continue to be protected according to national laws. In conclusion, ICOMOS recommends that the proposed minor modifications to the boundary of the site of Palmyra, Syrian Arab Republic, with the exception of the archaeological sites mentioned in Annex 2, be approved. Likewise, ICOMOS recommends that the proposed buffer zone for the site of Palmyra be approved, and ICOMOS has provided some additional recommendations to support the protection and management. These are shown in the ICOMOS report and on the slide. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. If there are no objections, let me please declare now decision 41,8b.51 adopted. And now we go to decision 41,8b.40, Canada, Lanzo Meadows National Historic Site. I now invite ICOMOS to present the proposed minor modification of this very site. ICOMOS, the floor is yours.
Le lieu historique national de l'Anse-aux-Meadows au Canada. Le lieu historique national de l'Anse-aux-Meadows a été inscrit sur la liste du patrimoine mondial en 1978 sur la base du critère 6. Le bien occupe une superficie de terre et de mer de 8055,67 hectares, administrée par le gouvernement de Terre-Neuve et Labrador et le gouvernement du Canada. Les modifications mineures des limites soumises par l'État partie concernent premièrement la clarification de la superficie du bien, laquelle concerne la zone de Big Point. Cette zone, intégrée de façon erronée au moment de l'inscription du bien, a fait l'objet d'un relevé en janvier 2017 et mesure 2,42 hectares. Les modifications mineures concernent par ailleurs la réduction des limites du bien inscrit découlant du transfert de gestion de 5 parcelles, soit 60 hectares, du gouvernement du Canada au gouvernement provincial, et ce afin de refléter celle du lieu historique national de l'Anse-aux-Meadows, tel qu'il est géré par l'agence Parks Canada. L'ICOMOS considère que les modifications proposées n'ont pas d'impact sur la valeur universelle exceptionnelle du bien et renforcent le plan de gestion du bien. En conclusion, l'ICOMOS recommande que la modification mineure des limites du lieu historique national de l'Anse-aux-Meadows, Canada, soit approuvée. Des recommandations complémentaires sur la situation des parcelles ayant fait l'objet de ces modifications ont été formulées. Je vous remercie.
Merci. If there are no objections, I see none. I declare decision 41,8b.40 adopted, and now we can visit Croatia. Decision 41.8b.41, Old City of Dubrovnik. I now invite ICOMOS to present the proposed minor modification of the Old City of Dubrovnik. ICOMOS, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The Old City of Dubrovnik, comprising an area of 24.7 hectares, was inscribed on the World Heritage List in 1979 with no buffer zone. The boundaries were modified in 1994 when the property was extended to 96.7 hectares to include areas outside the city wall. Yet the buffer zone was not enough to effectively provide an added layer of protection to the property from the growing pressures of development and tourism. In 2014, the World Heritage Committee took note of the information submitted by the state party regarding the large project plan for the plateau of Mount Surge and Bolsanka in the vicinity of the World Heritage property. In 2015, a World Heritage Center and ICOMOS reactive monitoring mission to the property took place to assess the impact of this large project on the OUV and recommended an extension of the buffer zone to include the west-facing slopes of Mount Surge, the sea area around the island of Lacrom, and the fortress landscape and the plateau. The proposed modification of boundaries consists of an extension of the buffer zone from the existing 53.7 hectares to 1,188.6 hectares, while the boundary of the inscribed property remain unchanged. ICOMOS considers that the general reason for establishing a buffer zone for the old city of Dubrovnik have been clearly explained, but while the minor boundary modification proposal seems to follow most of the recommendations from the reactive monitoring mission on the boundaries issue, it nevertheless failed to clarify fully the rationale underlying the delineation of the proposed boundaries. Therefore, ICOMOS recommend that the examination of the minor boundaries, of the minor modification to the boundaries of the property be referred back to the state party in order to allow it to address the three main concerns which are then displayed. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyway, we shall be, I think, more concise. Now I would like to just prove that there are no objections. I see none, which means that I can declare decision 41.8b.41 adopted. And now Czech Republic, decision 41.8b.42, Jewish Quarter and St. Procopius Basilica in Třebíč. I invite ICOMOS to present the proposed minor modification of Třebíč. ICOMOS, the floor is yours.
Je vous remercie, Monsieur le Président. Le quartier juif et la basilique Saint-Procope de Třebíč, Tchéquie. Le quartier juif et la basilique Saint-Procope de Třebíč ont été inscrits sur la liste du patrimoine mondial en 2003 sur la base des critères 2 et 3. Les limites identifiées alors dans le dossier de proposition d'inscription étaient tracées à la main d'un trait épais sur une carte à grande échelle. Ce premier plan manquait de précision. L'État partie propose une meilleure définition des limites des 3 éléments constitutifs du bien en série pour 2 raisons. Du fait des améliorations techniques de relevé cartographique et pour une meilleure expression de la valeur universelle exceptionnelle pour l'un des éléments constitutifs, soit le quartier juif. L'État partie propose de modifier légèrement les limites de l'élément 1, le quartier juif, pour mieux refléter un plan historique du quartier datant de 1822. Bien que l'intention puisse être soutenue, l'ICOMOS considère que la justification fournie n'est pas suffisante. Concernant l'élément 2, le cimetière juif, et l'élément 3, la basilique Saint-Procope, l'État partie propose de corriger les limites en réduisant la zone de l'élément 2 et en étendant celle de l'élément 3 afin de refléter les délimitations correctes de ses composants. L'ICOMOS considère que ces propositions sont appropriées. Concernant la zone tampon, l'État partie n'a pas proposé de modification. Les ajustements sont la conséquence d'une meilleure définition des limites des éléments composant le bien. En conclusion, l'ICOMOS recommande que l'examen de la modification mineure des limites du bien, le quartier juif et la basilique Saint-Procope de Třebíč, Tchéquie, soit renvoyé à l'État partie afin de lui permettre de fournir une justification supplémentaire pour la proposition de modification des limites de l'élément 1, le quartier juif. Cela devrait inclure une justification supplémentaire du choix d'une limite historique servant de base à la définition des limites dans le contexte de l'histoire du bien, ainsi qu'une clarification des écarts entre la limite de 1822 et celle qui fait l'objet de la présente demande. L'ICOMOS recommande en outre que l'État partie assure une gestion intégrée du bien comprenant l'ancien monastère. Je vous remercie.
Merci. Thank you. I see no comments, which means that I declare now decision 41,8b.42 adopted, and now decision 41,8b.43, the Loire Valley between Silly-sur-Loire and Chalon. ICOMOS, the floor is yours.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. En 2000, le bien a été inscrit sur la liste du patrimoine mondial sur la base des critères 1, 2 et 4. Toutefois, le dossier de proposition d'inscription initiale comportait une incohérence concernant le château de Chenonceau. Bien qu'exclu des cartes délimitant le périmètre du bien, une fiche sur le château figure dans le dossier, le classant parmi les principaux monuments du bien. L'État partie souhaite rectifier cette incohérence par cette demande de modification mineure de délimitation. D'autre part, l'État partie souhaite également rectifier une erreur du dossier de proposition d'inscription initiale dans lequel avait été omise l'insertion de la partie haute de l'éperon de Marnay à celle au rideau. Cette carte montre les limites de la zone inscrite et de sa zone tampon modifiée selon la proposition de l'État partie. l'ICOMOS considère que l'inclusion du domaine de Chenonceau est nécessaire à la lumière de la valeur universelle exceptionnelle du bien et contribuera à maintenir son intégrité. L'ICOMOS considère que l'intégration de l'éperon de Marnay permettra une protection renforcée de la qualité paysagère du bien inscrit. En conclusion, l'ICOMOS considère que les modifications proposées contribuent au maintien de la valeur universelle exceptionnelle du Val-de-Loire et renforceront son intégrité, sa protection et sa présentation aux visiteurs. L'ICOMOS recommande que la proposition de modification mineure des limites du Val-de-Loire entre Sully-sur-Loire et Chalonne, France, soit approuvée et que la modification de la zone tampon proposée soit approuvée. L'ICOMOS propose aussi quelques recommandations complémentaires. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Merci. Thank you. I do not see any objection. I declare decision 41,8b.43 adopted. Now decision 41,8b.44, Georgia, historical monuments of Kujataa. ICOMOS, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The State Party proposes a substantially enlarged buffer zone for the property, increasing its area from 8.73 hectares to 2,382.5 hectares. This proposal provides a unified buffer zone for the three component sites of the serial property and encompasses the surrounding landscape, including panoramas along the rivers and its mountain setting. This proposal has a long history in relation to development concerns and the need for an adequate buffer zone with its protection aligned to the urban land use master plan. And these measures were included as corrective measures when the property was inscribed on the World Heritage List in danger in 2009. When the property was removed from the list in danger in 2016, the provision of an adequate buffer zone and its protection through the land use master plan remained to be addressed. ICOMOS supports this greatly enlarged buffer zone as a major improvement that should enable the stronger protection of the property. While we note the adoption of a decree for the buffer zone as a unified visual protection area, which came into being in 2016, as the proposed buffer zone includes both rural and urban areas, in order to manage it effectively, specific provisions are, we suggest, required, and there is a need to undertake an updating of the urban land use master plan to deliver these. ICOMOS recommends that the proposed buffer zone for the historical monuments of Mesquite, Georgia, be approved, but we have some additional recommendations, particularly in relation to elaborating the land use master plan for the buffer zone. And we also recommend an ICOMOS-ICROM reactive monitoring mission to assess the effectiveness and management of the modified buffer zone. And lastly, we suggest that the state party be requested to submit to the World Heritage Centre by the 1st of December 2018 an updated report on the state of conservation and in particular the implementation of the management measures that we are recommending. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Are there any comments? I see none, which means I declare decision 41.8b.44 adopted, and now we can move to decision 41.8b.45, which is Italy, archaeological arena and the Patriarchal Basilica of Aquileia. ICOMOS, you have the floor.
Le bien zone archéologique et la basilique patriarcale d'Aquilée a été inscrit en 1998 sur la base des critères 3, 4 et 6 et sans zone tampon. L'État partie propose d'inclure le sepolcreto, la nécropole, de la cité romaine d'Aquilée dans le bien. Il s'agit d'une zone d'une petite superficie de 0,11 hectares, située juste à l'extérieur de la limite actuelle du bien, qui couvre 155,3 hectares. La nouvelle zone du bien représenterait 155,41 hectares. L'ICOMOS considère que les conditions d'intégrité sont renforcées par l'ajout de la nécropole, tandis que les conditions d'authenticité ne sont pas affectées par le changement proposé. L'ICOMOS note également que malgré la nécessité d'une zone tampon identifiée par l'ICOMOS dans son évaluation de 1998 et par l'État partie lui-même dans le rapport périodique produit en 2014, aucune zone tampon n'a été créée pour le bien. Toutefois, l'ICOMOS considère qu'une zone tampon est nécessaire pour la protection du bien. En conclusion, l'ICOMOS recommande que la modification mineure des limites de la zone archéologique et la basilique patriarcale d'Aquilée, Italie, soit approuvée. Des recommandations complémentaires ont été formulées en ce qui concerne le projet de plan de gestion et la création d'une zone tampon. Je vous remercie.
Merci, thank you. So if there are no objections, I see none. Decision 41.8b.45 is adopted, and now decision 41.8b.46, Netherlands, defense line of Amsterdam. ICOMOS, the floor is yours.
Thank you. The defence line of Amsterdam was inscribed in the World Heritage List in 1996. The line extends for 135 kilometres. It's a ring-shaped property with no buffer zone. The proposed minor boundary modification has arisen through processes undertaken by the state party to improve the mapping of the property and to remedy some discrepancies. The state party also intends to submit a nomination to extend this property by adding components of the new Dutch water line, enabling the full extent of the Fort Holland defence line to be included. This is a line of approximately 85 kilometres in additional length. An ICOMOS advisory mission was undertaken in 2015 to discuss the proposed extensions and various issues relating to the existing World Heritage property. The modifications proposed by the State Party include 5 new areas to be added, which are shown in orange, dark orange, a mission of the site of Fort Kaikwit, which is shown on the bottom of the map, and proposed exclusion of 7 areas shown in grey. The 5 new areas are proposed in order to strengthen the integrity of the property by adding former fields, open spaces, and some additional built features. The proposed exclusion of the fort is justified by the State Party on the basis that it was included in the inscribed property in error, but it will be included in the nomination of the future extension. 2 of the exclusions are proposed on the basis that irreversible developments for industrial estates have occurred on them since the inscription of this property, including one area associated with the expansions to the nearby Schiphol airport. The 5 remaining exclusions are proposed on the basis of irreversible developments for housing and industrial estates that have occurred on them since the inscription of the property in 1996. The State Party considers that these areas were included in the original nomination in error. The State Party considers that no attributes of outstanding universal value have been lost due to these developments and proposed exclusions, and has also advised that strengthened legal protection and planning mechanisms are now in place. Noting that the State Party indicates that it will nominate an extension to the property, ICOMOS considers that the proposed changes to the boundaries of the existing property should be thoroughly assessed within the context of the overall and longer-term intentions, including a systematic and thorough technical evaluation mission that can determine with more certainty the impacts on the outstanding universal value. While some of these areas were visited by the ICOMOS advisory mission and many issues were discussed, this was not comprehensive, and ICOMOS does not consider that this can replace the need for a focused assessment and mission. In addition, the recommendations of the advisory mission have not yet been fully implemented, particularly due to the pressures on land. ICOMOS has concerns about the lack of a buffer zone, and the State Party's assertions that no buffer zone is needed are not supported at this stage. ICOMOS has concluded that this proposal cannot be considered to be a minor boundary modification and recommends that the proposed minor modification to the boundary of the defence line of Amsterdam, including the 5 additions to the property, the 7 areas proposed for exclusion, and the exclusion of Fort Kaikui, should not be approved. ICOMOS has provided a number of additional recommendations in order to further the progress on the proposed extensions and boundary changes, and remains at the disposal of the State Party in the framework of advisory processes to advise further on these recommendations if requested to do so. Thank you.
Thank you. I do not see any objections, so allow me please to declare decision 41.8b.46 adopted. And now the Vega Archipelago, Norway. I would like to invite ICOMOS once again to present the proposed minor modification. ICOMOS, the floor is yours.
Je vous remercie, Monsieur le Président. Vegoan, archipel de Vega. Le bien a été inscrit en 2004 sur la base du critère 5, avec des limites qui suivaient celles du territoire municipal sur l'île de Vega. Les limites étaient destinées à n'inclure dans le bien que des fermes traditionnelles et des espaces naturels. En 2009, les limites du territoire municipal ont été numérisées et des divergences ont été constatées entre la version numérique et le précédent relevé cartographique. Les modifications des délimitations du bien et de sa zone tampon proposées par l'État partie tend à l'harmonisation de ces dernières avec les délimitations officielles de la municipalité de Vega, lesquelles ont été intégrées dans le plan de gestion révisé de Vega-Oan. La nouvelle cartographie numérique résout également le problème de la ferme moderne de Moen, qui avait été incluse par erreur dans le bien. L'ICOMOS considère qu'aucun changement n'est apporté aux attributs du bien, les conditions d'intégrité et d'authenticité ne sont pas affectées, les statuts et les plans relatifs au bien ont tous été actualisés en fonction de la nouvelle définition des limites. En conclusion, l'ICOMOS recommande que la proposition de modification mineure des limites et de la zone tampon de Vega-Oan, archipel de Vega, Norvège, soit approuvée. Je vous remercie.
Thank you. I understand that it is a very clear situation, which means that The decision 41,8b.47 is adopted. Now, decision 41,8b.48, Turkey, historic areas of Istanbul. Ikomos, the floor goes back to you. Ikomos, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. At the time of inscription in 1985, the boundaries of the four component sites of the serial property were not clearly defined. Although clarifications of the boundaries were approved at the 34th session of the committee in 2010, these were not considered satisfactory by the 2012 joint UNESCO-ICOMOS reactive monitoring mission, as they lacked detail. At its 37th session in 2013, the World Heritage Committee requested the state party to respond to these inadequacies. The proposals now put forward provide the necessary details through clear cadastral plans based on a study of archival records and the nomination dossier. They are accompanied by comprehensive description and full justifications. The proposals offer the opportunity both to correct the inadequate plans and anomalies and to make minor adjustments reflecting current understanding and management objectives. The minor extensions have brought into the boundaries of the four component sites important attributes of outstanding universal value as set out on the slides. Under the Sultanahmet Archaeological Park, the Marmara Sea Walls, the historic grounds of the Topkapi Palace and the remains of Bukleon Palace have all been brought into the boundaries. Within the Suleimani Mosque and associated conservation area sites, the Suleimani Hammam has also been included. And in the third site, the Istanbul land walls component site, the marble tower at one end of the land walls and the fragmentary surviving sea walls near the marble tower have now been included. For the Zerik component site, the fourth one, there are no changes envisaged. ICOMOS welcomes these proposals on the basis of a thorough and detailed assessment of the component sites, their immediate settings and the archival records. Such details will be invaluable as management tools. On the issue of the names for each of the component sites, while ICOMOS acknowledges the need to clarify that the serial property consists of 4 areas in order to avoid the misunderstanding that there are 4 World Heritage Sites on the historic peninsula, it nevertheless recommends that the names could be simplified, and we have set out these in our report, and they are on the screen in front of you. ICOMOS recommends that these proposals, the proposed minor modifications to the boundary of the historic areas of Istanbul be approved. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. So if I do not see objections, let me please declare decision 41,8b.48 adopted, and now we shall move to decision 41,8b.38, China, Mount Wuyi. It is, I understand, the topic for both ICOMOS and IUCN. Who starts first? ICOMOS. ICOMOS, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mount Wuyi was inscribed on the World Heritage List in 1999 under criteria 3, 6, 7, and 9. The original nomination included only the southern side of the mountain ecosystem and excluded the now proposed added northern component, which are located in another province, Jiangxi. The World Heritage Outlook analysis undertaken by IUCN in 2014 urged the said party to extend the site across the provincial boundary to include valuable habitats in the new province. The proposed modification consists of inscribed property and the direct extension of the mountain to its northern slope located in Jiangxi province. The state party proposed to add an additional area of 7,069 hectares to the property boundary, which corresponds to 7.1% of the revised and enlarged property. An additional area of 6,721 hectares to the buffer zone. The proposal for this modification is justified by the state party on the grounds that the new and added northern component make the property more complete according to the IUCN recommendation. In its evaluation, ICOMOS considered that while the boundary modification proposed by the state party emphasized the integrity of the natural heritage, it gives little consideration to the cultural component of this mixed property. The proposed boundary modification include areas in the Jiangxi province that were not part of the original nomination, and no information about the cultural heritage sites within the extended area is provided. ICOMOS also notes that the rationale for the proposed new boundary delineation in the delimitation of current villages and the northern section of the Yangshan River is not clear. Given the above, ICOMOS recommends that the examination of the minor boundaries to the minor modifications to the boundaries and the buffer zone of the property be referred back to the state party in order to allow mainly to provide a textual description of the cultural sites and the proposed extended area and the detailed justification on how they also contribute to the maintenance of the cultural dimension of the OUV of the property and how they are protected. The other two recommendations are also illustrated in the slide. Thank you.
Thank you. And now IUCN, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. You've seen the details of this from ICOMOS already. This proposal extends the boundary and enlarges the forest portion of the property by adding important sections of the adjoining Jiangxi Wuyishan National Nature Reserve. The northern sectors are somewhat different to the current property, being steeper, colder, more natural and containing different variants of vegetation formation with more tropical broadleaf forest, more rare wildlife and additional species not found on the southern side of the mountain. So this proposal does strengthen further the basis for inscription of the property under criteria 7 and 10, although it does not fundamentally change the outstanding universal value of the property, considering the areas included are part of the same mountain system and they are fully contiguous with the existing inscribed property, and they are also all currently functioning protected areas. Both of the provinces are already involved in the current inscribed property, thus there is not a significant change in relation to administrative complexity. IUCN's panel recommended that the minor boundary modification would be appropriate in relation to natural criteria, but because of the concerns raised by ICOMOS, as just been noted in the presentation, the consolidated decision with both advisory bodies' views taken into account was for a referral, given this is a mixed site. And the draft decision is on page 6 of the English version and 7 of the French version of the working document 8B add. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I see that Vietnam wishes to take the floor. The floor is yours.
Mr. Chairman, in light of new information that China has provided to the World Heritage Center, we would like to put forward amendment to the draft decision concerning the minor boundary modification. We have the view that the proposal of minor boundary modification is not a new modification. The modification proposal made by the state party is due to respond to IUCN recommendation published in World Heritage Center in 2015, which also proposed to modify the existing boundary of Mount Wui to further strengthen the integrity of natural values. We commend the efforts made by the state party in putting modification proposal and congratulate the state party for the fact that IUCN has recommended the World Heritage Committee to approve this minor boundary modification. With regard to ICOMOS' recommendation of referring back to the state party for more information about the cultural value, we wish the committee to consider the state party position that although the Mount Wui is a mixed heritage site, the proposed extension is a national natural reserve and it has no national or local registered cultural site inside the proposed extension. Therefore, the approval of this minor modification could complement the natural value of the property. without any impact on the cultural dimension of the OUV. Nevertheless, we welcome the effort of the state party to undertake further study to address the concern in relation to cultural value of the property. The state party also is ready, with your permission, to take the floor to provide further information if needed. With this in mind, we wish to put forward the draft amendment and looking forward for the approval of the committee. I thank you, Mr. Chairperson.
So now Kuwait, and after that the United Republic of Tanzania. Kuwait, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chairperson. Kuwait supports the approval of the proposed mineral modification of Mount Wei. We thank the inclusion of the north side of the mountains, Wei in Yankees province, is a very responsible reaction of the state party to the technical evaluation of IUCN and the World Heritage Outlook 2014. As stated clearly, the modification will bring many positive impacts and non-adverse impact to the World Heritage property. It will complete the natural habitat, strengthen the resilience and connectivity of the site, and improve the protection and management effectiveness of the World Heritage property. Kuwait would like to join our colleague from Vietnam and Tunisia to approve the proposed minor modification to the boundary of Mount Wei. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you. Now the United Republic of Tanzania.
Thank you, Chair. The United Republic of Tanzania supported the approval of the proposed minor modification for this particular property. In this sense, therefore, we would like to join the suggestion made by Vietnam and Kuwait to approve the minor modification of Mount Wei. Tanzania noted that this extension is particularly necessary for a better coordination between the two provinces to manage the site in a more efficient manner. We also encourage the state party to explore further the potential of cultural value in the nearby area as amended in the draft decision. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Now Kazakhstan. Excellency, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. My delegation wants to support amendment put forward by Vietnam and supports the approval, the proposed minor modifications to the boundaries of Mount Wei. Thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador. Now Tunisia, the floor is yours. Tunisia.
Juste deux mots pour dire que nous appuyons aussi l'amendement proposé par le Vietnam. Et en fait, personnellement, je ne m'attendais pas à ce que ce projet de décision renvoie donc cette modification, parce que réellement, cela ne pose pas de problème particulier. Au contraire, ça renforce le bien par rapport à sa bonne gestion. Voilà, donc nous soutenons l'amendement proposé par le Vietnam. Merci.
Thank you. Finland. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. I can clearly see how this decision would benefit the natural side, and I can hear that it has strong support in the committee. But I would like to hear ICOMOS comment on this amendment, if I may. Thank you.
Yes. But now the floor goes to the state party. China, the floor is yours. Madam.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The proposed extension is a national protected nature reserve, which provides a wonderful scenic background to the development of its cultural components. There are a number of cultural sites with potential OUV scattering in Jiangxi province, but not in the nearby areas of the proposed extension. The Oahu Academy mentioned in the ICMO's evaluation report is located more than 30 kilometers north of the proposed boundaries, which could not be included with the term minor modification to the boundaries. However, if the proposed minor boundary modification is approved, will be with the support of ICMOS and the World Heritage Center to further study the potential cultural value of the proposed component. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Madam. Now, ICMOS, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. ICMOS would like to point out that the fact that the additional information that was provided by the state party addressed points B and C of the decision, but then the key issue of the information regarding the description of the cultural sites or the cultural elements in the extended area, this was not addressed. Thank you.
Thank you. I hope that now I shall ask our rapporteur to introduce us to the amendment. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Chairman. We have a proposed amendment from distinguished delegate of Vietnam and Tunisia. As you can see from the screen there, the paragraph 1 has not been amended. Paragraph 2 is suggested to be amended. And the new paragraph read, taking note that the proposal is appropriate in the relation to the natural criteria and enhance the overall integrity, protection, and management of the property. Paragraph 3 is also amended. The new paragraph read, approve the proposed minor modification to the boundaries of Mount Wi China. And there's new addition in paragraph 4, which read, request the previous paragraph, part of the paragraph 3 has been taken to paragraph 4 now. It say, request the state party with the support of ICOMOS and World Heritage Center to A, undertake further study to address the concerns in relation to cultural value of the property. B, provide in detail the rationale of the delineation of the buffer zone and a topographic map in relation to the surrounding villages and the Wu Mountain National Reserve. There are other parts, C has been deleted. This is what has been proposed, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. So let's try to adopt this very decision. Point number, or paragraph, para number 1 adopted, para number 2 adopted as amended, para 3 adopted as ICOMOS wishes to take the floor. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. Just to request that in relation to the paragraph 4, indication of the deadline should be indicated in terms of when this proposed activity will actually take place. We will report back. Thank you.
But we have not adopted para 3 yet. So para 3 is adopted as amended, and as para 4 is concerned, I expect the proposal of the date. Who is going to solve this very crisis? A small one. Finland, the floor is yours.
Just suggesting that ICOMOS would suggest a date for us.
Yes, but ICOMOS is silent. What should I say, poor?
We have to ask state party, they can provide us information.
Tunisia, the floor is yours.
Peut-on proposer le 1er décembre, le 1er février 2018, par exemple? Dans un an? Est-ce possible?
Merci. I don't care. How is the state party? Would you like to react?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We accept this suggestion. Thank you.
Thank you. So it is a certain progress. So shall we put this very date? So if so, para 4, IUCN, the floor is yours.
If I heard Tunisia very well, I think they said 1st February. Oh, sorry, it's been corrected. Thank you.
No objections. Para 4 adopted as amended. It means that finally I have a chance to declare decision 41,8b.38 adopted as amended. And now we can go further on to draft decision 41,8b.36, which is India, Manas, Wildlife Sanctuary, which means that definitely it is the topic for IUCN. IUCN, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. So the current property, Manas Wildlife Sanctuary, in fact, no longer exists as a legal entity in India, as it was extended and declared a national park in 1990. Next slide, please. The proposed boundary modification is made in response to the 2011 decision of the World Heritage Committee, and it proposes to include the whole area of that Manas National Park as per its 1990 extent, and 3 new areas, which are shown in the map, all contiguous with the World Heritage property, are proposed to be added. These additions help to secure wildlife habitat for the Bengal tiger, one-horned rhinoceros, and a range of other key species. These are all represented in the existing properties, so they do not significantly amend the basis for outstanding universal value. However, Mr. Chair, there are some concerns with this proposal which were also noted at the time of the 2011 committee decision, and notably that in some of the proposed new areas there are significant areas of encroachment which consist of croplands, and IUCN is concerned that these areas both do not meet integrity requirements but might also generate issues with stakeholders whose crops are located in these areas. So in summary, whilst welcome in principle, IUCN considers that this proposal is not fully appropriate for approval at this session without some further revisions, and our report notes 2 different options which India could consider to resolve these matters. For these reasons, Mr. Chair, in the last slide, IUCN is proposing a referral of this minor boundary modification, and you can find the draft decision in page 6 of the English and 7 of the French versions of the working document. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. No objections, which means that I declare decision 41,8b.36 adopted. And finally, the next decision from India, decision number 41,8b.37, Western Ghats. IUCN, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. So this proposed boundary modification would include components in the state of Goa in the form of a new subcluster of this serial property. Next slide, please. This consists of 5 new component parts, and the additional area is 74,580 hectares. The World Heritage Committee has not requested a further extension of the property, but IUCN does consider that in principle serial extension of this property is a valid concept, given the clear global importance of the Western Ghats, that areas were omitted from the original inscription, and that a serial approach is the only viable way to unite the discontinuous protected areas across this mountain chain. Unfortunately, Mr. Chair, it's not possible to be fully clear from the documentation provided which specific areas are proposed for inclusion, nor their relevant buffer zones. There's not information on the specific values located in each proposed cluster, nor how these contribute to conservation in the Western Ghats as a whole. And the proposal also does not contain information of great detail on integrity considerations, nor indeed the protection and management arrangements. And finally, it does not cover the important point of a serial property regarding how the overall management system would be put in place with the rest of the series. IUCN further notes that in the original nomination there were a number of component parts where there were quite significant interactions and some tensions with communities, and we don't know from the information provided regarding that situation either. Fundamentally and in summary, IUCN considers that the proposal to bring forward these 5 entirely new component parts in a state not included in the series, each of notable size, is a significant and not a minor change in the existing property, so it should be something that would be considered through a full nomination for a significant boundary modification. And that's also been the advice that's been provided earlier to the State Party from the World Heritage Centre. For these reasons, we don't think this could be approved as a minor modification, and we recommend its resubmission through the appropriate procedure. The decision is in page 6 of the English and 7 of the French version of the document. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, IUCN. I do see no objections, which means that I now declare decision 41.8b.37 adopted. We will now continue with our agenda item 8b and proceed with adoption of the 7 statements of outstanding universal value of properties inscribed at the last year's session. You will find the 7 statements in document 8b.ed, and now I invite Mr. Balsamo to present this point in short.
Thank you, Chair. Here we are dealing with 7 statements of outstanding universal value that were provisionally adopted by the committee. And the 7 statements concern the following properties: Argentina, Belgium, France, Germany, India, Japan, and Switzerland, the architectural work of Le Corbusier, an outstanding contribution to the modern movement. Bosnia and Herzegovina, Croatia, Montenegro, and Serbia, Asteci medieval tombstone graveyards. Iran, Lut Desert. Iran, the Persian Khanate. Sudan, Sanganeb Marine National Park and Dunganab Bay. Turkey, archaeological site of Ani. Chad, Ennedi Massif, natural and cultural landscape. These statements have been refined with the cooperation of the advisory bodies and the concerned state parties, and now they are ready for adoption. Draft decision 41.8b49 can be found on document 8b-had, and it's on page 10 of the English version and on page 11 of the French version. Draft decision 41.8b52 is on page 3 of both the English and French version of document 8b-2. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Finally, the draft decision is on the screen. Full transparency at the very end of this long Sunday. I do not see any reaction from the floor, which means, do allow me please to declare decision 41.8b.49 and decision 8b.52 adopted. And the last point on our agenda item 8b, this very point concerns the large complex serial transnational nominations and the need for nomination strategies. You will find the draft decision concerning this point in document 8b.ed. And once again, I would like to invite Mr. Balsamo to present this very point. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. Here we are examining the need to prepare and acknowledge nomination strategies for large, complex serial transnational nominations. As the members of the committee are aware, these types of nominations are considered desirable in fostering international cooperation. They may not be ultimately successful, however, without adequate planning and coordination. In the case of complex serial transnational nominations that are submitted over multiple cycles, such as the Frontiers of the Roman Empire property, the nomination strategy provides the committee rationale behind the nomination and reduce as well the chance of encountering problems later on during the nomination process. A thematic study has been undertaken to deal with the way forward concerning the feasibility of further serial extensions for this serial transnational property. And this study includes a nomination strategy, which proposes that substantial and distinctive sections of the Roman frontiers will be nominated as individual series, all under a cohesive and consistent framework. This structure will actively encourage international dialogue and shared practices. A timetable has been established for the implementation of the Frontiers of the Roman Empire nomination strategy over the next 5 years. Serial transnational extension will gradually be submitted according to this strategy. Finally, it is important to clarify that even if the committee takes note of a nomination strategy for a large, complex serial transnational site, the nomination has still to go through the normal evaluation process, and it does not imply that the site will be ultimately be inscribed. Draft Decision 41-8B50 can be found in document 8B add on page 21 of the English version and on page 24 of the French version. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Any questions, any interventions? Poland. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Poland fully understands the challenges which come with the development of serial nominations and then management of serial complex sites. We commend the state parties involved in the preparation of the thematic study and the development of the overall nomination strategy for the frontiers of the Roman Empire. In our opinion, any nomination may benefit from a thematic study and an agreed nomination strategy. That's why we do not fully understand the rationale behind this draft decision, especially why, in a way, a strategy is proposed to be recommended only if a minimum of 4 states parties is involved in a nomination. That's why we would like to ask the Secretariat for more information and my explanation on the rationale for this draft decision. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam. Mr. Balsamo, would you like to respond simply? Thank you. The floor is yours.
Actually, very shortly, I mean, this is seen as a way to solve potential issues that concern, as we said in the title of this document, a very large serial transnational nomination. We are thinking in this case about nominations like, just to make examples, the Silk Roads or of that scope. And in this case, the frontiers of the Roman Empire, it has been serial transnational property inscribed already in 3 phases, and with a large number of state parties potentially interested in an extension. And the way forward looked for many years like impossible to implement because there was not an agreed rationale by the state parties about this potential extension and the way forward. So actually the adoption or the way to solve this issue was to work on a thematic study, which has been done. And through this way, let's say a very complicated process which involves many different administrations with many different points of view, it has been made possible. Now, as we also explained in the document, we are not saying at all that this is not another mandatory or any thing like that. It's just a way that can be used to solve these issues that concern a very, very few nominations, actually. We don't think of many, that all nominations, serial nominations should apply to this process. And we really think that this way could help state parties in cases of this very large series. But Chair, maybe ICOMOS would like to add something to this.
In short, if I may ask you kindly, Madam, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, very short, very quickly. Just to add that the idea of a nomination strategy is so that if this is put forward before the first nomination of a large transboundary serial nomination, then the committee will be able to understand the context for the first nomination, because the strategy will have been outlined. And in order to have a strategy for these very large transboundary nominations, they need to be based on a thematic study so that all the evidence is gathered. Then the strategy can be worked out, can be presented to the committee as a framework for the first nomination of several more. And this was the rationale for this exercise. This was done for the Silk Roads, but it wasn't presented to the committee until the first nomination. It's just been undertaken for the frontiers of the Roman Empire, and it was thought desirable that this strategy should be presented now, so that when the first nomination comes forward in the next few years, the committee is well aware of where it's come from and where it's going.
Thank you. Tunisia. The floor is yours.
Merci. Rapidement, la Tunisie est très bien concernée par ce genre de projet. Je l'avais exprimé personnellement quand on avait tenu le side event. La Tunisie a même inscrit sur la liste indicative le limes de Tunisie, qu'on appelle limes Tripolitanus, donc aussi bien la Tunisie que la Libye, que le Fossatum, parce qu'on l'appelle ainsi en Algérie. Moi, je me demande quel serait à ce moment-là notre destin, nous. Alors, parce qu'à partir du moment où on va inscrire cela en série, comme si les autres morceaux du limes ne comptaient plus. Tout en considérant que l'idée en elle-même est excellente, moi, je demanderais aux États parties qui ont présenté ce projet de trouver le mécanisme pour associer les autres États parties qui pourraient être ou qui seront concernés, parce que moi j'ai vu les États, plus tard on va revenir donc au Maghreb, au Moyen-Orient, mais plus tard. Pour que ce plus tard puisse se réaliser, je demanderai tout simplement ce que j'avais demandé, Madame, la dernière fois, de trouver le mécanisme pour associer déjà les États parties concernés par le limes, afin de pouvoir savoir comment plus tard donc essayer d'élaborer nous-mêmes avec vous donc notre projet. Parce qu'au final, il y aura un seul projet, n'est-ce pas? Voilà, merci.
Merci. And a reaction from the... Yes. ICOMOS.
The strategy that's been set out is certainly meant to be inclusive, not to exclude anybody. But the way that the thematic study has been undertaken is to collect evidence for all the sites of the whole frontiers of the Roman Empire around the Mediterranean. But as things stand, the detail is more readily available in the European section than it is in the sections at the east of the Mediterranean and along North Africa. The countries that undertook the thematic study were 10 countries, and they outlined the whole frontiers. Then they concentrated on the European section as to how this might be divided up into reasonably sized nominations for sections to be put forward for nomination. They're extremely keen to engage with state parties from the Eastern Mediterranean and North Africa to discuss how to take the project forward in more detail in those areas. And indeed, we had hoped that it might be possible to organize a meeting here for all interested state parties, but too many people have left already for this to happen. But it is the intention to try and organize some sort of meeting in the near future of all state parties who might be interested in taking this forward, so that we can just answer the sort of questions that you have asked and to put more detail on the table, as it were, as to how other state parties can be engaged. Does that answer your concerns?
Thank you. Kazakhstan. Excellency, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I wanted to ask also Ikoma's question. Maybe I've got this answer, I don't know, but as you may know, Silk Road's nomination process is going on, and the Kazakhstan section and some other states may join in the region. And would this strategy be used on the preparation process of the nomination?
We seek a very concise, short, precise answer.
For the Silk Roads, the nomination strategy was set out on the basis of the thematic study that was undertaken, and an overarching coordinating committee was set up. And the thematic study and the nomination strategy set out suggested corridors for being nominated, which collectively would add up to the Silk Roads. So one has been inscribed, others are being worked on, and more we hope will follow.
Thank you. I do not see any desire to propose the amendment to this very decision. Poland. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We would like to propose, I'm sorry that from here, not in writing, a slight amendment to the paragraph 2, just excluding the limitation of 4 states parties involved. We may imagine a situation that there are 3 countries involved, and they propose something very large and complex. So if you allow me, I can read how it can read. Now it's, yes? Do I have a proposal? Yeah. Yes, thank you. That's the intention.
Are you satisfied, madam?
Yes, thank you.
I'm so happy, really. It means that we can now go for adoption. I'm even not asking our rapporteur. Today is Sunday. You are at the very end of your mission. Feel free, please. Let me please do it myself, if I may. So, I understand that para 1 is adopted, para 2 adopted as amended. Para 3 adopted, para 4 adopted, para 5 adopted, and now I declare decision 41,8b.50 adopted as amended. But it is not the end of the story. A very short message from the floor, if I may, being fully aware that your perception is diminishing. Dear colleagues, before closing this afternoon session, I would like to inform you about the slight change in our timetable. Indeed, our dear chairperson of the Operational Guidelines Working Group will be leaving on Tuesday morning and would like, therefore, to present its report to the committee tomorrow afternoon, if you don't mind. Therefore, I would like propose to examine item 11 concerning revision of the operational guidelines tomorrow afternoon around 4:45. Another words, sorry, 4:45 p.m. Consequently, item 13 concerning international assistance could be examined on Tuesday at 9:30 in the morning. It is this very slight change which is proposed by the request of our dear chairperson. I trust that you all agree with this adaptation of our schedule. I see no objections. Thank you. So now announcements. The floor goes to Madame Tacharova. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. You see the side events, they're displayed on the screens. Some of them have already started. I just wanted to make sure to make an adjustment. The Polish event on World Heritage Sites and Documentary Heritage was moved from 6:30 to 7 o'clock, but I suppose it has already started. And the same is valid for the events that you see further down, a festive event by Eritrea, and the informal meeting of World Heritage-related Category 2 centers, and the conference on the Greater Virunga landscape, which was supposed to start at 9. The one event that has not yet started, and you are, of course, encouraged to attend, is the charity concert Solidarity with Aleppo, with Polish artists, starting at 9 o'clock at 9 p.m. It takes place at the stage by the river, just across from the ice Krakow. So these are all announcements, Mr. Chair, for tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam, and ladies and gentlemen. Firstly, thank you very much for your essential contribution to the success of this very day and the recent days. Altogether, 21 new inscriptions. And thank you, all of you, the survivors of this very session, being with me tonight. I declare this very session closed definitely and hope to see you tomorrow.
Merci à vous et de votre patience, cher Président.